Podium Audio presents Beast, Book 1 of MC Fables. Written by Penny D. Performed by Ada Sinclair and Walker Williams.
Prologue. The shadow steers his Harley through the dark streets of St. Boniface. He rides until he knows he can't take his bike any farther, then pulls into an alleyway where he kills the engine and climbs off. He takes the rest of the journey on foot through the shadows by lamplight until he reaches his destination. There, he climbs a fire escape to the top of the old theater and stands watching the little house across the street. The lights are on, and he can see her moving about inside. A familiar longing courses through him as he watches her. He hears his heartbeat pound in his ears, feels his blood sing with lust and longing. At his sides, his fingers tighten into fists with blood on them. Darkness crawls deep into his mind, and he turns away. One day, little one, one day.
Chapter 1. Belle. And the princess lived happily ever after. I closed the book of fairy tales and rested against my lap. Yay! Cries Aurora, the 5-year-old blonde cherub I babysit 5 nights a week while her parents work late. It's bedtime, and we're snuggled up against her pillows. When I grow up, I want to be a princess, she says. You already are, I say, giving her a little bop on the nose. She starts giggling. You were named after a princess, weren't you? Remind me again which fairy tale she's from. Aurora sticks her little arms up in the air and shouts, Sleeping Beauty! I can't help but laugh. That's right. She curls her arms around me. Please read me another story, Belle, please. You know I would read to you all night long if I could, but then your mom and dad would get mad. I make a pretend mad face and she giggles. Besides, you have your costume party at school tomorrow, and everyone knows that princesses need their beauty sleep. They do? She yawns and rubs her eyes. Uh-huh. So you need to close your eyes and fall into your dreams, sweet Aurora, because tomorrow you're going to be the belle of the ball. She's going as her namesake, Aurora from Sleeping Beauty. Her mom, Dani, is a big-time radio personality with her own show, and somehow managed to get a designer to create the perfect Disney princess costume for her. Aurora pouts. Emma Duncan is going as Elsa, and she says Elsa is better than Sleeping Beauty. She did? I gasp dramatically. Well, I'm sure Emma Duncan isn't the authority on princesses. And George Brown is going as a Ninja Turtle, and he says princesses are stupid. Well, that wasn't a very nice thing for him to say. It's not a very nice boy. Well, sometimes boys aren't very nice, but it doesn't mean you can't be nice back to him. Try it. He might just change his mind about princesses. Do you think so? Maybe. She yawns again, and her lids grow heavy. I wish you were taking me tomorrow, Belle. Maybe Mommy will let you come with us. Me too, sweetheart. But I won't be. Dani has made it clear that daytime is her time, and I'm not invited. Good night, Belle. Aurora's voice is a soft whisper. Her large eyes grow small, and her lashes flutter before they finally lower. Good night, sweet Aurora. Bending down, I kiss her on the cheek, then secure the comforter around her tiny frame. As I sneak out of the room, I hear the front door open and close. I look at my watch. It's 7:30 and no one is due home for another couple of hours. I wonder if it's Dani. Sometimes she finishes her shift at the radio station early and makes it home in time to kiss Aurora goodnight. But it's not Dani. It's her husband, Julian. You're home early, I say from the top of the stairs. He's shaking off the rain from his hair and carrying a bottle of wine. He looks up when he hears my voice and smiles. Somewhere in his late 30s, he's already showing signs of premature balding and thickening around the waist. I don't have a lot to do with Julian. I'm usually leaving when he's just getting home. We once chatted over coffee in their palatial kitchen, but it was uncomfortable and forced, with neither of us having a lot to say. He is socially awkward. Well, Danny has a big personality and an even bigger presence. After seeing him at a handful of events in the past 6 months, he gets lost in his wife's shadow, and it's obvious it frustrates him. "I'll just get my bag," I say, coming down the stairs and following him into the kitchen.
"Don't leave," he says. "Stay. Have a glass of wine with me."
I eye the bottle. I haven't had wine in a while. Not since Austin broke up with me over Valentine's Day dinner, and I'd tipped the contents of my glass over him when he'd told me about Julie. And Christine. And that bitch at the burger joint, Frida. I moved my stuff out of our apartment that night, and the next day I'd hauled ass back to St. Boniface. That was 8 months ago. A glass of wine sounds good. Sure, that would be lovely. I settle onto one of the stools at the counter and watch him fill 2 glasses. He hands me one. "What are we toasting?" I ask. He smiles.
"You."
"Me?" His smile turns serious.
"It was your birthday last week."
"Yes, it was." Is it weird that he knows it's my birthday? I barely speak to this guy, and now he's toasting my birthday? Not even Danny mentioned it.
"I was putting some paperwork away last night, and I saw it on your employment form. Thought it would be nice to celebrate."
"Oh, I see. Well, okay. Thanks." We clink glasses, and I take a sip. The wine is good, thick and purple and sweet with berries. I relax and take another mouthful as I look around the kitchen.
"Good?"
Julian asks. "Oh, yes. Thank you." I take another mouthful because something seems off. I feel it in my gut. But I tell myself to stop being such a worrier. Julian is just being nice.
"It feels strange not at least acknowledging it. Aurora has grown to be quite fond of you."
She has?
"I have, too,"
he says with a strange look on his face. The weirdness level in the room shoots up. "Excuse me?" He puts down his wine.
"I want to get to know you, Belle. I don't want us to be passing ships in the night. I want to know you. You look after my daughter 5 nights a week. It seems a bit aloof of me not to get to know the woman who spends so much time in my house." His eyes drop to my lips and I shift uncomfortably. The way he's looking at them, like he wants to eat them. Something isn't right here. I put down my glass. I should go. "Oh, no, please, don't leave."
He rushes around to my side of the counter.
"Am I being weird? I'm being weird. I'm sorry."
I stand up and reach for my bag. "It's okay, really. I need to go home."
"I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable."
His gaze locks onto mine, and I start to feel sorry for him, but he can't help himself and reaches for my hand. I try to yank it away, but he tightens his grip. "Julian, please." Without warning, he tugs me to him and I fall against his chest.
"Oh, Belle,"
he cries, his mouth finding mine desperately. His wet, loose lips are cold and slippery as he tries to swallow my face. I push him away but lose my balance, and because this is my life and not some fairy tale where things actually work out for the main character, the moment his tongue sweeps into my mouth, the front door opens and Danny walks in. Even worse, because I'm about to fall over thanks to Julian's enthusiasm, I grab onto him to stop myself from falling, which only makes things look more suspect. By the time I push him off me, Danny is walking into the kitchen, murdering us both with her eyes. "Well, isn't this cozy?" she fumes, dropping her Birkin handbag on the ginormous kitchen counter. Julian leaps away from me like I'm a vibrating ball of antimatter. What a fucking cliché, Danny seethes as she stomps towards Julian and thrusts a pointed finger into his spongy chest. The idiot husband fucking the slut nanny while the successful wife works late. Hardly original. But then, originality isn't exactly what I've come to expect from you, I suppose. Boring old Julian, with the personality of a wet mop. How long has this been going on? What would have happened next if I hadn't come home when I did, huh? You going to bend the young tart over the kitchen counter and fuck her up against the dishwasher? My mouth opens. Slut nanny? Young tart? Sweat beads Julian's forehead. I swear it wasn't me. I can explain everything. Fine. Explain it to me. Danny puts her hands on her hips and glares at him, but Julian is too intimidated and can't get a word out, infuriating Danny even more. Come on then, you philandering fuck. I'm waiting. This is spiraling out of control. Danny, you've got it all wrong, I say. But Danny turns her razor-sharp death glare toward me. And you little hussy. Go on then. Tell me I didn't see my poor excuse for a husband groping the nanny when I walked in the door. Her wild green eyes sharpen on me, her thin lips tight as she warns. I dare you. I'm taken back by the venom in her voice and the hate in her eyes, but I don't really blame her. If I walked in on my husband groping the nanny, I would probably react the same way. You really think I'm interested in Julian? Oh, let me see. You had your tongue down his throat, so yeah, I really think you're interested in Julian. That's not what happened. Oh, please. I saw it with my own eyes. She takes a predatory step toward me. But I'm interested to know, what is it you want from him? It can't be his dad body or his exciting personality. And let's face it, he hardly won the lottery in the looks department, so what is it? You think you can fool around with my husband and play mommy to Aurora, then squeeze me out of my own home? Is that it, Belle? Do you want to be me? What? No, you've got this all wrong. I'm not interested in Julian, and for the record, it wasn't me who initiated the kiss or the wine. I was trying to leave when he... Get out. Get out of my house now and don't ever come back. My thoughts turn to Aurora and how this will impact us both. Looking after her has been the only decent thing in my life lately. Danny, please. But no amount of pleading is going to make Danny see her husband is to blame and that I'm an innocent bystander caught in the middle of this nightmare. It's raining hard by the time she throws me out and slams the door closed behind me. I stand on the stoop to gather my bearings and decide to call an Uber. But as I pull my phone out of my pocket, it begins to ring. It's freezing, and I'm shivering as I answer. Hello? Hi, Belle. It's Lavinia from the casino. He's here. My stomach sinks, and I close my eyes at the news. You asked me to call you when he showed up? Yes, thank you. I appreciate you calling me. I feel sick. I'll come now. The Uber is 7 minutes away, so I endure 7 minutes on my ex-employer's stoop, listening to Danny yell at Julian while Julian continues to blame everything on me. According to him, I'm a temptress, and I wore him down with my blatant sexual aura, not to mention my provocative clothing. I look down at the Iron Maiden t-shirt, jeans, and well-worn Converse high tops and shake my head. Yeah, I'm a real seductress. Inside, I hear Danny call me a whore. It stings, because for a while there I really thought I'd found a place I belonged. She quickly follows whore with the word slut. If I had a shred of pride left in me, I would wait for the Uber farther up the road in the rain. But after 6 months of barely affording to eat, pay rent, and keep my head above water, I'm not too proud to stay on my ex-employer's stoop and at least keep dry. When the Uber finally shows, it's a 10-minute ride to the casino, which is just enough time for me to gather my thoughts and realize how fucked I am now that I'm unemployed. Tears form behind my eyes, but I clench my teeth and hold them back. No point in crying. I've already survived so much. This is just another bump in the road. Right? By the time I arrive at the casino, I've managed to keep the tears and self-pity at bay. Feeling sorry for myself has never worked. No point starting now. As far as casinos go, St. Bon's isn't anything to write home about. It doesn't have the razzle and dazzle of some of the bigger casinos, and the overpriced drinks are watered down and questionable at best. But it's popular with the locals, and one of those locals is my uncle, Maurice. Uncle Maurice likes to gamble. Unfortunately, he isn't very good at it, and has lost more than he would care to remember. He struggles with this addiction. It's the reason I came back to St. Boniface. He needs someone in his corner right now, and I'm the only family left willing to help. When my parents died, he was there for me. Now, I'm here for him. Would you mind waiting? I asked the Uber driver. I'll be 2 minutes.
It's raining. Everyone wants an Uber tonight.
I just need to collect my uncle from inside, and I'll be right back. I dig into my pocket for my last $5 bill. It's not much of a bribe, but enough to maybe keep him here for 5 minutes. Here, take this. I'll be quick. The Uber driver accepts the $5 with a nod, and I climb out and disappear inside the casino. I find Uncle Maurice at a slot machine. His face lights up when he sees me.
Bill, what are you doing here?
He gives me a toothless smile. What are you doing here, Maurice? We've talked about this.
I know, I'm sorry, but I can explain everything.
At 60 years old, my uncle looks like a crazy professor. White hair, wild beard, big eyes, frenetic energy. He wears a wrinkled Coca-Cola t-shirt over faded khakis and a scuffed pair of running shoes, one with its shoelaces undone. He's eccentric, absent-minded, always distracted, always bouncing from one wild idea to another.
I was on one of my afternoon walks and I found a $20 bill. $20, and I thought, I could double it. And I did, Bill, I did. I won almost $100.
He looks proud with himself. I look at the coin container in his hand. It's almost empty. Where is it? I ask.
I was going to win it back.
I let out the deep breath I was holding. I do that when I'm stressed. You're not meant to be here. What are you going to tell them at the meetings? He attends Gamblers Anonymous every Thursday and then an AA meeting on Friday. You know you'll have to be honest with him. He looks crestfallen and starts to get upset with himself, and I feel bad for getting angry at him. I look around the room with its gaudy lights and flashing slot machines and hate every inch of it. It's noisy and garish, and it stinks of stale alcohol and body odor. Dreams are lost here, hours stolen and lives changed. Maurice can't help it. He's an addict, and unfortunately his addiction is winning. He's not weak. He's sick. Come on, I say gently. Let's go home. I don't know about you, but I'm starving. How about I fix us some of that chicken noodle soup you like so much? My uncle's face lights up.
Sounds nice, Bill. Real nice.
Okay then, grab your coat and let's go home. When I get back to the apartment, I'll ring his sponsor and we'll work out a new strategy to help him. As we walk away from the ringing bells and dazzling lights of the slot machines, a strange shiver crawls across my skin. It tickles the hairs on the back of my neck and slides down my spine. We're being watched. I do a quick scan of the room, but nothing seems out of place. I try to shake it off. telling myself I'm anxious from being fired and from finding out how deep my uncle's gambling addiction has gotten its claws into him. But as we step outside, the sense that someone is watching us grows stronger, and my gut tells me it's not anxiety, it's instinct. Something is coming.
Chapter 2. Beast. The man has no idea I'm following him. I stalk him from the shadows. My heavy motorcycle boots drowned out by the noise of the night around us. The cars in the distance, the rattle of trains, the noise seeping onto the street from the taverns along Main Street. He walks through the cobblestone streets unaware I'm close, unaware he is about to die. It's easy for me to remain undetected, because I am a part of the darkness and disappear in the night. I am the heartbeat of this city, the shadows, the karma. Undetected, I follow him into the town square. He pulls up his coat collar and flicks his dead cigarette at the memorial statue as he passes it by. 25 years ago, this town almost burned to the ground, and the statue is a memorial to those who fought to save this town, and those who died trying. He keeps moving into the night, out of the town square and past the casino. That's when I see her, stepping out from the Uber and disappearing into the casino foyer, her long blonde hair tumbling down to her tiny waist in a thick braid. I stop walking. If I were still human, I would say the feeling twisting in my chest is love. But love ceased to exist long ago when I became this beast, when I turned into the monster my club needed me to be. As if she can sense me, she stops and glances nervously over her shoulder, those big blue eyes scanning the darkness for something. I take a step back and morph into the shadows so I can watch her undetected. Her long braid shimmers in the golden glow of the casino lights. Thoughts of wrapping it around my wrist and yanking her head back so I can ruin her mouth with mine make me hard. My black heart kicks in my chest. A beat, a thump, a need. She hurries into the casino and disappears from view, and I push the beauty to the back of my mind as I move swiftly through the darkness to find my prey once again. He's heading down one of the stairwells that twist beneath the street to the abandoned subway tunnels running under the town. He knows I'm following him. He can feel me, sense me. He keeps looking over his shoulder as he increases his pace. Closing in on him, I watch his panic set in, hear it in his labored breath as he trips and stumbles on the ballast stone of the railway tracks. I reach him before he can get up, wrap my hands around his neck, and snap it, like it is no more than a twig before he can let out a cry. He's dead, but I'm not done. I remove my knife from my hip and carve the words, "Not in S.B." into the flabby skin of his belly, my blade cutting deep. His blood pools in a deep shade of red beneath him. Let them see that we know. Let this be their one and only warning. I wipe the blade on his dirty jeans and straighten. That's when I think about the girl with the face like an angel again, and my dark heart thumps wildly in protest, a warning to stay away. Angels like her have the power to destroy demons like me. But what I'd give to feel her tiny body beneath me, or to taste those pillowy lips. Such sweet, sweet poison. But a poison I will resist, even if it kills me. I leave the body where it falls. A message to those who dare to cross the Knights of St. Bon Motorcycle Club, or anyone who thinks they can groom and traffic girls from our town for their own despicable profit. I sheathe my knife and return it to my hip, and with the dead man's blood on my hands, I disappear into the eternal darkness once more.
Chapter 3. Belle. When we get outside, the Uber is gone. Of course. We'll have to walk, I say to Maurice. He doesn't mind. His grip on reality is slipping. Sometimes he is so lost in his own world he has no clue what is happening around him. He'll think of this as an adventure. At least the rain has stopped, I say, as I loop my arm through his and we leave the shelter of the casino. We step into the rain-soaked night, huddled together against the cold. Street lights glimmer in the puddles on the sidewalk, and cold night air whips about our face. St. Boniface is a beautiful town, postcard perfect. At night, its skyline shimmers like jewels on the shoreline, and its cobblestone streets offer a charming glimpse into the old days when the bustling town was the biggest seaport in the country. Unfortunately, the casino is in the seedier part of town, called Bracken Grove. It's full of shadows and shady dealings, not to mention plenty of stairwells leading down to the hundreds of underground tunnels running beneath the town. We walk quickly toward our apartment in Port Town, knowing we are being watched by eyes in the shadows, but we keep our heads down and our steps quick. Steam coils up from the underground tunnels and turns to wispy white vapors in the eerie dusk, casting the streets in a spooky light. An unnatural tingle takes up in the base of my spine, a warning that something is about to happen. We hurry on, heads down, coat collars pulled up. That's when they find us. On a narrow street, 3 figures dressed in black. All the air seems to disappear like a giant vacuum has sucked it out of the night, and the hair on the back of my neck stands up.
Well, well, well. What do we have here, boys?
The larger of the 3 steps forward. He steps into the ribbon of light coming from the street lamp. He's handsome, with a strong jaw and high cheekbones, but his eyes are cold, and the moment I look into them, I know this man is nothing but trouble.
Gaston!
Uncle Maurice stammers. I jerk my head toward my uncle. He knows these men?
What a surprise to find you out here on the street on this cold night, and not perched on your stool at the casino.
The man called Gaston says. He smirks, and an icy fear trickles down my spine. There is nothing good behind that smirk.
We're just on our way home,
my uncle says hurriedly.
And here I was thinking you were on your way to see me,
Gaston says, a menacing gleam in his cold eyes. I frown. Why would this man with cold black eyes and the energy of a cemetery at night expect a visit from my uncle? Uncle Maurice, what have you gotten yourself into?
I will come see you later,
Maurice stammers, unable to meet his eyes or mine. Fear curdles in my gut. I don't know who this Gaston person is, but he's making my uncle nervous. He doesn't know where to look or what to do with his hands. He tries to step around the man with the hollow cheeks, but Gaston puts his hand into his chest to stop him.
Not so quick, old man.
What do you want? I demand, not liking this situation one little bit. My instinct is screaming at me to get us away from this man and his scary friends. Gaston slowly turns his head, his expression full of menace as those dead eyes roll over my face.
And who might you be, pretty lady?
I feel my uncle tense beside me.
Now, she's no concern of yours, he says. I'm who you want to talk to. She has nothing to do with this.
Gaston throws him a dark scowl before bringing his attention back to me. He takes an intimidating step closer, but I stand my ground because I refuse to be intimidated by these thugs. I lift my chin. Leave us alone. Gaston looks amused. He glances over at the two men with him, and the three of them start to chuckle. But when he pulls his gaze back to me, the smile fades on his cruel, thin lips.
And who the fuck do we have here?
Not that it's any concern of yours, but I'm his niece, I say with more bravery than I have.
Well, Maurice, you never told me you had such a spectacular-looking niece.
I shift uncomfortably on my feet as his eyes unpeel layers of my clothing. He licks his lips like he wants to eat what he sees. He takes a step into my personal space and I freeze. He curls a lock of my blonde hair around his finger. I swat it away, but he grabs my chin, and an evil snarl turns his face from ugly to terrifying.
Listen to me, you little whore. Let the girl go.
A dark voice cracks into the cold night like a thunderclap. It comes from nowhere. A deep, masculine voice, one that commands total submission. An exhilarating thrill zips through me.
I said let her go.
The voice demands again, this time with more thunder and warning. Gaston releases his grip on my chin and turns to look over his shoulder. By the look on his face, he already knows who he is going to see before the giant steps out of the shadow and into the light of the street and... Oh my God. A soft gasp escapes past my parted lips as I take in the ginormous man appearing in front of me. He's easily 7 foot something with broad shoulders and a powerful body that could only be cut from slabs of muscle. Hair like a lion's mane falls past a face cast in shadow, but I can make out the strong jaw and high cheekbones and the slight cleft in his chin. It's not until he moves further into the light that I can see the twist of scars cut into his face. I can't see his eyes because they're cast in shadow, but I can feel his gaze. He's looking right at me. I struggle to swallow. This man is not just a man. He is something so much more.
This is none of your concern, Gaston says with warning in his tone. You need to stay out of my affairs. What you do in this town and who you do it with is my concern, especially if your affairs involve you putting your hands on a defenseless old man and a woman.
There is something in the giant's deep, rumbling voice that makes my body vibrate with an energy I've never felt before. It's like Gaston and his men have disappeared, and I'm seeing something that could only exist in my dreams. My gaze travels down his massive body. He wears black jeans and the largest pair of motorcycle boots I've ever seen. Beneath his open jacket, he wears a leather vest over a dark t-shirt. He's a biker. A giant one.
Mind your own business, beast,
Gaston warns. Beast. The name suits him.
I won't say it again.
Beast growls.
Let them pass. Or what? Do you really want to risk finding out?
I feel the giant's dark gaze like a warm caress on my skin. Something shimmers in the tight air between us. Something dark and delicious. Something dangerous. I shiver and swallow down the strange excitement I feel prickling beneath my skin.
Careful, beast. You wouldn't want to start something. Don't test me, Gaston. You're done here.
The man I now know as Beast turns to me and says,
Run home, Belle.
He doesn't need to tell me twice. I grab Uncle Maurice's hand and do as Beast says. We run, and we don't look back. We just keep running until we can't run anymore. We make it to Port Town, a safer neighborhood, where there is more light and less access to the tunnels beneath the town. A bus pulls up just ahead of us and we climb on, and I'm grateful for the coins in my pocket because they mean we can ride the rest of the way home in the safety of the bus. By the time we make it to our tiny apartment on La Prince Street, it's raining again. And as I lock the door behind me, it's then I realize the Beast called me by my name. Once inside our little house, I light a fire, then fix my uncle a bowl of the chicken noodle soup he loves. He's sitting by the fireplace in the old recliner chair when I take it to him. I need to talk to him about what just happened, but since we arrived home, he's withdrawn into his shell and isn't making any sense. He's getting worse. My heart aches for him. Once upon a time, he was a revered scientist and achieved many great things in his long and prestigious career. Now he disappears inside himself more and more every day. Some days are better than others. I hope tomorrow is a lucid day and we can talk, but for tonight I'll let him rest. While he enjoys his soup, I retreat to the cold kitchen and stare at the bills attached to the refrigerator. Electricity is past its due date, likewise with the water, and somehow we're a month behind in the mortgage. I stare out the massive window into the backyard and watch the torrential rain machine-gunning the concrete path with fat bursts of water. The encounter with Gaston has left me rattled, and a ghostly finger runs up my spine. I can still see the menace in his eyes, the way they had swept up and down my body, shamelessly undressing me. Just the thought of him makes my skin ripple with goosebumps and nausea curdle in my stomach. Oh, Uncle Maurice, what have you gotten us into? I whisper into the lonely kitchen. The night feels unsettled. Something tells me morning can't come quick enough.
Chapter 4. Beast. I steer my Harley toward the clubhouse. It's the old castle ruins on the hill that overlooks St. Boniface. It's raining now, and I'm soaking wet. But after my encounter with Gaston in town, I needed to write off my anger and fury. 30 minutes late, I pull into the garage beneath the clubhouse, which used to be a boat slip, and find Lars waiting for me. He greets me as I climb off my bike. Trust you to be late to your own goddamn inauguration celebration, he says. I've known Lars since we were kids. Basically, we're yin and yang. I'm a grumpy asshole with no patience, while he tends to find enjoyment in everything. They'll wait, I reply. I'm not one for parties, and the idea of my inauguration has been a thorn in my side for weeks. An inauguration celebration is a big deal, Beast. For everyone else, I grumble. I'm not big on being the center of attention, but tonight I will be the focus of every man and woman in the room, because I am officially accepting my role as president of the club. In Knight's tradition, when one president dies, his heir is expected to step into the role. 3 months ago, my father, Dodger, was the reigning president of the Knights of St. Boniface, until he mysteriously vanished. An investigation into his disappearance by both law enforcement and the club turned up nothing. until his bike was found at the base of the cliffs that run the length of St. Boniface a few weeks after he disappeared. 2 days later, his night's cut washed ashore. But there's been nothing since. It's like he's fallen off the fucking face of the earth. The police theorized he ran off the road and went over the cliff, and his body was washed out to sea. There was a 3-day sea and air search, but his body has never been found. In his absence, I stepped into the role as acting president. Then 3 days ago, I was officially announced as the new president of the Knights, much to my younger half-brother's disgust. He challenged my role, said he was Dodger's choice for president, but my brother didn't receive the support of the club, and he's been sulking ever since. I'm ready to be president. I was born for it. This club is in my veins, and I will bleed for it every single day to ensure it survives anything that threatens it. Like the Unhinged Psychos, a rival club from Bracken's Lot over in Chescabord County. Someone's in a bad mood, Lars drawls as we hastily make our way up the massive cobblestone stairwell leading inside the castle ruins. I'm always in a fucking bad mood, I remind him. True, but more so than usual. You know, we're going to a party and not a goddamn funeral. I ran into Gaston in town. He was trying to shake down an old man and his niece. Lars pulls a face. He can't stand Gaston. Not many people can. Why the fuck don't we throw that fuckwit out of the club? He's bad news, Beast. You know it, and I know it. Fuck, even Gaston knows it. And you know the reason why I can't. Like a lot of the men in the club, he needs time to adjust to Dodger's disappearance. Forgive me if I don't share your confidence in the little cunt. I know he is walking a thin line, I reassure him. Yeah, and as a prez, it's up to you to make an example out of those who don't work within the laws of our club. Lars is right, but I need to take my time. I need to consider how to handle Gaston and any other club brother who might test my patience and boundaries. But tonight is not the night. Tonight is for officially dedicating my life to my club as their president. I rip open the door leading into the clubhouse. Come on, let's get this the fuck over with. The moment I step into the clubhouse bar, it erupts with the sound of men cheering and banging their palms on the tables and bar tops. Every man who wears a Knights of St. Boniface cut is in the room, celebrating my official inauguration as president. At last you fucking show up to your own inauguration, Viking says as he shoves a beer into my hand. He's Lars's father and the club VP. I take the beer. Come on, let's get the official bullshit out of the way, and then let's party. A calmness settles over the room as I walk down a long carpeted aisle and take my place in an enormous wing-backed chair sitting at the far end of the room. It's a massive chair, leather-bound and gilded. Priest, one of the 7 legacy members, appears in front of me holding the medieval longsword, affectionately nicknamed the Sabertooth. Usually the antique sword lies on hooks in the old stone chapel on the property where we hold church. It's as old as the castle, and was found by one of the original members of the club when they moved into the ruins decades ago. Ever since then, it has been used to knight every brother into the club and announce every president as the reigning sovereign. Adam Vale, firstborn to Dodger Vale, do you accept your role as president of the Knights of St. Boniface Motorcycle Club? Yes, I say. Do you vow to serve your club as a good and wise president, who will take no bullshit and protect and serve those in the club and of the town of St. Boniface? I do, I say. Then with the power that is the religious pillar of this motorcycle club, I officially proclaim you as president. The room erupts with celebratory cheers and wolf whistles as my brothers celebrate their new prez. Now let's fucking party, Priest cries. Music bursts into the room as my brothers start the party that will rage well into the morning. The club girls come into the room, followed by the old ladies and girlfriends piling in behind them. Lars hooks his arm around my neck. Come on, Mr. President. Let's get fucked up. An hour later, I take a break from the festivities to sit at one of the tables. Viking joins me, bringing me another beer. So now that you're officially president, you know what comes next, he says, taking a seat next to me. Not this again, I groan. Can't I enjoy my night before worrying about it? One of the many problems of becoming president isn't the weight of responsibility that comes with ruling over a club. I've got big enough shoulders to carry them. No. The biggest fucking problem is the tradition of every president having to be married. From the beginning, the knights have known the value of a good old lady. She can make or break a president, and it is a rule that all unwed presidents must wed within the first 6 months of their inauguration, which doesn't bode well for me since I haven't indulged in a woman in years, let alone wanted one as my old lady. But it's tradition, and we uphold tradition like it's written in the Bible in this club. No time like the present, as they say. Take a look around the room. Do any of the beauties here tonight tickle your fancy? I don't need to find a wife tonight, Viking, I remind him. No, but do I need to remind you that you've only got 6 months to get it done? I want to tell him I want a wife as much as I want a hole in my head, but he's got a point. The clock is ticking rapidly toward the deadline for me to find a bride. I'm aware of my responsibilities, I mutter, taking a pull on my beer. You talk like a man who finds the idea of a wife a vile thing. I'll tell you now, son, there's nothing quite like a warm set of open arms waiting for you at the end of the day, especially for men like us. After the shit we see and the fucked up shit we have to do, take yourself a wife, fulfill your commitments, reign ruthlessly during the day, and refill the well by fucking your wife long and hard into the night. It's the only way to keep sane. I'd rather keep myself sane by sleeping alone and not having a woman to worry about. But Viking ignores me, just like he has all the other times he's brought it up. My wife has a niece, a lovely lass. No, I say firmly. No blind dates, no setups. I'll figure it out myself. Well, you'd better do it soon, son. If you don't fulfill your commitments, your position in the club could be challenged. I don't bother hiding my irritation. I'm well aware of my responsibility. I know I need a wife. But here's the fucking kicker. It has to be a genuine union. A president cannot enter a marriage of convenience. It has to be a true connection, one that shows unity and strength, or you guessed it, my presidency could be challenged. It's like a fucking curse. Lars falls into the chair beside me. So far tonight he's celebrated with a lot of wine, and his eyes are gleaming with trouble. He pats the front of my cut with the back of his hand. Sophia has brought her cousins tonight. 2 very excitable girls who would like to spend the night with the new president and his best friend. I follow his gaze to the 2 beauties watching us from across the room by the bar. Beautiful out-of-towners with luscious curves and eager smiles. Not tonight, I say. Lars looks disappointed. But don't let me stop you, I add. His eyes light up. I mean, if you insist. He's already risen to his feet and is walking away. I watch him move through the crowd and return to the two beauties, almost amused when he slumps his arms around both their shoulders and disappears into the night with them. I quietly observe the celebrations around me. It's what I do. Always the observer, never the participator. It wasn't always this way. I used to participate. I used to participate a lot. Absent-mindedly, I reach up and touch my face and feel the familiar raised skin of my scars. But that's not who I am anymore. The song pounding through the room changes to CCR's Tombstone Shadow. Everybody seems to be determined to have a wild, wonderful night, but I can't shake the feeling something isn't right. I cast my eye around the room. That's when I realize Gaston isn't here. I stop Bear as he walks past me. I reach out and grab his wrist. Where's Gaston? Where's my goddamn brother?
Chapter 5. Belle. I'm sound asleep when the hand slides over my chin and clamps down on my mouth. My eyes flick open and I see a pair of cold, dark eyes looking down at me. Gaston.
Wakey, wakey, princess.
My cry is strangled in the back of my throat as Gaston presses down harder on my mouth. He presses a finger across his thin, cruel lips to hush me.
It will only make things worse for you,
he says. Fear tunnels through me, but I manage to control my emotions. Men like Gaston want control, but I've learned if you let them think they have it, you can take it from them before they ever notice. He feels me relax and flashes me a chilling smile.
Good girl. Now I'm going to tell you what's going to happen, and you're going to listen to me real good. We're going out to the kitchen, and you're going to do exactly what I say, or I'm going to make sure whatever I decide to do with you really hurts. Do you understand me?
I nod against his hand.
Good. Now I'm going to remove my hand, but if you scream or call for help, I promise you, Belle, I will hurt you.
The moment his hand leaves my lips, I sit up and gasp for breath. But the respite is short-lived, because Gaston hauls me to my feet with a harsh yank. Pausing, his eyes sweep over my panties and tank top with lascivious joy. It's cold and my nipples are tight pebbles beneath the flimsy fabric. Feeling his gaze on them, I quickly wrap my arms around my chest, but he just scoffs and shoves me across my bedroom and through the doorway toward the little kitchen where two thugs have my uncle tied to a chair. Uncle Maurice, I cry. He's been badly beaten and bruised. Blood drips from his nose and mouth, and one eye is already swollen shut. But he still downplays the situation.
It's okay, child. Like I said earlier, it's just a misunderstanding. I'll sort this all out and...
Gaston's fist strikes him across the mouth, silencing him, and the second hits him in the temple, knocking him unconscious. My uncle's chin drops to his chest. No! I cry out, ignoring Gaston's warning to be quiet as I rush over to my uncle. I crouch at his feet. He's out cold. Outside, a crack of lightning lights up the night and then dies on the rumble of thunder. I stand and swing around to face Gaston. You animal! He's just a defenseless old man! Why did you do that to him? Across the room, Gaston smiles evilly.
You ask why? I ask why not?
He makes a point of slowly unbuttoning the cuffs of his shirt and pushing his sleeves up his pale forearms as he walks toward me. He's like a predator stalking his prey. When he reaches me, I slap him across the face and his head snaps to the side. Righting himself, he gives me a dark look and then punches me in the jaw, sending me to the floor. But he doesn't leave me there. Instead, he reaches down and hauls me to my feet and sends his fist into my stomach, exploding the air from my body and sending a violent pain throughout my abdomen. Seeing stars, I fall to the floor again and gasp for breath.
"Tonight is not your night, Belle,"
Gaston says, undoing his belt buckle. He nods to the two thugs who pull me to my feet. I flinch when he steps toward me, certain he is about to hit me again, but he doesn't punch. He grabs, and his fingers tighten around my chin as he holds my face close to his.
"See, I've got plans for you and me, and I'm afraid it's going to be a lot less enjoyable for you than it is for me."
He releases his grip on my jaw and pulls his belt through the loops of his dress pants and snaps it between his hands. The thugs shove me toward him, and he grabs me and forces me over the kitchen table. I fight him with everything I have, but he just laughs.
"That's it, baby. Fight me. It will make this so much sweeter."
He bends me over the kitchen table and presses my face to the tabletop, puts his hands on my hips. I tell him I will kill him for putting his hands on me. He laughs, and it's cold and evil. He reaches for a zipper, and my heart roars in my chest. He's going to rape me. But out of nowhere, a wild roar stops him. The kitchen window explodes as a giant male form crashes through it, sending glass through the room like an exploding confetti ball. Beast! Gaston yanks me upward and spins me around as the giant takes out the two thugs with ease. I see the flash of a blade, the men drop, and then the beast stalks toward us. Gaston throws me at him, and I hit the wall of muscle with a thud and fall to the floor, completely winded. It's too much for my body, and a crawling darkness creeps into my head. But it doesn't claim me right away. Before I see myself slipping beneath the black sea of nothingness, I watch the beast lift Gaston up by the throat and repeatedly smash his face into the brick wall until he is a limp and bloody mess. Beast drops him to the floor and crouches over him.
"Consider this me starting something."
As the last of my breath leaves me, the darkness finally takes me. Chapter 6. Belle. When I wake up, I'm on a bed somewhere, with a girl sitting next to me looking down at me. She has a blonde pixie cut and is wearing big gold hoops in her ears. Hi, I say with a wince, struggling to sit up. The girl leaps into action. Here, let me help you. She leans past me to rearrange my pillows, and I'm hit with a tantalizing scent of patchouli and ylang-ylang. She punches the pillows, then guides me down so I can settle against them. You got a nasty bump on your head when you collapsed, so you need to take it easy for a while. She's not lying. My head is pounding. I bring my hand to my forehead. That's when I realize I'm chained to the bed. My wrist is bound by an iron shackle and a heavy chain bolted to the floor. What the fuck? Oh, that's there for your own good. My own good? On account of your concussion. If you went wandering, you could get hurt. This place is big and there are lots of places you could disappear into. If you hurt yourself, it could take a while to find you. Surely a lock on the door would suffice. Beast said this was the best way, and we always do what Beast says. Dimples press into her cheeks when she smiles. Here, let me take care of those for you. She produces an intricate iron key from the tiny pair of shorts she's wearing and unlocks the shackle. It clicks and pops open. Thanks, I say, rubbing my wrist. She tucks the key back into her shorts and settles on the edge of the bed. My name is Maya. Belle. I know. You're the talk of the club since Beast brought you in. I'm in the clubhouse? Everyone in St. Boniface knows about the old ruins perched on the hill overlooking the town. It's where the Knights of St. Boniface Motorcycle Club live and run the town and surrounding counties. At night, You can look out your window from anywhere in town and see the glowing lights and the looming ruins. The castle is as old as the town. Built by a filthy rich founder back in the 17th century, it was abandoned and left to ruin when the Spanish flu swept through the town in the early 1900s and claimed the lives of almost everyone who resided there. Left to rot and ruin in the rain and sun, the Knights purchased it in a mysterious deal when the club emerged out of the shadows of World War I. What happened? I ask, rubbing my aching jaw. It feels like I was hit in the face by a sledgehammer. Beast didn't say much when he brought you here, but that's typical of our Prez. He doesn't say a lot. I frown, trying to peel back the layers of memory. The last thing I remember is Gaston and his men breaking into my house. I sit up with a rush. Uncle Maurice! My eyes start to Maya. Where is my uncle? She looks concerned and fear snowballs in my chest. I'm sorry, Belle. You'll have to speak to Beast about that. He didn't tell me. Then take me to Beast, I say, trying to climb off the bed. But a wave of nausea hits me and I have to steady myself against the dizziness that crashes into me. Maya grabs a glass of water from the bedside table. Here, drink this. I gulp down a mouthful before I realize it isn't normal water. It tastes of citrus and berries, with a hint of something earthy. It's delicious. What is this? It's Fantasia water. Sophia, one of the other club girls, makes it with fruit and herbs from the garden. Club girl? We look after the Knights. We keep it real around here, Belle. The Knights like to fuck, and we are here to fuck them. She smiles sweetly. But it's more than that. We're a family. I remember talk in town when I was growing up about the women who reside with the Knights, catering to their every need. Beautiful women who live in perpetual bliss as they are looked after and fucked by the legendary motorcycle men. They rarely come to town, which only fuels the rumors about them more. I need to find my uncle, I say, desperate for news of him. You'll need to wait until Beast comes back. Where is he? He is taking care of some business in town, but when he returns, he'll explain everything to you. Until then, you need to eat. Maya hands me a plate from the nightstand. On it is a delicious-looking sandwich. Roast beef, Swiss cheese, and mustard relish. I want to make some kind of stand and refuse the food and demand to be released. But I know Maya isn't going to let me go no matter how hard I demand it. Also, I'm starving, and that sandwich is begging to be eaten. I try not to give in, but then my stomach growls and I know I've lost the battle. I grab the sandwich and bite into it, and my eyes roll to the back of my head when the explosion of mustard relish and Swiss cheese hits my tongue. Oh my God, I moan around the mouthful of food. Maya giggles, and it's light and playful and makes me think of childhood summer days and swimming at the beach. A time when the only thing I had to worry about was sunburn and sand rash. There's plenty more where that came from, she says as she stands. Now, is there anything else I can get for you? I suppose a way out of the clubhouse is out of the question, I ask, finishing the first half of the sandwich. Maya smiles softly, empathizing with my situation. Please don't fret. You're safe. Nothing will happen to you here. I've been kidnapped by some giant man who has me shackled to a bed. Sorry to disappoint you, but every cell in my body is telling me to fret right now. I can't just accept this without question. Maya's smile fades. You must do as he says, she warns. I scoff, reaching for the glass of Fantasia water and take another mouthful. Seriously, it's the most incredible thing I've had in my mouth in a long time, even better than the sandwich. Do as he says? I shake my head and take another mouthful of water. Not a chance. Then things could get very complicated for you. She chooses her words carefully, and they send a shudder through me. But they're not spoken with warning, more regret than anything. She gives me a small, remorseful smile and then turns to leave. When she reaches the door, I call out to her. "Who is he, anyway?" "Your Prez." She turns back to look at me and mischief tugs at her lips. "Why, he's the beast, of course." When she closes the door, I hear the latch slide and know I am locked in. My nerves rattle. I've never done well with confined spaces, and knowing the door is locked and I have no way out brings on a surge of anxiety. Once upon a time, I asked my uncle why I feel trapped by locked doors. Was there something in my past? Was I traumatized by anything? But he just shook his head and told me that sometimes people develop these kinds of quirks. I guess he's right. My childhood was normal, apart from the loss of my parents. I let out a huff of breath. I suppose I could start banging on the door and demand to be set free, but I have a feeling that would be a waste of energy. And I need to play this smart. I need to pick my battles to win the war. For now, I will wait. So I reach for the second half of the sandwich and take a bite.
Chapter 7. Beast. The dungeon of the clubhouse is not a pleasurable place to visit. Lit only by lanterns, the windy corridors are bone cold and festering with rats squeaking and scurrying through the unforgiving chambers looking for food. Cobblestone walls drip with water, and the strong stench of blood and piss left over from the years when this dungeon was used to torture prisoners, long before the Knights of St. Boniface took over the castle, still permeates the air. Gaston is chained to the wall in one of the cells. Blood drips from his broken nose and the deep split in his lip. "You asshole," he seethes as I enter the cell. He spits blood onto the damp floor. "Let me out of these chains." I pace in front of him, considering what I'm going to do to him. In due course, his eyes track me. "You're upset about the girl." I stomp in front of him. "You were about to rape her." "So the fuck what?" I grab his face, barely containing my disgust. "Only assholes rape." Gaston snarls, baring his blood-coated teeth. "It was harmless fun." I don't think Belle or her uncle feel the same way. He rips his chin from my grasp and glares up at me. "What do you care about an old man and some slut?" I punch the brick wall beside his ear and he jumps. Pain explodes like a mushroom cloud in my knuckles, but eases quickly. "I warned you to stay away from them, but you waited until I was distracted so you could go back and finish what you started. Tell me I'm wrong." "He owes the club money." "And that entitles you to beat up the old man and rape the girl?" "At the very least," he snarls, "they're nobodies. I am a knight. We rule this town, these people. She should be grateful I'm willing to put my cock in her." I barely hold back from driving my fist into his face, and the only reason is because he's my brother. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" "Don't play all high and mighty with me. You saw her bent over that table. You saw how that luscious ass was begging to be pounded. Tell me it didn't make you hard. Rape isn't my thing. No, but fucking a sweet piece of ass is." He makes a point at looking at each one of the scars on my face and smirks. "Sorry, it used to be your thing. All that sweet pussy you used to indulge in, all the club whores who used to climb on your cock and bounce on your balls. It must be driving you crazy not to touch. A man can only go without for so long. Ignoring his taunt, I bring my face in close to his. She is off limits. He scoffs. No one is off limits to... His eyes flare and he starts to laugh. He starts to laugh real hard. Oh, that is beautiful. You like this girl. She means something to you. Oh, my brother, the born-again virgin has got himself a little crush. I grab his chin and squeeze. What are you up to, Gaston? Who were those assholes with you tonight? He smirks. Associates. I grit my teeth. That's not a fucking answer. Who the fuck are they? Gaston has always aligned himself with the type of scum who roam the abandoned rail tunnels beneath the town. The drug dealers and pimps who prey on the naive and the weak. They're my drinking buddies, he says, his black eyes gleaming. He chuckles. Were my drinking buddies, thanks to you. Now I suppose I'll need to find new ones. I'm sure there's no shortage of scum for you to choose from. Or maybe I'll look up an old friend, one with big blue eyes and long blonde hair and an ass that begs to be fucked. He's taunting me because my dumbass brother doesn't know when to quit. I get right in his face. Have you forgotten who I am? How can I forget? His lip curls. My brother, the president. That's right. I am the goddamn president of this club. And the only reason you're not festering in the bottom of the well is because you are my brother. The well is where a lot of our rivals have met their fate. No one survives the fall into the dark pit. He scoffs. I'd like to see someone try. Stupid motherfucker doesn't know when to shut the fuck up. I wrap my hand around his throat. Don't tempt me. Gaston likes to hang out in the seedy bars, with people who live in the shadows, doing things that don't belong in the light. He likes his violent delights and lewd deeds. Everyone knew there was something not right with him when he was just a boy. The way he'd grin with evil delight when he lasered insects with a magnifying glass in sunlight. The way he'd pull the heads off the crawdads in the pond on the far side of the clubhouse property. I believed making him a soldier for the Knights would give him a sense of purpose with the club. Instead, it only increased the envious disdain he's held for the club and me since I was announced as the next president. It's getting harder to control him, and it's only going to end badly. For whom? I'm not sure. Tonight was the last straw. I grabbed the patch on the front of his cut that reads soldier and rip it off. You son of a bitch, he seethes. You're taking my position in the club away from me? No. I pull my knife from the sheath on my belt and slice it through his leather cut. The vest falls away. I'm taking the club from you. Gaston lets out a wild growl. You're banishing me because I put my hands on a nobody slut. You're choosing her over me, your own goddamn brother. You brought this on yourself. I resheathe my knife. The Knights don't rape. You can't do this to me. I just did. So what now? You're gonna leave me chained to the wall? No. I'm throwing you out of the clubhouse. I release the lock on his shackles and lean in real close so we're eye level and he can see how serious I am. And you should be thankful that's all I'm doing to you. There's a special place in hell for you, Gaston, and I'm not afraid to send you there sooner rather than later. He snarls at me. All of this because of her? Yes. I'm giving you a chance to keep breathing. I suggest you don't waste it. It's time for you to get the fuck out of here. And go where? He asks, rubbing his wrists. I'm sure you know plenty of dark little holes you can crawl into. My gaze meets his. Maybe one of your associates will help you. His eyes narrow to slits. You will pay for this. I step forward, towering over him. I've been paying since the day you were born. He scoffs, but his bravado is short-lived when he realizes I am serious. He's done with the club. He is now a nameless man. Men who have betrayed the club and whose names are never mentioned in the halls of the clubhouse again. The only time their name can be spoken is in church. Fine, I'll get my things. I push a hand into his chest to stop him. Well, send your things. You're not letting me into my home? This isn't your home. The muscles in his hollow cheeks tighten. My brother wants to murder me. It's written all over his face. Dodger would hate this, he says. No, I glare at him. He'd do exactly the same. Gaston tilts his head. His eyes are gleaming. Well, we won't ever know about that since he disappeared now, will we? The way he says it, like he's suggesting something, know something. You got something to say about Dodger's disappearance? Do you? His eyes bulge when I grab him by the throat and squeeze my fingers around his windpipe. You suggesting I know something? His face turning red, he tries to slap my hands away, but he's no match for me, and I have half a mind to keep squeezing until there is no life left in him. But that tiny morsel of humanity left in me reminds me he's my brother, and I let him go. He falls against the stone wall, coughing and spluttering as he tries to regain his breath. Get the fuck out of my clubhouse, I growl. Gaston snarls and sniffs, then spits blood at my feet. This is my home. Not anymore. Gaston's gaze is full of murder. He wants to beat the life out of me. The desire burns like dark fire in his eyes. But he's not willing to pick that fight, not yet. I won't forget this. Keep looking over your shoulder, beast, because one day I'll be there, and I will have my revenge. That's something a coward would say. I take a step backward and open my arms wide. Why wait? Take your best shot here and now. Do it. He's tempted, but also a little afraid. I'm no match for you, he admits. I smirk. No, you're not. Just remember that. Hate is bright in his expression, and the silence between us is tight. When I don't say anything, he turns and disappears down the tunnel, leading out to the cliff face. Minutes later, his haunting voice echoes back through the tunnel. Goodbye, brother. But we both know this isn't goodbye. Not by a long shot. Chapter 8. Beast. It's done, I say to the 13 men sitting around the carved wooden table in church. A warning has been sent to anyone who thinks trafficking girls and women in St. Boniface is a sensible business decision. A murmur of agreement ripples around the table. I think of the piece of shit I left dead and carved up on the railway tracks. The knights don't take kindly to anyone coming into our town and ruining the lives of the townfolk. Even though the opinion of the townfolk may be divided about us. Some fear us, some revere us, while some outright hate us. But regardless of our haters, the knights have always been the caretakers of this town and always will be. Much to the disgust of our mayor. He's one of our biggest haters. An ambitious suit who wants to bring more money into St. Boniface via development. Unfortunately for him, we block any development where we can. St. Boniface doesn't need the kind of changes developments will bring to a town that has been famous for its quiet historic streets and sleepy coastal vibe for more than 100 years. We'll keep an eye on the situation, but I think we made our point, I say. You think those fuckers have anything to do with Dodger's death? Axe asks. Disappearance, Viking reminds him with a dark growl. We don't know he's dead. Lars looks at his father. His bike was found at the bottom of the cliffs. His cut has washed up. He's dead. Viking looks unconvinced. He's the only man in this room who thinks there's still a chance Dodger will show up one day. He folds his big arms across his chest. I still don't believe it. Because you don't want to. But this club was Dodger's life, old man. He wouldn't stay away by choice. Viking's fist meets the table beneath it with a bang. Then why don't we know what happened to him? Bram has hacked into every damn street camera from the night he disappeared, and we still don't know a goddamn thing. Viking has a point, Gambit says. In light of what has just happened with Gaston, is it possible he had something to do with Dodger's death? Disappearance, Viking rumbles. It's very possible. Because my brother is as unpredictable as my father was, and everyone in this room knows it. There is nothing to suggest he was even with him the night Dodger disappeared, I say. Law enforcement believes he rode off the cliff. Perhaps it's time we do too. Fuck the cops! Viking crosses his arms again, his face twisted into a scowl. Someone knows what happened that night. And if they do, then we'll find them, I reassure him. But until then, we need to keep moving ahead. Lars leans forward and rests his inked forearms on the table. And what about Gaston? The club knows what he did. Knows he broke the code we live by, and not one of them was surprised. I didn't need their vote to throw him out of the club. But even if I did, not one man would object. He is now a nameless man. Let's not talk of him and what he did. His name is not to be spoken in this clubhouse. I remove a baggie from the breast pocket of my leather coat and throw it on the table. Inside is a yellow-white powder. On the outside is a logo of a skull and crossbones, with a bulging eye protruding out of one of the eye sockets. It's the Fantasia logo, our Fantasia logo, but what is inside the bag is definitely not our product. What is this? Viking asks. One of our patrols picked it up from an overdose they came across in Devil's Kitchen last night. It's a Fantasia knockoff. The mood in the room changes. Fantasia is our largest trade. The only true Fantasia berries are grown on clubhouse grounds. Eaten fresh, they taste like a sweet berry. Added to drinks, they make the flavor out of this world. Dried and ground up into a powder, they can get you higher than cocaine and give you a better orgasm than ecstasy. It's also not addictive, which makes it more appealing than narcotics and alcohol. For more than 100 years, the Knights have sold Fantasia exclusively. The formula is a carefully guarded trade secret. Only a sworn Knight's alchemist and the president know the recipe, and it's a recipe that hasn't changed since the beginning. Decades ago, a rival gang saw the potential in the trade and decided to move in on our territory. Coke was too hard to get, and the Fantasia berry grew wild throughout St. Boniface, so this rival gang brought war to our doorstep by trying to take over our trade. After we decimated them, our alchemist at the time wanted to ensure nobody else could produce true Fantasia except for the Knights, and so he spread a virus through every plant that grew outside of the clubhouse grounds. The virus destroyed the DNA structure, so no one could replicate the effects of pure Fantasia. It's kept our recipe pure in the decades since. The logo on the front of the baggie tells me someone has either reused the bag, or someone is synthetically creating their own Fantasia, and it's deadly. Our patrols haven't seen anyone dealing, Lars tells the men in the room. Which means they've missed them, I add. Someone is feeding this shit to our townspeople. Lars brings his bright blue gaze to me. I've increased patrols, and we won't stop until we find the dealers. Lars is the club enforcer and a damn good one. Bear picks up the baggie and holds it up to inspect it. It's yellow, he says with a look of disgust. And it's deadly, I add. Do we know what effects it brings on? Ryder asks. I'll have Opie test it. In charge of overseeing our Fantasia operation, Opie is an experienced chemist and will be able to pull this fake shit apart so we have a better understanding of what we're dealing with. This has got the psychos written all over it, says Gambit, our head of clubhouse security. That's what I was thinking. I agree. They've been wanting into our trade for years, and this is it. But we can't be sure it's synthetic Fantasia or the psychos, Axe says. My gut tells me it is, but you're right. Before we act, we need to know who, what, where, and how. I turn to Bram, our tech wizard. I want you to hack into town surveillance. If the psychos are bringing this into our town, it will be on there somewhere. Bram nods. It will take some time, but time well spent. It's a long shot, Axe says. They aren't ghosts. If there's something to find, Bram will find it, and when he does, we'll stop it before more people start dying. How many deaths so far? Bear asks. For now, this is the only one we know about. It could be some college kid picking up bad dope while partying out of town and bringing it back here, Bear adds. It might be. Let's hope it is, and it's not the psychos bringing their venom into our town. And if it is the psychos, asks Viking, then we destroy their operations. Another murmur of agreement ripples through the room. No one comes into our town and peddles shit under our noses, and we're going to make sure they hear the message loud and clear. And with that, I slam down the gavel and bring church to an end.
Chapter 9. Belle. Hours pass before Beast reappears, and by now my anger has long surpassed my fear and grief, and I am ready to kill the man who saved me. When the door opens and his big body fills the doorway, I give him my best right hook and land my knuckles into the sharp contour of his jaw. Pain ricochets across my bones and shoots up my arm. God damn it! I step back, clutching my fist. It feels broken. Beast simply raises an eyebrow at me.
Got that out of your system?
I shake my hand to release the glowing pain in my knuckles. Who the hell do you think you are? I demand. He walks deeper into the room and turns around to face me.
I'm the guy who pulled you out of Gaston's hands and saved your ass from the unthinkable things he was going to do to you.
Dread spreads through my chest at the memory of Gaston's hands on me. I swallow, my throat thick with fear as I recall the vile scent of his body as he pushed me over the table. But I shove the memory away. Uncle Maurice needs me to stay strong and focused if I'm to get us out of this mess. Where is my uncle? I demand. What have you done with him?
He is safe.
Relief rushes through me. He is? Beast could be lying. Although I get the feeling he isn't. I mean, I don't know this guy from a bar of soap, but there's something in his gruff demeanor that makes me believe him.
Yes,
Beast says. Will you take me to him?
In due course.
When?
You ask a lot of questions.
I cross my arms and glare at him. Of course I do, asshole. Wouldn't you in my situation? He glares back at me, and then grunts. Did he just agree with me? I want to yell and demand more information, but I have a feeling it will be a waste of my energy. Beast isn't going to give me anything if he knows I really want it. He'll use that kind of information as a card up his sleeve, something to barter for my submission, no doubt.
I've had time to think,
he says. How keeping me a prisoner is a felony that comes with lengthy jail time? He ignores me.
about what I'm going to do with you.
Does it involve showing me the front door and sending me on my merry way? He ignores me.
You have a debt to repay, and I've decided on a repayment.
What debt?
Your uncle borrowed money from this club.
I let my arms fall to my side and take a giant step away from him. You're lying. With a grunt, he removes a folded letter from the breast pocket of his leather cut and hands it to me.
He borrowed $25,000.
I hold the contract with a shaky hand, and the letters swirl across the paper as nausea sweeps through me. $25,000. This can't be, I whisper.
He signed it.
Beast isn't lying. At the bottom of the page is my uncle's distinctive signature. $25,000. This can't be happening. I knew Uncle Maurice's gambling had gotten bad, but I had no idea he had borrowed money to feed his addiction. I suddenly feel dizzy. I think I'm going to be sick. Beast doesn't move, doesn't show any compassion. Instead, he charges forward with laying down the law. His law.
You will be my wife.
He says it so matter-of-factly, at first I think I misheard him. Excuse me?
You will be my wife.
His words sink in, and my mouth drops open. I will not, I finally snap. But he ignores me.
You will be my wife. In return, the debt will be repaid, and you will want for nothing. You can spend your days how you please, but at night, you will return to my room and sleep there.
His dark eyes find mine.
With me.
I stare at him, absolutely dumbfounded. Are you insane? I feel like I'm stuck in a weird dream, and any minute I'm going to wake up in my bed back at the little house on La Prince Street and realize I'm late for work. You must be crazy if you think I'll do any of that. You're barking up the wrong tree, mister. I'm not doing shit around here. I won't marry you, and I most certainly won't be sleeping next to you. What is this, the Middle Ages? I know we're in a castle and everything is all very medieval-ish, but this is the 21st century, and I am not doing one more thing until I know where my uncle is. Got it? I cross my arms to drive home the point. Beast barely contains his patience. His big hands flex open and closed at his sides, like he's just restraining himself from locking those big fingers around my throat and throttling me, or at the very least, smothering his palm across my face so I stop talking. A shiver trickles down my spine. This man could crush me like a pea with one swing of his fist.
Look around you. Does it look like you have a choice?
He leans closer.
You have nowhere to run, little one.
I glance around. He's right. My options are very limited, but it doesn't mean I won't try to fight my way out of this. My feet move without me even thinking about trying to escape. 1 minute I'm standing there, the next I'm running for the door. Unfortunately, Beast reaches it before me, and with a growl he lifts me up and throws me over his shoulder and stomps out of the room. His boots are heavy against the stone floor as he carries me down a long hallway and across a vast cobblestone foyer leading to a winding stone staircase. Put me down! My voice echoes through the cavernous chambers leading off the foyer. Put me down now! But Beast ignores me and keeps stomping up the stairs. God damn you! I yell. Somebody help me! Please! But there is nobody around to help me, or if there is, they're not brave enough to stop this from happening. At the top of the sweeping staircase, he turns right and walks a few more yards before he stops in front of a large wooden door. He opens it and steps us inside before kicking the door closed behind him. He puts me down, and my instincts take over. I kick him in the shin, but he barely reacts, so I shove him in the chest and start beating him with my fists. Almost effortlessly, he holds me at arm's length until I calm down.
"You need to understand what is happening,"
he says, his voice deep and low.
"Your uncle owes me and my club a great deal of money."
I attempt to make another break for it, but he's too quick for me and catches me around the waist. His arm is impossibly strong and thick with muscle, his body a solid wall against me. I am no match for his strength. He lifts me up and hauls me across the room toward the bed.
"Fighting me will only make this worse. For you."
I kick and I scream, but he effortlessly controls me as if I am nothing more than a tiny mouse.
"Not to mention an exhausting exercise for the both of us,"
he growls. He throws me onto the ginormous four-post bed, his muscular body covering mine as he ties my wrist to the bed head with a golden rope from the curtains. My pulse rages in my neck. The heat in his eyes sears my skin like a burning hot caress. "Let me go, you psychopath!" I grit my teeth and tug on the ties binding me. "Untie me, or I swear to God—"
"Or what?"
He hovers above me, pushed up on his big arms, his long hair caressing my skin as he stares down at me. His gaze skims over the small rose tattoo on the inside of my wrist, and amusement tugs at his full lips.
"Tell me, little one, what terrible fate awaits me?"
My heart pounding, I look up at him. "What are you going to do to me?" When he doesn't answer, my anger bubbles to the surface. "Answer me, you son of a bitch! What the fuck are you going to do to me?"
"You talk a lot."
I glare up at him. Gee, I guess that's what I do when I get kidnapped by a giant man-beast who holds me captive in a castle to be babysat by a goddamn club girl, I yell. His eyebrows lift.
"I haven't kidnapped you. In case you didn't notice, I saved your ass."
"And brought me here and kept me locked up." My eyes hold his. "And now you have me tied to your bed."
"This is not my bed. This is a guest room, and is where you'll stay until I say otherwise."
"I will do no such thing."
"Why do you fight me when you know you can't win?"
"Because you're making me do something I don't want to do, and don't get me started on how you manhandle me like a brute."
"Because you refuse to listen to reason."
"Reason? You consider this reasonable behavior?"
"When it's saving your life, yes."
He brings his face closer.
"And just so we're clear, when you talk about the club girls, you will speak with respect, just as everyone in our clubhouse is expected to."
For a second, I see a hint of gentleness in his eyes, but one blink and it's gone. "Let me go," I plead.
"This is how it's going to be, Belle. You need to make peace with it now."
I swallow thickly. "Are you going to hurt me?" He tilts his head as his eyes roam my face, and I'm so acutely aware of his warmth engulfing me.
"You're afraid of me,"
he says. "Yes." I can barely breathe because of the way he is looking at me. The full lips, the dark eyes, the menacing attractiveness of his scars.
"You don't need to be, if you do as you're told,"
says the serial killer right before he makes a lampshade out of your skin, I say without blinking. He looks confused. I confuse him. And it's about the only thing I have going for me right now. He straightens.
"Now have you calmed down?"
I glare at him. I want to tell him to go to hell, but I know it won't win me any favors. Nor will it get me anywhere with this asshole. I grit my teeth. "Yes."
"Thank God for small mercies,"
he grumbles. I narrow my eyes and study the man who is keeping me prisoner. If you gave me 2 words to describe him, they would be ruggedly hot. Oh, wait, let's make it 3 words. Ruggedly hot asshole. And he's big. I know I've mentioned it before, but he's so massive it warrants mentioning it again. He's also a grumpy jerk who doesn't respond well to being challenged. And I realize now I will need to change tactics to get what I want, which is to find my uncle and get the hell out of this castle. He comes back to the bed and releases the ties from my wrists. Thank you, I manage. My voice is small. He looms over me, looking down at me, and I feel tiny in comparison to his size. I hold my breath, waiting for what other crazy demands he is going to lay on me.
We will talk in the morning,
he says.
Until then, get some sleep.
That's it? You're just going to dump all of this on me and then leave me here to stew?
What would you have me do?
He arches an eyebrow. Then very slowly, his gaze sweeps over me and I feel my body begin to burn beneath it. Tiny throbs take up at my core because the heat in his gaze is positively nuclear. I shift awkwardly, mainly in an attempt to calm the throbs, but also because I feel very exposed and vulnerable and like prey. I hope you're ready for a fight, I blurt out. His eyes lock to mine.
Fight me, and this will be much worse for you.
You might have me at a disadvantage, but I will not make it easy for you. He takes a menacing step toward me.
Then this is going to be even less pleasant.
I see a flash of menace in his eyes, feel his dark power radiating off him. Fear twists in my chest. This man could kill me with his bare hands and not even break a sweat. I shrink back but keep my stare locked on his. I might be afraid, but I'll be damned if I let him see it. A cold smirk curls on his lips as he turns and makes his way to the door.
Get some sleep. You're going to need it.
I watch him leave, then leap off the bed to check the door behind him. Of course it's locked. A flash of lightning cracks into the room. I walk to the window and look out into the darkness. It is raining again. At least in here I am safe and dry, even if I'm being held captive.
Chapter 10. Beast. After my visit with Belle, I returned to my room. Outside it's still raining, ribbons of water teeming from an angry sky. It's bone cold, a hint of a fierce winter to come. But inside the room, made of limestone and slate, a fire roars in the massive fireplace beside me. In a tall leather-bound chair, I drink whiskey from the bottle and stare into the flames, recalling the events of the day. Gaston and I have never been close. He's resented me for as long as I can remember. He was a sickly child, quiet and odd, with a voracious attraction to dark things, death, murder, keeping dead things in his room, like the hamster our father gave him for his 10th birthday. When it was killed by Viking's dog Brutus, he kept its corpse in his room until housekeeping complained about the smell to my father and he disposed of it himself. But more animals followed. Birds, squirrels, rats. I let out a rough exhale. He was born bad, and he will die bad. A cold draft blows in and the candles dance in the wind. I rise to my feet and walk over to the fireplace. I look into the enormous gilded mirror above it and see the violence all over my face. The puckered skin, the healed gouges, the pink lines crisscrossing along my skin, echoes of the blade that created them. The person who did them was right-handed and favored the left side of my face with their blade. I turn away from my reflection. As a rule, I don't look at it often. It took a long time, but I'm used to my scars. but for others they take some getting used to. Even the club girls were afraid of me when we first met. But they're family now, and it's as if my scars are invisible and inconsequential to them. But strangers, no, that's a different story. When they first see me, they recoil quicker than a snake charmer from a cobra strike. Yet, Belle didn't. When I stepped out of the shadows and into the lamplight, the golden-haired beauty didn't step back in horror. Her eyes didn't fill with fear. Instead, something strange and unusual passed between us. Her eyes had widened just a little. Then her plump lips had parted with a silent gasp, and my heart had pounded violently with an unexpected longing in my chest. A longing to taste those lips, to feel the silkiness of them on mine. Even now my body tightens at the memory, but before I entertain it, I shove it into the dark recess of my mind where all the dead dreams live. Dreams of true love, dreams of the fairy tale ending, because fairy tales aren't real. The rattle of glass in the window draws my attention away, and I glance around the room. I never moved into the presidential room that all the presidents have slept in before me. After Dodger's disappearance, I didn't want any part of being around his things, let alone sleep in the bed he slept in. This is the room I've had since birth. The same room where Guinevere succumbed to her hatred and broken heart and took her vengeance out on me. What she did that night set the course for a very different future for me. She took my face from me and my fiancé. But most of all, she took my arrogance and self-absorption and left a very different man in his wake. I stay in this room because the gruesome reminder of that night keeps me on the right path. And I know I'm on the right path. I knew that the moment I saw Belle. A knock sounds at my door. "Come in," I say, taking another pull from the whiskey bottle. Maya appears in the doorway, dressed in nothing but a see-through cami, showing off her spectacular naked body underneath. She's carrying a bottle of cognac and a glass on a tray. "I thought you might need this," she says as she places the tray on the table, taking particular care to bend just enough so the cami rides up her hips and exposes her sweet, shaven pussy. She comes over to me, stands close enough to run her hand up my chest. "You look stressed. Let me take care of you tonight." Maya's soft and gentle, and she likes to nurture. She also likes to fuck hard, according to my club brothers. I could bend her over my bed, part her thighs, and slide deep into her warm pussy. I could grab her hips and fuck her until she whimpers and shakes with pleasure and pain. My body is willing. Jesus, my body is begging for it. And my cock has been hard ever since I lifted Bella over my shoulder and took her to her room. But I don't indulge in the club girls because the guilt of my past still lingers in my blood, and I have no desire to be the reckless man I once was. Yet when I think about Belle and how she looked tied to the bed, a new wave of heat rushes through me like wildfire. It's been a long time since I've touched a woman in the way I want to touch Belle. God, I ache to climb over her and blanket her with my sighs, and watch her beautiful face when I push deep and slow into her sweet pussy. Darkness sweeps through me, and I move away from Maya to pour a glass of cognac. She won't take it personally. She knows the drill, all the girls do, but it doesn't stop her from trying one last time. Her smile is nurturing, and I appreciate it, even if I can't show it. "Are you sure you wouldn't like some relief tonight?" "Not tonight." "Okay, well, you know where I am if you need anything." She walks over to me, stands on her tiptoes, and presses a sweet kiss to my cheek. "Good night, beast. Sweet dreams." When she leaves, I drain the glass of cognac and force myself to go to bed alone. In the darkness, I let my hand crawl around my aching cock and start to bump. I want the distraction, because the last thing I need is be tempted by the woman lying inside the locked room down the hall.
Chapter 11. Belle. I wake up the next day to find my bedroom door still locked. I don't know why I thought it wouldn't be. Beast knows I don't want to marry him, and he thinks I'll run away or at least try to escape. Which in this case, he'd be right. Because the moment the opportunity presents itself, I'm out of here. I'm going to find my uncle and get us the hell away from this town and this motorcycle club. My heart aches at the thought of my uncle. What did Beast do with him? Did he help him? Or did he leave him tied to the chair, beaten and dying? No, Beast wouldn't do that. Surely. I fight the onset of tears. My uncle is all I've got in this world. I draw my knees to my chest and watch the sunrise from my bedroom window and try to find the silver lining in my situation. Across the lawn is an old stone chapel. Beyond that, below the hill, St. Boniface comes alive in the golden pink rays of dawn. Streetlights turn off, and cobblestone streets gleam in the early morning light. People go about their lives, driving into the city to their jobs. Children go to school. Husbands and wives go about their day. Life goes on. But for me, I'm stuck here in an impossible situation. I didn't sleep well last night. My dreams were fractured. I was haunted by images of Gaston's ugly, hollow face. I could smell him, hear him, feel the cold, hard sting of his palm against my skin, felt him rip open my underwear, felt his rough hands violating me. But when I sat up with a rush, the first thing I felt wasn't fear. It was relief. I am safe here. Which is a ridiculous thing to think, because my instincts are good, and I have a feeling I'm not safe anywhere. Hearing voices outside, I climb off the bed and cross the room to the window. On the lawn below, 3 bikers are standing around a wood-chopping stump, while another brings the axe down on a log. Except he misses, and the 3 bikers watching him start to laugh. He's young, maybe college age, not as confident as the older ones, but trying to be. He misses again, and his cheeks redden when the other bikers laugh at him. But the bikers stop laughing when Beast appears. I watch as he saunters toward them. The younger biker attempts to break the log, but his cheeks flame with embarrassment when he strikes at the log and misses again. One of the older bikers says something, and his 2 friends burst into laughter. I open the window so I can hear what they are saying.
I remember a time when you couldn't even lift this axe,
Beast says to him, which shuts him up. Unable to look away, I watch as Beast takes the axe from the younger biker and begins to show him how to do it. With barely any effort, he brings the axe down on the log and it explodes into pieces. He loads up another log and slams the axe into it, and it too explodes. He does it again and again and again, until the morning sun is too warm and he pauses. He leans the axe against the stump and reaches for the hem of his t-shirt and lifts it over his head, and holy Mother of God, what am I looking at? I've seen men's bodies before, but nothing like what I am looking at now. Beast is huge, and damn, is that an 8-pack? He lifts up the axe again and brings it down on another log. I want to look away, but a shirtless Beast swinging an axe and splintering the thick logs like they're matchsticks is like drinking a tall glass of cold water on a hot day. My gaze trails the length of his shirtless torso, across the thick slabs of pectoral muscles and down the deep crevices of his 8-pack, farther down, to the deep V disappearing beneath his jeans. I lick my lips. Thick arms gleam with sweat as he brings the axe down on one log after another. He grunts as he pounds the steel blade of the axe into the wood, and my mind starts to wander, and goosebumps spread across my skin when I imagine the sounds he makes when he pounds into... Oh, for fuck's sake, Belle, get a grip. This man is keeping you prisoner and forcing you to marry him. But even that isn't enough to dampen the heat stirring in my core. Jeez, I really need to get laid. I steal one last look at him. He's about to swing the axe, but before he does, he stops and looks up at the window, and his gaze lands right on me. Mortified I've been caught staring at him, I drop down to the floor and pray it opens up and sucks me down to a brand new hell, far, far away from this one. The bedroom door opens, and Maya breezes in carrying a breakfast tray. "Morning, Belle. Oh, my goodness, what are you doing on the floor?" I quickly scramble to my feet. Stupid kidnapper. Once I smell the coffee, my spirits instantly lift. "I hope you're hungry," Maya says, sweeping across the room like Tinkerbell. "I didn't know what you like, so I brought you toast with jam, some waffles Mrs. V prepared especially for you, and a fresh pot of coffee." "Mrs. who?" "Mrs. V is the clubhouse cook. The best cook in the world, if you ask me." She places the tray on the bed in front of me and stands back with a big smile on her sweet face. "Are you feeling happier today?" Honestly, it's hard to hate on someone who is pure sunshine, even if the circumstance warrants it. Still, I have to remember that I am being held here against my will and at least try to show some resistance. I look from the tray back to her. "Do you really think I can be bribed into submission with a tray of food when I've been kidnapped and held prisoner?" Maya's bright smile fades. "I thought you might be hungry." Her brow wrinkles and her big eyes fill with sadness, and I feel like I've just run over a unicorn. And just like that, the fight goes out of me. For now, at least. "Sorry, I don't mean to take it out on you." I give her an apologetic smile because, damn, hurting Maya feels rough. "If I'm honest, you had me at coffee." I reach for the coffee pot and pour myself a big, fat cup. Note to self, don't crush Tinkerbell. Relieved, Maya smiles, and everything feels right in the world again. No dead unicorns. No crushed Tinkerbell. Just me, still being kidnapped. "I brought you some clothes, too," Maya says, as she untwists the carry bag hanging off her wrist. "You're about the same size as me, so I brought you some jeans and shirts. There's brand new underwear in there, too, and some toiletries." "Thank you," I say, accepting the bag and putting it beside me on the bed so I can start devouring Mrs. V's waffles. She just might be the best cook in the world, like Maya said. My God, these waffles are divine. Giggling, Maya slides onto the edge of the bed and tucks one leg under the other. Today, she's wearing knee-high black boots, tiny white shorts, and a Led Zeppelin band shirt tied beneath her boobs. A diamond stud winks at me from her belly button ring. "Beast is coming to see you later today." "Later today? You mean I have to sit around and wait for His Majesty to bestow me with his presence?" Maya looks empathetic. "He's the club president. There is a lot he has to take care of. Then perhaps he shouldn't have kidnapped me if he's so busy. Although, maybe this is the chance for me to learn more about my enemy before our meeting." "So tell me about him," I say, shoveling in another mouthful of waffles and syrup. "What do you want to know?" What his weak points are, what buttons to push, the list is endless. Why does he want a wife? Her eyes widen, and she looks around as if we're being watched. "If a president is unwed at the time of being voted in, then he needs to be married within 6 months. You mean to tell me this beast guy is serious about me marrying him? He could lose his position in the club if he doesn't uphold tradition. Why not marry someone who wants to be the president's wife? He's a hot guy for a kidnapper. Surely there are women who would be happy to marry him. Oh, there would be. Lots of club girls would kill for the opportunity, not to mention the outsider women who hang around, wanting to get close to a knight. Then why me? He wants a marriage of convenience, not one that involves feelings. Marrying a club girl or an outsider would only confuse the situation. Maya seems to know a lot about him. You two are close? He is my prez, but he is also my friend. Do you and he... I don't know how to ask, but thankfully Maya understands. Never. He doesn't indulge in the club girls, or anyone, for that matter. Since when? I ask, trying to learn more about the man I'm meant to marry. Since as long as I can remember, and I've been here for almost 5 years. And you've never seen him with a woman? Never. Maybe he has a girlfriend in town. There's been rumors lately because he's been disappearing every night for a few hours. Whispers suggest he has someone in town, but I don't know if he has or not. I doubt it. Why? He has a complicated past that stops him. I spoon in another mouthful of waffles. Then where has he been disappearing to every night if he isn't visiting with a girlfriend? She shrugs. He hasn't said. If I didn't know about his past, then I think he'd met someone, because every night he rides off in his Harley and doesn't return for a couple of hours, but it's very unlikely. I pick a strawberry off the plate and bite into it. Go on. It's not my story to tell. I'll let him tell you when he's ready. Fair enough, although I am intrigued as to what a complicated past means. And he's never been with a single woman since you've been here? I don't know why I'm interested, but here I am, asking away like I haven't been taken against my will. She shakes her head. No. I can't hide my surprise. Surely a virile man like him would have needs. I mean, how long can that last? I visited him last night, she says. I offered to take care of him. I pause mid-chew. You did? I adore Beast, and so I always make myself available to assist with certain needs. She shrugs. If I can help make him feel better, then I will. You like him? Not like that. Beast isn't for me in that way, but he's a friend. But not a friend with benefits. I don't know why I want her to confirm it again. No, he doesn't want that from me. She doesn't say it with any remorse or disappointment, just fact. And it makes me wonder. Is there someone else you are interested in? I ask her, returning my attention to the waffles. No one special. I like the freedom of being a club girl and not an old lady. Old lady? A wife. You're not interested in marriage, then? Her eyes widen. Oh, God, no. Same, girl. Same. Maya leans in. Beast trusts me. That's why I'm helping him with you. I'm the only one who knows this marriage isn't real. If anyone else catches on, then Beast's position as president could be challenged. The sudden realization that this isn't some prank and I might actually have to marry Beast overwhelms me, and I put down my fork. I don't want to marry him. But you have to. I look at the sweet girl with the short blonde pixie cut and dimples and have to remind myself that we're not friends, that she's helping my kidnapper keep me prisoner. So it would be pointless asking you to help me escape, I say. You know I can't do that. No, I don't suppose you could. I push my plate away, suddenly feeling nauseated. This is really happening. The giant is going to force me to marry him. And then what? Play house? Be his trophy wife during the day and his lover at night? A shiver rolls through me, and I look toward the window. Not touching a woman for years will have built up his sexual appetite, and what will that mean for me as his wife? Images of a naked beast claiming me on his bed sends an unexpected wave of heat through me. A man of his size would be dominant and powerful in bed, and I've seen the size of his motorcycle boots, so I don't doubt everything else about him is big, even the parts we can't see. Another wave of heat hits me deep in my core and reminds me that it's been a long time since I've been touched. I rake my hands down my face, as if I can scrape the unwanted images of a naked beast between my legs off my mind. I'm being held against my will by the giant biker, and I should be focusing on that, not wishing my vibrator wasn't still in a drawer back at the house on La Prince Street. Feeling frustrated, I take a sip of coffee. I don't know what to do about my uncle or how I'm going to get us out of this mess. But one thing is for sure. I'm not hanging around to be dragged down the aisle to marry a stranger.
Chapter 12. Beast. The girl is dead and cold on the wet cobblestones. She's slumped against the dumpster. Her eyes are half open, an odd crystal blue color, and staring lifelessly out at nothing. On her lap is a baggie of powder, with our damn logo printed on the side. I feel the rage unfurl inside me. The piss-colored powder tells me it's the synthetic Fantasia that's made its way onto our streets. Crouching beside the dead girl, the medical examiner, Dr. Beaver, is checking her body temperature. Lars and I stand with the sheriff, a look passing between us. Another dead body. Another baggie of fake Fantasia. Who found her? I ask the sheriff. Garbage truck about an hour ago, he says. Came to empty the dumpster and found her. I look at her. Jesus, she looks barely out of her teens. Do we know how long she's been here? She's been dead about 6 hours, Beaver says, rising to his feet. Looks like acute drug intoxication. Fucking fake Fantasia, I mutter. I cast an eye around the alleyway. The stench of piss and puke is heavy in the air. Looks that way. I'll have a more conclusive answer once we get her back to the morgue and run some tests. Let me know, and send me a sample of whatever the fuck is in that bag. Take the bag. I've got enough material around her nose and mouth for testing, and I've already taken a small sample from the bag just for comparison. He looks down at the slumped girl, pity written all over his face. Giving me the evidence is breaking protocol, but the Knights, the Sheriff's Department, and the Medical Examiner's Office have a unique relationship, one that lets us handle things a lot faster than protocol ever could. Beaver gives me a remorseful nod and walks away to talk with one of his site technicians. They'll finish their forensic examination of the scene before taking the girl away. Sheriff Coulter bends down and picks up the bag of dope from her lap and hands it to me. What are you planning to do with it? I'm going to have Opie tested against the last bag to see if it's the same thing. I want to know what has made its way onto our streets. I want to see what the fuck we're dealing with, I say, a cold unease churning in my gut. We know Beaver will run his tests, but Opie is quicker than any government department. Sheriff Coulter removes his hat. I'm not going to beat about the bush here, Beast. I need your help. I don't want this fake Fantasia getting out of control. The General had 2 overdoses admitted last night. The General is the St. Boniface General Hospital. And a deceased male was brought into the medical examiner's office this morning. Beaver confirmed it was a drug overdose. Whatever this shit is, it's getting worse. We need to get on top of it. As sure as the sun rises, Mayor Boney will be breathing down my neck when he hears about it. And that means it won't be long before he's breathing down yours. He will blame you for this. Let him come for us. You guys don't need to give him another reason for him to keep turning this town against you. He's right. Mayor Boney has a hard-on for trying to run the Knights out of St. Boniface. So far he's been unsuccessful, but he's a determined fucker, and he'll take advantage of this and use it against us somehow. Don't you worry about the mayor. I can handle him. I think about Belle waiting for me back at the clubhouse. I nod at the dead girl. The Knights will do what we can, you have my word. I have a good relationship with Sheriff Coulter. I let him do his job, and he lets me get the fuck on with doing mine, which is fixing what's broken in this town by any means I see fit. We both look up when Lars pulls into the alleyway and climbs off his bike. Before I can walk away, Sheriff Coulter stops me, turning his back on the scene so no one can hear him. I found a low-life piece of shit in one of the tunnels 2 nights back. Neck broken. Had the words, "Not an SB," carved into his guts. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? I give him a blank look. Not a clue. Beaver says someone broke his neck manually. Said it must have been someone strong, with big hands. Still no clue what you're talking about. Sheriff doesn't look convinced, but doesn't press for more. Turns out he was a bottom feeder who liked to traffic little girls. Sounds like someone did us all a favor. I say as Lars joins us. Sheriff Coulter nods. I'd like to thank him, whoever he is. One less asshole in the world. He puts on his hat. I'll keep you boys posted. He walks away and I turn to Lars and point to CCTV cameras across the road from the alleyway. I want the footage from those cameras. I want to see when the girl came in here and if she was with anyone. I'll get Bram onto it when we get back to the clubhouse. Leaving the scene behind us, we walk toward our bikes. Want to tell me about the other girl? Lars says. What other girl? The one screaming bloody murder at you in the clubhouse last night? You heard that? Yes, because I have ears. He gives me a sideways glance. She was pissed at you. Is she the reason you've been disappearing lately? Something like that. You found yourself a woman? Why is this the first I've heard about it? There was nothing to tell, I say, removing my keys from the breast pocket of my cut. Last night sounded like there was plenty to tell. Who is she? His eyes gleam with mischief, and the filthy smile he gets when he sees something he likes slides across his face. She sounds like a screamer. I lift an eyebrow. That's my fiancé you're talking about. He stops walking. Fiancé? What the fuck? You telling me you're... Yes, I'm getting married. Since the fuck when? Since she and I discussed it last night. I swing my leg over my bike. You haven't so much glanced at a woman since Jennifer. What's special about this woman that I've never met? She got a magic pussy or something? I narrow my eyes at him. It's a warning to back off. He shakes his head and climbs on his bike. Her uncle owes a debt to the club and has no way of paying it off. I need a wife. She's single. See where I'm going with this? The comprehension registers on his face. This is the girl Gaston attacked. So, not a love match then. I slide on my sunglasses. Far from it. He actually looks disappointed. Do you think this getting married is a good idea right now? It's now or fucking never. I don't tell him I'd prefer fucking never. Then can I suggest you do it immediately? He glances over his shoulder to where the girl sits lifelessly on the cobblestones. You and I know shit is about to hit the fan. The club needs you focused. Marry the girl now before the bloodshed begins. He's right. I need to deal with the Belle situation swiftly, so I can focus on dealing with the unhinged psychos. Because right now Belle is a distraction and I can't afford to be distracted. Hitting the ignition, my Harley rumbles to life. Lars does the same, and we both ride off into the afternoon sun. When we arrive back at the clubhouse, Gambit is waiting in the underground garage for us. Beast, you're needed in the security room. There's something you need to see. He must have seen us approach on the security cameras. It will have to wait. I want to get the sample to Opie so he can take a look at it immediately. In charge of overseeing the Fantasia operation, he's an experienced chemist, and will be able to pull this fake shit apart so we have a better understanding of what we are dealing with. Gambit looks uneasy. Yeah, this particular situation can't wait. It's about your guest. Of course it is. 5 minutes in the clubhouse, and she's already a thorn in my side. Even last night when she backed down, I knew the fight hadn't left her. What has she done now? It's not what she's done, but what she's doing, Gambit replies. Fine, show me. Lars and I follow Gambit out of the garage and through the clubhouse and into the security room. Because of who we are and what we do, not to mention the people we piss off, our security is state-of-the-art. Everything is monitored in the security room near the front of the castle. It's where I find Bram sitting in front of a bank of surveillance monitors, each one of them live streaming from the many cameras installed around the property. He's focused on one in particular, where Belle is attempting to climb out the second-story window of her bedroom. There is no balcony, no conveniently placed lattice, no pergola roof to jump onto, just a frail drain pipe that should have been replaced decades ago. Christ, is she really going to shimmy down the drain pipe? She's been sitting on the edge for the past 10 or 15 minutes, Gambit explains. I didn't think she would attempt the climb, but clearly I underestimated her. Lars sits down in a chair and puts his boots on the table. So, this is the screamer, he says, and I throw him a warning look, which he ignores. I like her. She has spunk, not to mention balls. How high is that window? 30 feet, says Bram, shaking his head. She's going to break her neck. Lars whistles as Belle reaches for the drain pipe. Be still, my fucking beating heart. Look at her. She's a regular little escape artist. He turns his head and gives me a shit-eating grin. Your old lady-to-be is going to keep you on your toes, brother. Bram looks at me. You're marrying this girl? Yes. Bram's eyes shift back to the monitor. Does she know? You should probably go save her before she hurts herself, Lars adds. She won't hurt herself, I say confidently, trying to keep the smile from my lips as Belle slides down the drain pipe with ease and lands on her feet. How long are you going to let her believe she actually has a chance of escaping? Lars asks. She doesn't believe she's going to escape, I say, fighting the warmth spreading through my chest. This is her trying to prove a point. Oh yeah? What point is that? Bram asks. That despite whatever I throw at her, she is no pushover. Lars smirks. I just fell in love with her a little bit more. I hand him the bag of fake Fantasia. Get this to Opie. I've got an old lady to wrangle. He laughs. Good luck, brother. I think you just met your match.
Chapter 13. Belle. I jump from the drain pipe and land evenly on the grass, but the touchdown vibrates through my feet and up my legs, rattling the base of my spine. But I'm okay. It was a risky move, but I couldn't stand being locked up a moment more, and if Beast thinks I'm going to wait around to be forced into marriage, then he's about to be sorely disappointed. I might not make it out of here, but at least I'm trying, and Beast will get the point. I won't go down without a fight. One drain pipe down, one brick wall and security door to go. Since I've been taken prisoner and held like Rapunzel in my room above the castle grounds, I've been taking note of my surroundings. The knights aren't amateurs when it comes to security. There are guards and high walls and security cameras everywhere. Before shimmying down the pipe, I'd sat on the window and scoped my surroundings, watching the bikers and club girls coming and going through one of the gates, just in view from my vantage point on the window ledge. It's unlocked, but probably has a guard on the other side. I glance around, noting the cameras on the high walls surrounding the clubhouse, in every direction. Knowing I'm being watched, I make a break across the vast grassy lawn toward one of the doors. It unlocks, and I fling open the door and run straight into a mountain of muscle and grumpiness. It's like running into a wall of rock. I bounce off him and fall to the ground, grazing my palms. I stare up at the tower of muscle standing over me.
Is that out of your system?
He asks, offering me his hand. I ignore it and climb to my feet unassisted. I don't need the psycho giant's help to stand on my feet. If you're asking if I'm tired of fighting you, then the answer is no, I say, wiping the dirt off my palms.
Then you are forcing my hand.
To do what?
To ensure your compliance to our agreement.
What agreement? You told me I was to marry you to repay a debt, and I disagreed. There is no agreement.
Then allow me to cement the deal,
he says with a dark gleam in his eyes. I take a step back from him. I am tiny in comparison to him. No, wait, everything is tiny in comparison to him. He looms over me, but I refuse to let him see the spark of fear lighting fires all the way down my spine. Before I can move farther away from him, he effortlessly lifts me off my feet and throws me over his broad shoulders. Put me down, I yell, which he ignores. He carries me back into the clubhouse, through the massive foyer and down a narrow stairwell leading under the mansion to an enormous parking garage where he finally sets me down.
This is where you fighting me stops,
he growls. I cross my arms. Don't be so sure about that. He takes a menacing step toward me.
Let's get one thing straight. No matter how hard or how long you fight, I will still win because I always win.
Fuck you.
Not today, little one.
I glare at him.
Do you want to see your uncle or not?
My arms fall to my side. You're taking me to see Uncle Maurice?
Yes, but all this aggravation is holding us up.
Immediately, my concern for my uncle overpowers any urge to fight with beasts some more. Is he okay?
Do you want to see him or not?
My defenses drop at the thought of seeing my uncle. Yes, I do. Will you take me to him?
That's why we're in the parking garage, Princess.
He leads us down a ramp, and once we reach the bottom, I stop in my tracks and stare in awe at the rows and rows of gleaming motorcycles. Chrome and flawless black paint gleam under the yellow glow of the fluorescent lights. Beast keeps walking, and I have to jog to catch up to him. Of course, his bike is a massive beast of black and gleaming chrome and an intimidating leather seat. He swings a giant leg over it, and with a flick of a wrist, the massive machine barks and rumbles and comes to life.
Have you ever been on one of these before?
He asks. No, I reply. I've always wanted to, but I've never had the chance. He offers me a hand to guide me on. His touch is oddly comforting and strangely gentle as I slide onto the back of his bike. I get settled, but maintain distance between us.
You're gonna need to get closer than that,
he says, taking me by the wrists and wrapping my arms around his waist. His body is a thick wall of muscle in front of me. His back is broad and strong. His shoulders are giant boulders clad in leather. I can feel the slabs of muscle beneath the leather cut, the warmth of his skin radiating through the fabric, and the sheer strength of him supporting me as we roar out of the parking garage and into the cold night. It's warm as we make our way down the winding driveway that cuts through the clubhouse grounds and onto the sweeping road that leads down the hill toward St. Boniface.
Relax, it will be more comfortable for you.
Beast's voice is strong enough for me to hear against the warm air as it whips past my face. I inhale a deep breath and will my muscles to relax. I'm not scared. In fact, I feel more alive than I have in a long time. An electric thrill zips through me as the machine tears down the side of the hill towards the twinkling lights of the town below, and a smile curls on my lips. I feel free, which is ironic considering I've been kidnapped. But I can't help it. For the first time in a long time, I feel fucking free. Up ahead is the famous St. Boniface Memorial statue, and as we approach it, my smile fades. 25 years ago, 17 people died in a massive fire that ripped through the town and almost burned St. Boniface to the ground. I remember it was 25 years ago, because the fire happened the day after my parents died. Beast slows down as we pass it and make our way into the quieter streets of the village, but the Harley is still a rumbling beast in the quiet. The slower speed allows me a chance to brush my hair from my face and take in the sights and sounds of the village around me. A strange comfort settles over me, and before I realize what I'm doing, I rest my head against Beast's broad shoulders. I feel him tense, but then relax. I know it's an odd thing to do, but something about this feels so natural. It's almost as if being on the back of his bike is where I belong. Okay, what the hell, Belle? Clearly I have developed Stockholm Syndrome overnight. Have you forgotten this man is keeping you prisoner? Still, I don't take my cheek from his shoulders. In fact, I tighten my arms around his waist and relax into his warm body, feeling safe and content. I don't know what is going on with me, but something about this feels familiar. We ride to the outskirts of the town, along the cliffs that overlook the sunset over the ocean, before Beast pulls into a huge parking lot and parks the Harley. I hadn't realized we'd pulled up in front of a beautiful country estate. I remember it from my childhood, growing up in St. Bon. From memory, it's owned by an old widow who no one has seen in many years. When I was a kid, there were rumors about her, that she was a witch, that she would lure children into the house and eat them. I cast a glance around us, taking in the beautiful old mansion. "What are we doing here?" I ask. Not one for words, let alone answering any of my questions. Beast silently guides me off the bike and I follow him up to the front door. When we reached the top of the front steps, the glossy blue door opens and an older lady wearing a nurse's uniform greets us with a warm smile. Beast greets her with a cordial nod.
Are we too late for visiting hours?
The older lady, whose name badge reads Annie, smiles and playfully swats his massive arm. "Oh my goodness, don't be so silly. You know this place is open all hours to the nights. I take it you have come to see the most recent of guests?"
"Yes,"
he says. "Of course. Well, let me escort you in." Annie leads us through the beautiful old mansion that has been recently restored by the looks of it. "What is this place?" I whisper to Beast.
"What does it look like?"
he answers gruffly.
"It's a big old mansion on the edge of town."
I realize that, smarty pants, but what are we doing here? I notice Annie smile, but she doesn't say anything. I get the feeling she's used to Beast and his grumpiness. We step onto a red-carpeted hallway and make our way past elaborate wooden banisters until we stop outside of a bedroom door. Annie opens it and we follow her in. Inside, a small lamp is the only light in the spacious room. I glance around us. The room is something you would see in a century-old home. That's when I realize why we are here. Because that's when I see my uncle asleep in the ginormous four-poster bed in the middle of the room. My breath hitches in my throat and I rush to him. "Careful, child," Annie warns. "He is very unwell. He suffered a terrible beating. The doctor said he has a skull fracture and several small fractures in his face. He's heavily medicated, but he's going to be okay." I drop to my knees with a sob and reach for his hand, pulling his bandaged fingers to my face. I bet $1 million they were broken when he tried to defend himself against Gaston and his brutes. My hate for Gaston is quickly lost to the relief flooding me. "You're alive." My face cracks with emotion, and I'm suddenly overwhelmed. I wasn't sure what I was expecting. In the darkest moments of not knowing, I thought he was dead. Other times, I was afraid he was still tied to the chair in our little kitchen on the Prince Street, cold and bleeding, despite Beast ensuring me he was receiving the care he needed. It turns out he wasn't lying. "How is any of this possible?" I whisper, lifting my face to look at him. "We don't have any insurance."
"It's all been taken care of,"
he says gruffly. "By you?"
"Does it matter?"
"It does. To me."
"Your uncle needs ongoing medical treatment, and he is in the best place he can be."
And that's when the final piece slides into place. "As long as I marry you, right?"
"Yes. Your uncle will receive all the treatment he needs."
I stare at him, hating him for backing me into this corner, but also grateful for him at the same time. The two opposing emotions clash violently inside me and leave me feeling weak. Beast has me over a barrel and I hate him for it. But he is providing comfort and care for my uncle, and for that I am very grateful. I raise my uncle's bandaged knuckles to my lips and press a kiss into the gauze. He is safe and in good hands. And I know without a doubt that I will do anything I need to ensure that doesn't change.
Chapter 14. Beast. We arrive back at the clubhouse, and Belle is giving me the silent treatment. She's pissed at me for forcing her hand, but it is what it is. Both of us are backed into a corner. During the ride back, she was tense. Her arms were wrapped around my waist, but it was a stark contrast to the ride there, when she rested her head against my shoulders and made my stomach tighten and my desire to tell her the truth surge forward, fucking with my good sense. But on the ride home, I could feel the tension in her body pressed against mine. She hates me. I saw it in the wild storms of her eyes back at the mansion, when she realized her fate and how there was no way out for her. Her expression had rippled with frustration and anger. I was close enough to see the rabid pounding of her pulse in her throat and her breasts rising and falling with her quickened breath. And in that moment, I knew I had won. She thinks she knows why I am doing this, but she only knows the tip of the iceberg. In the underground garage, we climb off my bike, and she silently follows me up the ramp toward the stairwell leading into the clubhouse. I feel her eyes burning holes into the back of my cut as we walk, but she stays silent, probably thinking of a million ways she'd like to make me suffer for what I am doing. If only she knew. Inside the clubhouse, music drifts down from the upper floor where the bar is situated. Tonight there is a party celebrating Viper's birthday, which is the perfect opportunity to let the club see me with Belle. I lead us across the massive foyer and up the grand staircase to the first floor landing, and Belle follows me along the corridor toward the bedrooms. "Are you ready?" I ask her. "For what?" she asks, a sharp edge to her voice. "It's showtime." "What do you mean?" "We need to convince a lot of people in a very short amount of time that we only have eyes for each other." "You mean we have to start right now?" "No time like the present." We stop outside her bedroom. She lifts her long lashes to look up at me with fire in her big eyes, and I'm struck with an overwhelming urge to take her sweet face in my hands and kiss the hate from her lips, to ruin the fury on them. "So how does this work?" she asks, crossing her arms. "Stay close, touch me, be affectionate." I try not to look at her slightly parted lips, but fail. I'm like a fly to the Venus flytrap. "And look at me like you can't wait to get me alone." She lifts an eyebrow. "Exactly how convincing do I need to be?" I lean closer. Very convincing. I push open the bedroom door behind her, but when I reach past her, she hitches a breath with a soft gasp that has me thinking things I have no business thinking, like throwing her over my shoulder and kicking the bedroom door closed behind us. But making her writhe and moan on the bed until she cries out my name isn't going to happen. Clear lines need to be drawn for both our sakes. "Do you expect me to kiss you?" she asks. And I hate the surge of longing I feel when I think about those pillowy lips on mine. Her tongue darts out to wet them, and it takes everything I've got to stop myself from crashing my mouth to hers. It's been 4 years. 4 goddamn years since I've felt a woman's lips touch mine, and I'm this fucking close to ending the spell. If the moment calls for it, I rasp, then yes, I do expect you to kiss me. She thinks for a moment, flames burning in her eyes, but then she simply nods. Fine, but that's it. I draw the line at public displays of groping. My chuckle is humorless. I wouldn't dream of it, princess. Good. But let me reiterate. It must be realistic, not some awkward fumble like a couple of virgin teenagers. Her eyebrow shoots up. It sounds like you don't think I can pull this off. I don't. Something flashes in her eyes. More hate, more scorn. Then her body language suddenly changes, and she melts her body against mine and flattens her hand against my chest. She tilts her head back to gaze up at me with a dreamy expression on her beautiful face. Her hand slides under my cut and around my waist, and I stiffen because it's been so long since I've felt the warmth of a woman's hands on me. My nerves rattle beneath my skin and my jaw tightens. Being this close to her is fucking with me. I have the discipline of a fucking monk, but Belle tests it. Like right now. What I would give to give in to my urges. She takes my hand and guides it to her breast and... Fuck. What the hell is she doing? See what you do to me, beast? She says breathlessly. See how you make my heart race? She flutters her lashes and then drags my hand lower, inching slowly toward the gap between her thighs. See how much you make me want you? Fuck. I pull my hand away. You made your point. She smirks and takes a step back. The switch flicks, and she is cool and aloof again, a resentment for me burning bright in her eyes. Just doing my bit to reassure you I am up to the task. I sharpen my gaze. That kind of reassurance can be saved for when we're in company. It's not necessary when we are alone. She crosses her arms. Don't worry, bike gangster. I won't have any trouble keeping my hands off you. I shoot her a dark look. Her comment stings more than she could imagine. I'll leave you to freshen up, and we'll be back in half an hour so we can walk into the party together. Wear something nice. I asked Maya to lay out some options on the bed for you. And without another word, I walk away.
Chapter 15. Belle. The moment I close the bedroom door behind me, I sag against it. Damn him. He's got me right where he wants me, and it makes me want to murder him 1,000 times over. Wear something nice. His demand grinds my last gear. I might be stuck here, but I'm not some biker Barbie he can dress up and parade around. I look at the 3 dresses draped on the bed. One is a tight black dress that doesn't even make it to the middle of my thigh. The second is also black and is slightly longer but wouldn't hide my underwear if I bent over. The third dress is silk and has a cute halter neck and a hem that reaches my knees. In my normal life, the one where I am not a prisoner of an annoying bike gangster, I would have died for a dress like this. It's so soft and high quality and probably cost a bundle. But I drop it like it's a hot stone, because that's not my life anymore. I'm no longer free, and these dresses are a reminder of that fact. I cross the massive room to the large dresser and stare at my reflection. I'm still in the jeans and t-shirt Maya gave me this morning. I sit down in front of the mirror and stare at my makeup-free face and windswept hair. I have no choice about being Beast's fake fiancé, but I certainly have one about how I look when I'm doing it. Sliding my fingers through the roots of my hair, I start to mess it up even more so it looks like I've just rolled out of bed, then pull it up into a messy bun. Next, I rummage through the makeup bag Maya left on the dresser until I find the mascara and dab a little on my lashes. While it's still wet, I smudge it beneath each eye, giving myself a subtle pair of panda eyes. Lastly, I pick at a tiny blemish on my chin, enough to make my skin pink. Sitting back, I admire my handiwork with a smile. I'm a mess, and it's perfect. What I'm doing might seem immature and petty, but I need to regain some sense of control back, and right now, this is it. Choosing how I look and what I wear is the only thing that stops me from feeling completely powerless. There's a knock at the door, and thinking it's Beast, I call out, "Come in if you're a gazillion feet tall and currently keeping me prisoner in your castle." But when the door opens, it's not Beast who walks in. It's Maya. Shit. I will have to curb my need to be a smartass in the future. If it was anyone else who wasn't in on the charade, then I could fuck this up, and that wouldn't be very good for Uncle Maurice. Sorry. I thought you were Beast. Maya looks alarmed. You're not dressed. I'm ready. Her eyes widen. You're wearing that? Sure. Why not? You didn't like the dresses I left on the bed for you? They were gorgeous, thank you. But I'm more comfortable like this. But we're going to a party. Don't you want to dress up and sparkle when you meet everyone? She's so adorable. It almost makes me want to get dressed up just to please her. But I have a point to make here. If Beast wants a wife, then he's got one. But how she looks in public will be how she chooses. You know I'm not here because I want to be, right? Maya's face falls. You're doing this to provoke him. No, I'm doing this to show him that I can't be bossed about. I might have to be here, but I will do it on my terms. She sighs. At least, let me brush your hair. I mock gasp. But it's the piece de resistance of my outfit. You look like Cinderella, she says. All that's missing is the chimney soot. I give her a cheeky grin. I mean, if you could arrange some, that would be great. Maya rolls her eyes but grabs my hand. Come on, we're already late. Beast isn't taking me to the party? No, he's got some last-minute club business to attend to. He'll be joining the party later. We leave the bedroom and walk through the castle toward the music. Metallica. Enter Sandman. As we get closer, the debauchery of what I'm about to walk into becomes apparent. Leaning up against the railing, a biker in a knight's cut is having his cock sucked by a girl wearing a bikini and heels. His head is tilted back as her mouth moves up and down his long cock. He's groaning and muttering as he tugs on her hair. Farther down the hallway, another biker has a girl in a short skirt pressed up against the wall. They're kissing wildly, but it's not until we get closer that I see she's got one leg wrapped around his waist and he's balls deep inside her. They're too preoccupied to notice Maya and I as we walk past. Ready for your first nights of St. Bond party? Maya asks with a bright smile. As ready as I'll ever be, I say, stepping aside as two bikers tumble out the door leading onto the bar. Drunk and laughing, one of them spills beer all over the jeans I'm wearing. A beautiful woman with wild blonde curls appears behind them. Sticky, you asshole! You just spilled your beer all over this young lady. The biker, who must be called Sticky, stops and turns to look at me. He sways on his feet as his glazed eyes sweep up and down my legs.
Well, then, let me help you out of them, darling,
he slurs, taking 2 steps toward me, but then 2 steps sideways. He finally loses his footing and falls over. Serves you right, you pervert, the blonde woman laughs. She brings her gaze back to me while the other drunk biker helps Sticky to his feet. You must be Maya's cousin who just moved here. It's nice to meet you, sweetheart. My name is Isla.
Maya's cousin, who just moved here. That's how Beast's explaining me.
I'm Belle. It's nice to meet you, too. She winks at me. Don't mind those boys. They're simply blowing off some steam. Someone will find them passed out in the garden tomorrow morning.
Maya smiles and hooks her arm through mine.
Come on, let's go have some fun.
We step through the doors, and I'm immediately hit with a heady scent of weed and tobacco smoke mingled with leather and sweat and testosterone.
Welcome to hell, honey,
Isla says beside me. The clubhouse bar is huge and packed with motorcycle men in leather cuts and women in tight jeans, tight dresses, or next to nothing. Metallica changes to something I don't recognize as Maya and Isla lead me through the crowd toward a massive bar with gleaming bottles of liquor along the far wall. Above it, a giant Knights of St. Bon emblem glows in the dim light.
What's your poison?
Isla asks me. Just an ice water for me, I reply, glancing around the room at the action. At one of the tables, a gorgeous biker with long white blonde hair flowing past his broad shoulders arm wrestles with an older biker who has similar hair. He's gorgeous with a strong jaw and piercing eyes. I watch as he battles with the older biker, his teeth gritted, his focus determined.
Here you go,
Isla says, handing me a shot glass of something that isn't ice water. I take a sniff and it stings my nostrils. What is it?
Wildfire. Drink it. You look like you need it.
Figuring she's right, I take a hearty sip and the liquid is like fire going down my throat. Immediately, I start to cough. Isla laughs and gives me a comforting pat on the back.
It's the night's moonshine. It takes some getting used to.
Heat spreads through my chest, followed by a rush of comfort, and I begin to relax. A round of cheers brings my attention back to the arm wrestlers. The younger blonde is winning. His big arm bulges and his perfect white teeth gnash together as he slowly forces the older biker's arm down to the table. The other bikers around him cheer him on. "Better luck next time, old man," he says with a gorgeous grin. Rising to his feet, he pats the older biker on his cut as he walks past. "Who is he?" I ask my companions.
"That's Lars. He's the club's enforcer," Isla explains. "And Beast's best friend," Maya adds. "Where there is one, there is usually the other."
I glance around the room. There's still no sign of Beast, and I can't help but wonder where he is and what will happen when he gets here. It must be the wildfire. But when I think about Beast and recall his muscular body when I pressed against it in the doorway, excitement spirals through me when I recall the sheer size of him and the heat of his powerful body radiating around me. I throw back the last of the wildfire, and it explodes in my chest, which is good. Because then, maybe, it will set fire to those thoughts and my body's traitorous response to them. Sitting at a table behind us, a group of women watch us with looks of distaste on their faces. "Who are they?" I ask.
"Outside interests," Maya says diplomatically. "We call them outsiders," Isla adds. "Girls who want to bang a biker, usually dancers from one of the clubs the Knights own in town. Some of them are okay, I suppose, but they're only here for one reason, and it's not to make friends with their competition."
"Is that why they look so offended? They think we're the competition?" I ask.
Club girls are the competition. We're handpicked by the knights to live here and take care of them. The outsiders are lucky to get an invite to a party. They want what we have and will do anything to try and get it. Isla hands me another shot of wildfire. Now you're here, they'll be sizing you up to see how much of a threat you are. I'm in jeans and a t-shirt with hair knots and panda eyes. The outsiders can relax. Suddenly, the doors open, and 3 goddesses in tight jeans and boots walk in. No, they don't walk in. They stride in, like queens. Their presence commanding the attention of everyone in the room, including me. And who are they? I whisper in awe. Maya brings her lips close to my ear. Old ladies. The 3 women pass by us without a glance. It's only when they're farther away that one of them, a tall blonde with hair like a shield maiden cascading down her back, turns and looks over her shoulder at me. Her eyes find mine, but she looks right through me before turning away. That's Annika, Maya whispers, Ryder's wife. And the one beside her is Sophia, Rogue's wife. Sophia has a mass of red hair falling around a stunning face, and she sways her hips with determination with every step. Beside her is Rena. She and Gambit were married last month. Rena is wearing a killer pair of thigh-high boots over her jeans. She's also pregnant and rests a hand on her round baby belly as she walks. All 3 of them look so put together it makes me regret not wearing one of the dresses Maya picked out for me and brushing the wind out of my hair. They don't look very friendly either, I whisper. Maya smiles brightly. Oh, they're lovely. We're all friends. They don't mind the club girls hanging around their husbands? Maya looks at me like it would be a crazy idea if they did. The first rule of being a club girl is not to hook up with a biker who has an old lady. That would upset the apple cart faster than a prairie fire with a tailwind. I've seen it happen only once during my time here, and it was a big blow-up. Isla leans in, meaning the club girl who messed about with one of the old lady's men, got 2 black eyes, a concussion, and thrown out on her ass. You want to enjoy your stay here? Then stay away from the old lady's men. We club girls know our place, and the old ladies respect it as long as we respect theirs. We're all family here, Maya adds. I watch Sophia and Rena sit beside their husbands, but Annika slides onto the lap of a man with dark hair and broad shoulders. He wraps his big arms around her waist, and she smiles. It's a devastatingly beautiful smile, the kind you wouldn't ever forget. But when her gaze comes back to me, her smile fades quicker than a whisper of smoke disappearing into the cold night air. There is no friendship in those eyes. Only a warning.
Chapter 16. Beast. It's a fucking disgrace, Opie mutters, holding up a lab dish of off-white powder. We're in one of the brightly lit rooms of the laboratory that runs beneath the clubhouse. After leaving Belle outside her bedroom, I was on my way to my room to get changed when Opie texted me about the fake Fantasia. Dressed in a white coat over his cut, he pushes his thick glasses up his nose, offended by the powder he spent the afternoon investigating. How anyone mistakes this for the real thing is beyond my understanding, he says, shaking his head. He's right. The fake Fantasia is missing the white sparkle of authentic Fantasia. This stuff is dull, almost yellow, like piss on snow. The door opens, and Lars and Gamba walk in, fresh from the party upstairs, Lars looking unimpressed by the text message I sent summoning them to the lab. We need a clause that says any disruption to a party is unbrotherly and unjust, he grumbles as they approach the lab bench. There's something to be said about being able to disconnect from your boss outside of work hours, you know? I give him a sharp look. There's also something to be said about being able to disconnect your tongue from your mouth that I'm happy to help you explore, I growl. Lars ignores the threat. He knows when to quit. Gambit nods toward the powder in the petri dish on the lab bench in front of us. Is that the synthetic Fantasia? Opie nods. Disgusting stuff. What did you find out about it? Lars asks, instantly switching to business mode. It's 100% synthetic. And the effects? Gambit asks. Designed to mimic the real stuff, but it's unstable. The high won't be as clean. Users can expect varying reactions. Similar to what? I ask, trying to gauge what we're dealing with. If MDMA and GHB had a baby and dipped it in cocaine with a bump of meth, this is what it would look like. Users start to feel good, feel horny, get hard. Then the nightmare kicks in. The agitation, the overconfidence, the paranoia, followed by a plummet in mood and alertness. Finally, if they've consumed enough, their respiratory system fails and they die. He puts the dish on the counter. And if that's not bad enough, it's highly addictive. It makes heroin and meth look like nervous school kids. Fucking great. Has Bram been able to find anything that ties this to the psychos? Lars asks me. My gut tells me they're responsible, so it's only a matter of time before he finds something. Fucking psychos. I'm going to bring the hammer down on their drug trade and pulverize it until there is nothing left. Unfortunately, time is not something we have a lot of, Opie says. If this is out on the street, then we're going to see more than one dead girl in an alley. I clench my fists, and I'm seeing red, that someone is killing our townsfolk and using our logo to do it. There is a lot of trust behind that logo, a clean escape, a safe high. I'm calling church, I growl. Gambit steps forward. It's Viper's night. He needs this. They all do. And if war is coming, which it sounds like it is, then this might be the last night they get to enjoy for a while. I look at the dirty yellow powder. We need to take action now. Lars frowns. You want to take a battle to the psychos tonight? You've got a bar full of half-cut bikers. He's right, Gambit says. Bear and Balls are already through a bottle of Jack each, and Sticky just fell down the stairs. Ain't one of our brothers okay enough to take on the psychos tonight. We need a plan as much as we need the brawn. And right now, we have neither, Lars adds. They're right. As much as I want to storm the psychos clubhouse and burn it to the fucking ground, the situation requires strategy. Okay, we let our brothers have tonight, but tomorrow we take the next step. Which is, I don't give a fuck how hungover everyone is. We're going to spread far and wide until we find whoever is dealing this shit, and when we do, we'll ever so politely make them take us to the source. And by ever so politely, I mean we'll hang them over the side of Dead Man's Bridge by the feet until they give up the name. Waiting goes against my better judgment, but I need the power of the club behind me, and right now that power is 3 sheets to the fucking wind. Tomorrow I'll call church. We need to get this shit off our streets, and I will stop at nothing to make it happen.
Chapter 17. Belle.
So you're the reason my cousin has been sneaking out at night.
The voice comes from behind me, and when I turn around, I come face to face with Annika. Up close, she is even more beautiful, but her icy blue eyes are hard and suspicious as she looks at me. I'm Belle. It's nice to meet you. She offers me a closed-lipped smile, but there is no warmth to it.
It's true, then? You and Beast are a thing?
Well, it's so new I don't really know how to describe what we are. Again, she smiles. Again, it lacks warmth. She's suspicious, and I get the feeling she'll be hard to fool. And what will that mean for Uncle Maurice?
You're Beast's cousin?
I say, because I'm nervous. I don't want to fuck this up.
She nods. His father and my mom were brother and sister. How did you meet my cousin?
Nervously, I think of a story, wishing Beast and I had figured this out before now. I don't know what Beast has said about me. Until now, I had no idea he'd even mentioned me, let alone told people I'm Maya's cousin. We really need to get our stories straight. With Uncle Maurice's life on the line, I have to pull this off, and looking at the scrutiny on Annika's face, it might be harder than I thought. In town, I say vaguely. I thought you were Maya's cousin. Yes, I just moved here. I met Beast with Maya one night. But Maya never goes to town. Fuck. That would have been handy to know. Yes, I met him here when I came to visit Maya. Her eyes narrow slightly. But you just said you met him in town. Okay, Inspector Annika. I let out a shaky laugh. I mean, I met him here briefly. Not even a real meeting, really. Just one of those hello, goodbye encounters. Then I ran into him one night in town. I've never been good at lying. Truth is, I've never wanted to or had a good enough reason to. But I think I might have pulled it off. Although Annika seems far from finished with her interrogation. But suddenly, electricity snaps in the air around us and the temperature in the room changes, and I can feel him before I even see him. Beast. He's behind me, his energy eclipsing everything else in the room. Annika smiles at him as he approaches us.
I hope you're playing nice, Annika,
he says with a hint of affection in his rumbly voice. Why start now? She says with a mischievous grin. She kisses her cousin on the cheek, rising up on tiptoe to reach it.
I see you've met Belle,
he says, his dark eyes meeting mine. Annika's smile dips. I have. No thanks to you, Beast. You kept her a secret. Beast places a big arm around my shoulders and pulls me against his powerful body.
I wanted to keep her all to myself for a while.
Annika is suspicious. It's written all over her face. Belle was just saying that she met you... Where was it again? Yep, she's trying to catch us out in a lie. She knows something isn't right but can't quite put a finger on it.
We met in town one night.
He tightens his arm around me.
And the rest is history.
It's kind of a whirlwind. One minute you're no one and the next you're everything, she says, her cool gaze bouncing between the two of us. When she tilts her head, the gold ribbon woven into her elaborate shield maiden braided hairstyle glints in the light.
You need to lighten up, cousin,
Beast warns her. But it's not growly like his warnings usually are. This one has a hint of warmth.
One would think you aren't happy for me.
She smiles at him, and it's soft and genuine. I'm happy if you're happy. You know that.
Good. Now let me show my girl how happy I am to see her. It's been a few hours and I need a fix.
He gives his cousin a wink. It's a side of him I've never seen. It's almost playful. Almost like he's enjoying this. He presses a kiss into the side of my head. Annika gives him a playful grimace, like she'd rather jump off a cliff than see her cousin make out with his girlfriend. Tucked under his big arm, I look up at him, and the fake affection on his face is nothing compared to the fake expression of desire. It's dark and hot, and I feel it hit every erogenous zone in my body. He looks like he's about to devour me right here in the middle of the bar, and according to my hardening nipples, I'm here for it. Out of nowhere, a flash of déjà vu washes over me. This place, the smell, the people. There is the same familiarity I felt on the back of Beast's bike when I put my arms around him and rested my head against his shoulders. It unnerves me, and I start to panic. Annika will pick up on it. But today is not that day, because she does as her cousin asks and leaves us alone. Relieved she's gone, I relax. I really need to up my game when I'm around her if we're to pull this facade off without her learning the truth. You and Annika are close, I say.
We are.
Then why doesn't she know about this plan like Maya does?
The less people who know, the better. Besides, She would tell me it was a bad idea and try to talk me out of it.
I knew I liked her. He holds back an eye roll. I don't think she approves, I add, watching the icy blonde walking away. She glances over her shoulder at me, distrust in her eyes, and then looks away.
She doesn't trust people easily,
Beast says. Wise woman, I mutter. He drags my attention away from Annika by turning me in his arms and looking down at me with so much warmth on his face it almost feels real. But that would be insane. Still, I find myself stiffening in his arms because it feels intimate and genuine, and I don't know why there is a part of me that wishes it was.
Relax. This is supposed to be a party,
he grumbles. I smile up at him brightly. You do realize I would rather be eating a bowl of razor blades than doing this, right? Beast smiles back, and despite it being forced, it's so damn beautiful it almost knocks the wind out of me. Who knew there was such a handsome man under all the scowls and dark expressions?
And I'd rather be having brain surgery with an ice pick than doing this. But here we are.
I sigh as I continue to look at him with fake adoration, well aware that we are being watched. I'll happily help with that. There's bound to be an ice pick behind the bar. Should I ask? He leans in closer, and his lips brush my ear, sending goosebumps across my skin.
How about we concentrate on what we already agreed on?
The move is intimate and my smile slips. What are you doing?
Getting close to you and making sure everyone sees it.
He hoists me up and sits me on the edge of the bar. His big hands part my thighs, and he steps between them. And even though my butt is firmly planted on the bar, he's still taller than me. He parts my thighs even wider so he can get his big body between them, and I'm reminded that it's been a long time since any man has been between my legs. Beast tucks a lock of my hair behind my ear.
You need to look at me like you want me to kiss you.
That's kind of hard to do when I've spent the last 24 hours wanting to put my fist in your mouth, not my tongue. He ignores me.
Put your arms around my neck.
How about my hands around your throat?
Later, if that's what you're into, princess, but right now we need to sell this.
He's right, because we've already attracted the attention of some of the old ladies and the club girls. Even a girl twirling on one of the poles stops to look. But his biker brothers? Clearly they don't give a shit. None of them are paying us any mind. But I get the distinct feeling that they're all aware of the strange girl at the end of the bar with their prez. I wind my arms around his neck and he brings his forehead to mine.
I'm going to kiss you,
he says, and electricity zips down my spine. What? But before I can protest, his lips are on mine, and he's kissing me. And his kiss is warm and soft, and surprisingly gentle, but still strong and commanding. And just like that, the bar and the bikers and the club girls and everything in the world disappears. And all I am aware of is Beast's lips devouring mine and the deep stroke of his tongue in my mouth. His kiss is strong, sensual, and so fucking sweet I forget myself and kiss him back. He breaks it off and offers me another devastating smile. A smile I feel all the way down to my toes. Our eyes meet, and I see the amusement in his.
You kiss like you actually like me,
he says, because I am a great actress. Behind him, I see a table of 6 outsiders watching us, all of them with dirty looks on their faces. I can read their expressions. Why you? I'm more attractive than you. Look at what you're wearing. How did Beast fall for a girl with messy hair and a zit on her face? Under their judgmental gazes, I tighten my legs around him and slide a little closer to him. Then I kiss him again, and the outsiders disappear from my mind. Beast groans against my lips, and I squeeze my legs tighter because that groan vibrates through me and hits me right between my thighs. I kiss him deeper, harder, and his hands slide down my waist to my hips, and his big hands wrap around my butt and yank me even closer to him. I moan and run my hands through his hair, lost in the kiss, lost in the feel of those big hands on me. He finally breaks it off and stares down at me with dark, blazing eyes. He takes me by the hand and guides me off the bar and onto my feet. "Where are we going?" He leans down.
"I'm taking you to bed."
My lips part, and there is a sudden roar of blood in my ears, and my heart beats so wildly I get dizzy momentarily. Bed?
That's what lovers do, Belle. And according to everyone watching us right now, we are lovers. So we're going to give them what they expect.
I'm about to tell him that I'm not having sex with him, but remember that now is not the time to reiterate the terms of our agreement. So I plaster on another smile and let him lead me out of the room and away from the party. Chapter 18. Belle. Wow. Who do I speak to about getting an upgrade? I say, glancing around Beast's magnificent bedroom. It's huge. And while my digs are hardly anything to complain about, this room is something sensational. Cathedral ceilings, floor-to-ceiling arched windows, some of them made from stained glass pictures of knights on motorcycles. A giant stone fireplace on the far wall, a massive 4-poster bed in the middle of the room. A shiver runs up my spine when I think about that bed and all the things that have probably taken place on it. Which, of course, makes me think about what Beast looks like when he's in that bed, sleeping, jerking off, fucking. Then I remember what Maya told me. He hasn't been with a woman since she's known him, and I wonder what he does to relieve the urges he surely has. Does he lie on this bed with his hand around his giant? Behind me, Beast closes the door, and the noise knocks some sense into me. I tense my shoulders and brace myself for whatever it is that's coming next. "So what happens now?" I ask, not waiting around to be mauled by this maniac. I like to see things coming before they arrive. "Am I supposed to give you my body as a thank you for looking after my uncle?" Beast gives me a dark look.
"That won't be necessary."
I cross my arms. You can't blame a girl for thinking the worst when an asshole holds her against her will. He takes a step closer and towers over me. A 7-foot wall of rock-hard muscle.
"And you should think the worst of me, Belle. It will be safer for you if you do."
The deep rumble of his voice and the darkness in his tone reminds me to tread carefully, even if they do light little fires across my skin while making me think about him dominating my body as he crawls over me on the bed, his powerful body blanketing me in heat and... Jesus, get a grip, Belle. I take a step back and tighten my arms around my chest as if I can protect myself from my own thoughts. I should be terrified of this man, of this situation. Yet there is something oddly comforting about Beast. I might be mad as hell at him, but I can still admit feeling a strange attraction to him, which is insane, yet easy. Too easy. Beast walks across the room and slips his leather cut off his broad shoulders and hangs it over the wingback chair near the bed. I take a sweeping gaze at his powerful body and the muscles straining against his black t-shirt. His thick arms are roped with veins and covered in ink, and his chest is so broad you could line 2 of me up against it, and there would still be room either side of us. My gaze drifts lower to his belt buckle, which is a silver Knights of St. Bon emblem. It looks heavy and thick. Lower, his boots are huge, and you know what they say about huge feet. Oh my God, Belle, stop.
You are free to spend the next 12 hours doing whatever it is you like, as long as it's in this room, he says.
I'm assuming yelling at the top of my lungs that I'm being held prisoner and am not happy about it isn't one of those things. He gives me a pointed look.
I thought after today that would be something you wouldn't want to do.
The reminder sends a bolt of resentment through me, and I glare at him. Fine. What about some Netflix, then?
Your wish is my command,
he says, picking up a remote from the nightstand. Clearly not if I'm still here, I mumble to myself. Beast presses a remote, and an enormous TV rises out of a cabinet on the wall across from the bed. He hands me the remote. If I'm sleeping here tonight, where are you sleeping? I ask, having to crane my neck to look up at him. This close, he is like a wall of muscle and grit.
In the bed, next to you,
he says, as easily as if he were telling me he takes 1 sugar in his coffee. I look at him, horrified, and gasp. No! His brows shoot up.
The last person who told me no lost his tongue.
Alarm slams into me as I picture the gruesome image. I try to swallow, but my throat is dry. I'd like to say it's because of the fear, but I'm not sure that's fear tingling between my legs, because the way Beast towers over me and looks down at me with that expression on his face has me feeling warm all over. Still, his warning is received loud and clear. Although I still need to stand my ground. I'm not having sex with you, I blurt out. He tilts his head slightly.
I was an offering,
he says coldly. At least there's the silver lining in all of this. Although he could force me, I suppose. He's certainly big enough to do whatever he wants to me. But he's not like that. In fact, after seeing what he did to Gaston the night he attacked me, he's not the kind who'd tolerate anyone doing that. A little voice inside tells me I can trust him, almost as if I already know him, which doesn't make any sense and is clearly a result of the earlier knock on my head. This man is dangerous, and I need to remember that. Again, our gazes lock. His shoulders tense.
I don't take from women, Belle, but I'll certainly punish you if you tell me no again.
Relief and excitement collide in my chest because of the way he says it and the heat in his expression as he looks down at me. But they're quickly followed by an unease in my gut because I don't doubt him. I lift my chin and harden my eyes. Keep your distance, bite gangster, and we'll be fine. His eyes narrow, but not with malice. I see a hint of amusement in them. The same with his beautiful lips. They tug briefly with mirth before resuming his scowl. So what happens tomorrow? Are you going to keep me locked away in this room like a Rapunzel?
You can go anywhere in the clubhouse. Everywhere except the West Tower. It is forbidden.
Why?
Because I said so.
I mean, why is it forbidden?
Again, because I said so.
I shrug. Whatever. He gives me a growly and indicates for me to sit on the bed. I hesitate long enough to consider my choices. I can either be comfortable on the bed or sit uncomfortably on the cold stone floor. If we're to pull this fake relationship off, then we need to get our stories straight, I say, choosing comfort over principle as I climb onto the bed.
Finally, something we agree on,
he mutters as he sits on the edge and begins to remove his motorcycle boots. Okay, so far we've managed to sell the fact that I'm Maya's cousin. I moved to town, and you and I met one night when Maya brought me to the clubhouse. We didn't speak other than to say hello, but then one night you saw me in town.
Where?
I think for a moment. Walking out of a restaurant.
The Jolly Roger Tavern.
I nod. Perfect. Then we got talking.
And you couldn't help but flirt with me.
I cock an eyebrow at him. Hardly. It was you who made the first move. Finished with his boots, he turns his big body to face me.
No one will believe that.
But they'll believe I couldn't help myself but fall at your feet because of your charm?
Yes.
I hate to break it to you, but you're not that charming. He sighs.
Can we move on?
Fine. We got talking, and a mutual attraction developed over time.
How?
I frown. What do you mean?
How did our attraction develop? Did we meet at your place? They've never seen you before, and you've only been to the clubhouse that one imaginary time.
Right. We'll tell everyone we used to meet at my place because we wanted our privacy. I pause, remembering the rumors about him having a secret affair in town. I have a question. He barely contains his eye roll.
Of course you do. What about?
The mysterious girl you've been leaving the clubhouse to visit late at night. What happened to her? Why isn't she here instead of me? His demeanor changes just slightly.
She never existed. It's just rumor.
But they say you were disappearing every night to spend time with a woman.
They were wrong.
If it wasn't a woman, then where were you going?
You ask a lot of questions.
Well, color me fussy, but I do prefer to know a little bit about the man I am meant to marry.
It's none of your concern.
He stands and gestures to the TV.
Put on whatever you want. I'm going to take a shower.
And just like that, I'm dismissed. Beast disappears into the bathroom connected to his room, and I wait until I hear the sound of the shower going before climbing off the bed and checking the door. I'm not going to escape. Beast has ensured my compliance by taking care of my uncle. But there's still that deeply ingrained need to know I'm not locked in that makes me cross the room to check. I rattle the door handle, and my relief is instant when I see it isn't locked. I pause, wondering if Beast is testing me. If any moment he'll appear in the doorway with a scowl on his face, ready to throw me over his shoulder again. But the shower is going, and I can hear the changing rhythm of the water as it rains down on his body. I cast a glance around the room, and my gaze settles on his cut hanging over the back of the chair. I cross the room and pick it up. The leather is well worn and scuffed in some places, the zipper tarnished by age. I bring it to my face, and it smells like leather and time and him. It's surprisingly soft but heavy, and the interior is lined with a rich red fabric. I study the patches on the front. The Chaos and Mayhem logo on the left breast, the President patch on the right. I run my finger over the word President, and the enormity of who I am marrying hits me. This man is the king of this castle, and I am going to be his queen, his old lady. Suddenly, it doesn't seem right that he's wasting it on me. He deserves a better queen, at least a better fake one. Even if he is a blackmailing dick, I can see his importance to the people of his club. I think about my uncle and the care he is receiving because of this deal, and I know I have to make this work. Deciding to do better as Beast's fake queen, I slide the cut back over the chair, but notice the heavy weight inside one of the breast pockets. Curiosity gets the better of me, and I slide my hand inside, and my fingers graze soft leather. It's his wallet. I pull it out and open it, hoping to get some idea about the man I am supposed to marry. Inside is his driver's license, which tells me his name is Adam, and he's 31 years old, 18 months older than me. And his last name is Vale, which means I will be Mrs. Vale. I whisper his name. Adam Vale. My equilibrium tilts on its axis and I feel a little lightheaded. I close my eyes and wait for it to pass. I'm not used to alcohol, and the shots of wildfire are obviously fucking with me. Shaking it off, I return my attention to the contents of his wallet. Besides his license, there's also an assortment of bank cards and a Knights of St. Bond membership card. There's a wad of cash, too, about $300 in $50 bills. But nothing that really tells me much about him. I'm about to put it back when something catches my eye. The corner of something poking out of one of the card holders. I pull it out and unfold it. It's a well-worn photograph, small and old and ravaged from being folded up for so long in his wallet. It's of a little boy and a little girl, both with blonde hair, about the same age. They're sitting on a piece of playground equipment. She's leaning over and kissing him on the cheek, and he's smiling at the camera. A strange feeling settles over me. Other than Annika, Beast hasn't talked about his family. Could this be his sister? It could be Annika, but my gut tells me it's not. Something doesn't feel right about the photo. And I think it's because I can tell Beast has suffered an immeasurable loss, and maybe this is it. What happened to the girl in the photograph? Is that why he's so guarded, so growly? In the bathroom, the shower turns off, so I carefully refold the photo and return it to where it belongs. Tucking his wallet back into his cut pocket, I readjust it on the chair and scurry back to the bed. Minutes later, Beast steps into the room drying off his long hair with a towel while another is wrapped around his hips. And wow, just wow. I can't help but run my gaze over him, more than once. And I'm not too pissed at him to admit that the sight of him wearing nothing but a towel is magnificent. I absorb it slowly. Golden skin covered in tattoos and gleaming with droplets of water, thick slabs of muscle covering every inch of him, long wet hair trailing past big shoulders and down his broad back, an 8-pack sparkling with shower water. Not to mention that when he walks, the towel does nothing to hide the fact there is something very big swinging behind it. Sweet baby Jesus. He walks to the vintage dresser near one of the arch windows and opens one of the top drawers and removes a pair of boxer shorts. Then, like I'm not even in the room, he pulls them on under the towel before letting it slip to the floor. When he turns around, I'm pretty sure my mouth drops open. I'm not completely sure because all the oxygen has left my brain, and all I am aware of is the sight of Beast in his underwear and how his boxer shorts cling to his skin and do nothing to hide what hangs so heavily between his legs. Dear Mother of God. My neck and face flush, and my mouth salivates. I have never seen anything like it before in my life. Our eyes meet, and I quickly look away, hating the sexy smirk on his lips. So he's got a big cock. Correction, a ginormous cock. So what? I busy myself by pushing down the covers with my feet so I can slide under them, then pull them over my lap. But even then, I can't stop my gaze from straying back to him. I watch him walk toward the bed, my body tingling as I notice his muscles rippling beneath his inked skin. He lifts the covers and slides into bed beside me, and an immediate warmth radiates over to my side. I clear my throat and look away and decide the only way to keep my mind off Beast and his giant cock is to torture him with a movie he's going to hate. So, I put on Beauty and the Beast, the sing-along version, and hope it drives him a little bit insane when I start singing with it. But 15 minutes into the movie, I look over and his eyes are closed, and his big body is relaxed and settled deep into the mattress. His breathing is soft, and his long lashes fan his cheek. God damn it. I think I sang him to sleep.
Chapter 19. Beast. The first thing I'm aware of is the infinite warmth wrapped around my body and the satiny feel of soft hair across my chest. The second thing is my raging boner, but it's not a typical morning boner, not one born out of hormones and sleep and a full bladder all working together to make me hard. No, this one is because I'm horny as fuck, which is not good, because I might have the commitment of a monk, but having Belle curled against me like this as my body screaming for something more. She's so soft and warm, and she smells like sunshine and spring flowers and fuck. My heart starts to pound and my cock swells even harder. I need to get out of this fucking bed. Careful not to wake her, I slip out from under her lush body and visit the bathroom to take care of the throbbing in my balls and the insanity in my mind. With one hand pressed against the shower tiles and the other wrapped around my cock, it doesn't take me long to come. I try to keep my mind free from anything to do with Belle, but when the release hits me, I have to bite down on my bottom lip to stop from groaning her name. God damn it. I don't need to be entertaining thoughts of her moaning and writhing beneath me. I need to keep her at arm's length so I don't get distracted by her. I need to keep focused on the club and what's happening with the synthetic Fantasia. But now that I know how warm and soft she is, and how she whimpers when she dreams, yeah, I woke up to that fresh hell in the middle of the night and it damn near killed me. Forgetting how desirable she is a goddamn impossibility. But I will fight it, even if it fucking kills me. After washing up, I put on a pair of jeans and returned to the bedroom to find Belle sitting up in bed, her long blonde hair cascading over her shoulders. Her big blue eyes are sleepy and her face is soft and rumpled. She yawns, but when she hears me walk into the room, her back straightens and all her walls shoot up again. "Good morning, bike gangster," she says, resentment hanging off every word. She tightens the sheets around her chest and makes sure I notice. "Good morning," I say, the words unfamiliar on my lips. It's been so long since I've had a woman in my bed, I'm not quite sure what to do. I glance at the clock. Housekeeping will be up with breakfast soon. Last night, before attending the party, I had arranged for someone to bring us breakfast this morning. Someone who likes to gossip. "Good, because I'm famished," she says, her gaze raking over my shirtless torso. "All this relationship fakery is working up my appetite. Being your fake girlfriend is exhausting." A simple thank you would suffice. "You're right. I suppose it was uncharacteristically considerate of you to organize breakfast for us." Being considerate has nothing to do with it. It's part of the plan. The club needs to see Belle with me. They need to make their assumptions. Gossip spreads like wildfire through these halls. Housekeeping, the club girls, the old ladies, they will all know about Belle being in my bed before the morning is done. But before they get here, we're going to need to get you out of those clothes, I say, walking to the bed. Her eyes widen. "What do you mean?" Housekeeping are wicked gossips. They feed the castle grapevine. People are already curious about you. Now that you've spent the night in my room, they will want to know more. They'll think we've been fucking like crazy, and we want them to. But if one of the girls comes in and you're still wearing the clothes from last night, then someone's gonna add 1 + 1 and come up with 5. "So you want me to take my clothes off?" "Out of necessity. She huffs out of breath and reluctantly starts to remove her t-shirt. "You know, a bit of privacy would be nice," she says. "Like the privacy you gave me when I walked in from the shower last night?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "You couldn't drag your eyes off me." Her cheeks turn pink. "That is not true." "It's fine by me, little one." I let some heat into my voice. "I like you watching." The sudden shift in temperature makes her uncomfortable and she struggles to swallow. I shouldn't like it, but I do. The way she doesn't know where to look, how she licks her lips nervously. God damn, I want to ruin those lips until they're raw. She clears her throat. "A gentleman would look away." Our eyes meet. I'm no gentleman. She lifts her chin. "No, I can see that." For a moment we stare at each other. Then a darkness sweeps through her expression, and I see the determination shining in her eyes. A determination to make this hard on me. She sharpens her gaze on me. "Fine." She pulls the t-shirt over her head, her eyes coming back to me as she undoes her bra and lets it slide off, leaving her beautiful breasts naked and exposed. God damn me to hell. Her breasts are fucking perfect. Creamy and smooth, with soft pink nipples just aching to be sucked and licked. My cock hardens despite me making myself come only minutes ago. She lifts an eyebrow. "Okay, enough with the perving. You better get over here and make this look authentic." Seeing Belle's beautiful tits was not on my bingo card today, and my lips ached to taste those delectable nipples and feel them harden to tight peaks in my mouth. Fuck. This is going to be fucking torture. At least she's being more agreeable and not fighting me for once. Clearing my throat, I slide into the bed beside her and sit up against the pillows, pulling the covers over my jeans so it looks like I'm naked in bed. "Now what?" she asks, only now wrapping the sheet around her chest. "Now we sell the fact we've been fucking hard all night." She cocks an eyebrow. "And how do you suggest we do that?" "You look too rested to sell it." "Which is a surprise considering I spent most of the night awake and thinking of ways to murder you in your sleep while making it look like an accident. I'm exhausted from all the possibilities." As much as my expression says otherwise, I enjoy Belle's smart mouth. Every time she fights me, I enjoy the thought of punishing her. I indicate to the large space between us. Any further away from me and she'd fall off the bed. "You're gonna need to come closer." Begrudgingly, she obliges. But it's not quite close enough. "Closer," I say. She inches nearer. "Closer." Another inch. Her big blue eyes are defiant until I reach for her and drag her over to me. "You animal," she protests. I chuckle because her mouth is fighting me, but her body isn't. She settles in beside me and entangles her legs through mine. "How's this?" she asks. "Good, but..." I cup her jaw with my hand and claim her lips with mine, driving my tongue in. I kiss her hard and deep, and at first she is stiff and unresponsive. But then she softens in my hands, her body melting against me, her lips moving with mine. Her nipples harden to peaks and brush against my skin. I cup her ass and pull her onto my lap. I am hard as fuck and she can feel it. But I don't give a fuck and neither does she. She pushes her fingers through my hair and groans into the kiss as her hips start to rock against me. The kiss grows deeper, and her little whimpers make me want to reach between us, unzip my jeans, push aside her damp panties, and plunge into her wet pussy. I groan. I did this to rattle her, but I'm the one being rattled. And now my cock feels like it's going to explode, so I break off the kiss and let her go. She flops onto the bed beside me and looks up at me with large eyes full of heat, her cheeks flushed. I should keep my distance, but I can't help myself. She likes to poke the bear, and this bear likes to poke right back. I brush my lips to her ear. No, you look like you've been fucked hard. If it's possible, her cheeks redden even more. There's a knock on the door and Bambi, one of the club girls, walks in carrying a breakfast tray. "Good morning," she says with a smile. Her eyes sweep over Belle, and happiness dances in them when she brings her gaze back to me. "Mrs. V whipped up some of her famous waffles for you both, as well as some bacon and eggs. There's also a pot of fresh coffee and some fresh orange juice. If you want anything else, I'm happy to get it for you." "This will be sufficient, thank you, Bambi," I say. "You can put the tray on the end of the bed." She does as she is told and places the tray on the bed at our feet, then looks at us again. "Will that be all?" Bubbly and sweet Bambi is also a massive gossip, and will run back to the kitchen to let everyone know that Belle spent the night in my bed. No, spread the word. We're not to be disturbed until I have to attend church later this morning. I look at Belle. I'm going to be busy until then. Bambi can barely contain her squeal of excitement. "Of course, I will tell the others you're not to be disturbed." She practically skips out of the room. When she's gone, Belle lets out a deep breath. "Well, that was awkward." I look down on her flushed face. "You did well, little one." Instead of fighting me or replying with sass, she remains silent. I'm figuring it's because of the kiss. Namely, those little whimpers that told me exactly what she was feeling, what was happening to her body as she rocked against me. She must have been close. Hell, I was close, and she hates that she was. I can see it written all over her face. Feeling a cramp in my leg, I shift my body slightly, and her eyes flare. They shine up at me with expectation, and if I'm not mistaken, I think she wants me to move closer. She licks her lips, and I watch her tongue slide across the soft skin that's plump and swollen from kissing me. And I know without a doubt I want to kiss her again. No, I want to kiss her hard and then pin her to this bed and make her moan. Fuck, I wish she'd stop looking at me that way. It makes me want to do things I've got no business doing. She bites down on her lip, her eyes heavy with lust, her pulse pounding in her neck. I feel her legs part, and I want to slide between them so badly I can barely think straight. I force myself to move away from her and lean against the pillows. I need to put some distance between us, because being this close is too tempting. "So, what do we do now?" she asks. And all I can think of is the 100 different things I want to do, and all of them end with me inside her. We eat breakfast. I climb off the bed and pull on a t-shirt, then bring the breakfast tray of food to the bed. "I was thinking of visiting my uncle today," she says before taking a mouthful of waffles. I nod. I'm not worried about her trying to flee. I've secured her compliance. She looks surprised. "Really? Are you going to try and escape?" "I think we both know it's not in me or my uncle's best interests if I do." "Then you're free to go." Her smile is big, and damn, why does it feel like there's a tight knot in my chest whenever I see it? She scoops up the last of the whipped cream on the waffles and slowly sucks it from her spoon, and watching her sends all the blood from my brain to my cock. I need to get out of this room before I do something stupid. No point starting something I can't finish, no matter how fucking much I want to. I need to tread carefully with Belle, because whether she knows it or not, she could be my undoing in so many ways. She wasn't afraid of me when she first saw me, and there was a part of me that hoped it was because somewhere in her heart she remembered me, remembered who I was to her. But now I know it's because she is strong and feisty and not afraid to stand up for what she believes is right. She will be a good old lady. You have to be if you're to survive being married to the club. but there are some giant hurdles in our way. Using her uncle will only ensure her compliance for so long, and taming her into submission will be an impossibility. Her heart is too wild and too resilient for that. I will need to figure out a way to make her want to stay when the truth comes out. And it will. Annika will ensure it. Because she knows me all too well, she knows I've never had an interest in marrying since Guinevere destroyed my face and Jennifer shoved her engagement ring into the palm of my hand before fleeing the clubhouse. She knows me marrying someone after a whirlwind romance is out of character, and it's made her suspicious. Meaning, it's only a matter of time before she figures out who Belle really is.
Chapter 20. Belle. I was seconds away from coming. The thought plagues me as I replay this morning in bed with Beast over and over in my head, bouncing between crushing embarrassment and waves of resentment toward him for shackling me to this situation. And because of it, I am going to conveniently forget how much I liked the feel of the rigid outline of his cock brushing against my panties. I close my eyes until the rush of heat passes and vow to not let it happen again. I'm sitting at the dresser, and when I open my eyes again, I'm drawn to the view outside the bedroom window. It looks straight onto a tower, and if my bearings are correct, then it's the West Tower.
You can go anywhere in the clubhouse, everywhere except the West Tower. It is forbidden.
Curiosity gets the better of me. I want to see what's in this forbidden tower. What secret is so big that he keeps it under lock and key? Before I can talk myself out of it, I'm already standing in front of the tall wooden door leading inside the West Tower. I check, but of course it's locked. But what Beast doesn't know is that I am quite adept at lock breaking, thanks to an absent-minded uncle who used to forget our house keys all the time. I pull a bobby pin from my hair and bend it into shape. Then, sliding it into the lock, I feel around for what I need. But this old lock is 100 years old, and my flimsy hairpin is no match for it. And within seconds, it breaks. Damn it, I say, when it falls through to the other side. Now Beast is going to know I was trying to break in. I quickly remove the other hairpin and try again. But it breaks, too. Okay. I have one last hairpin.
Try again, little one, and you'll see just what I am capable of when I'm pissed.
I swing around to find Beast behind me, his big arms folded as he's watching me. You can't blame a girl for being curious. I cross my arms to match his intimidating stance. What's inside? He walks toward me, bringing with him a swirling heat of testosterone and power. His long hair hangs in waves around his strong face.
Why do you disobey me?
I lift my chin. Like I said, curiosity. He looks down on me, and I'm forced to crane my neck to look up at him. And dear God, when he's right there standing in front of me looking all mad and muscular, all I can think about is the taste of his lips on mine and the warmth of his tongue inside my mouth.
You know what they say about curiosity,
he rumbles in that deep, growly voice of his. He comes even closer and my cheeks turn pink because, God damn it, I'm more turned on than terrified.
This room stays locked.
He holds up a key. It's big, like the dungeon keys you see in the movies. No wonder my little hairpins were so ineffective.
And I'm the only one who has the key.
I frown at him. Why? What are you hiding?
Well, I could show you.
He lifts an eyebrow.
But then I'd have to kill you.
Later, while Beast is in church, I borrow one of the clubhouse trucks so I can visit my uncle. It's a stick shift, and I've never driven a stick shift, but I don't want to tell the prospect when he hands me the keys because I'm desperate to see my uncle. Besides, I'll figure it out. I mean, how hard can it be? Apparently, hard enough. I usually pride myself in being a quick learner, but today is not one of those days. After stalling it twice along the way and almost flooding the engine, when I finally reach the old mansion where my uncle is recuperating, the truck bunny hops a couple of times before coming to a stop. "How's our favorite patient doing today?" I ask Annie when she opens the front door. She gives me a reassuring smile. "He's doing better today." But he doesn't look better. He still looks pale and gaunt, and when I sit beside the hospital bed and take his hand in mine, it is cold and limp and feels lifeless. Despite the doctors easing his sedation medication, he is still out of it. While I'm there, he wakes up once, and it takes him some time to recognize me before he falls into a deep sleep again. "Don't be disheartened, Belle," Annie says when she brings me a peppermint tea and a biscuit. She can see the tears in my eyes and the hopelessness on my face. "Brain injuries heal in their own time, not our time. Just because it's taking a while doesn't mean he isn't getting better. The doctor is sure he will come around, but he needs to rest and heal before that." "Thanks, Annie." She gives me a grandmotherly pat on my shoulder, and I want to stop her from walking away and pull her in for a cuddle, because right now it's what I need. But I don't. I simply smile and watch her leave the room to continue with her rounds. Annie has put a copy of The Old Man and the Sea on the nightstand. It's one of my uncle's favorite books, so I pick it up and start to read it to him. But I only get a few pages in when his voice startles me.
"I'm sorry, Bluebell."
My eyes dart from the book to him. He's awake and looking up at me. "Uncle Maurice." I take his hand in mine. "It's all right, you're safe. You have nothing to be sorry about."
"I thought I was doing the right thing by keeping it from you."
He sounds jumbled, but I figure he's talking about the debt he owes to the Knights. "Forget about the debt. It's all been taken care of. You need to rest and heal."
"Not the debt. The accident. I should have told you. Let you remember. I've made such a mess of things. I was just trying to protect you. Oh, Blue."
"What is Blue, Uncle Maurice? You're confused. You've had a head injury."
"It was a miracle. We should never have come back here. Now you might get hurt too."
Alarm tingles in the pit of my stomach. "What are you talking about?" He grabs my hand and his eyes widen, and for a moment he seems more lucid than he has in years.
"They killed him. Don't let them kill you too."
"What do you mean? Who are you talking about?" Fear spreads through me like flames. "Uncle Maurice." But just like that, he is gone again, swept away by his drug haze and back to sleep again. Annie pops her head in. "Everything okay?" I tell her what just happened. "Funny, he was moaning about something blue last night. You don't know what it means?" "No." I push back against the fear whipping up a firestorm inside me. "He said I might be in danger. Do you think you are?" I frown. I don't know what's real anymore. Empathy softens her face. "It could be the combination of the medication he's on and his injury. He'll make more sense when he comes around. Until then, try not to worry." I nod. But not worrying is a lot easier said than done. The hours tick by in silence. Annie pops her head in from time to time to offer comforting words, but nothing eases my pain. In fact, as the minutes pass by, I grow more unnerved and more annoyed at my situation. I'm worried about my uncle, and it's eating away at me. So, I mentally take it out on the best person I know. Beast. He might be paying for all of this, And for that I am grateful, but he is using me like a pawn in a chess game, parading me about as his lover and moving me about on the chessboard at his whim. I think about him pulling me onto his lap this morning, and the thickness of his cock rubbing against my panties as we kissed like we were starving for one another, and heat spreads across my cheeks. He is demanding and inconsiderate, and I've had about enough of it.
Chapter 21. Beast. In church, I update the rest of the club on Opie's analysis of the synthetic fantasia. 13 pairs of eyes focus on me from around the table. If we want to stop the spread of this obnoxious drug, then we need to cut it off at the supply. We need to show whoever it is that they can't come into our town and spread dysfunction to our townspeople. If it's the psychos, you think they're the brains behind this, or do you think there's a bigger fish in the pond? Bear asks. It's too early to tell, I say. Do we think the psychos are even capable of setting up something like this? Axe asks. Dumb cunts aren't too fucking smart. A chuckle of approval moves around the table. Axe is right, Viking says. What's the likelihood they've set up a manufacturing operation? That costs money. Doesn't mean they're not manufacturing it, Lars says. They'd only need someone to fund it, unless they've been able to cash themselves up, which I doubt. If they are, then it's not in their piece of shit clubhouse. It means they would have a warehouse somewhere. And if they do, I am going to burn it to the ground. I look at Lars. We start telling the psychos comings and goings. I want eyes on that clubhouse, and when someone leaves it, I want to know where they are going and what they are doing and who the fuck they're doing it with. If the psychos are manufacturing this synthetic fantasia, then one of them is going to lead us to where they are doing it. The room rumbles in agreement. I lift my gavel, but Viking speaks up. Before you bring the gavel down on church, let me remind everyone about the Twilight barbecue tonight, he says. You know my old lady has run this thing for the last couple of decades, so I expect all you fuckers to show up and give her and the other old ladies your full support. Internally I groan. With everything going on with the psychos, not to mention my bride-to-be, I had forgotten about the Twilight barbecue. Every year the Knights put on a carnival barbecue night, a place for the townspeople to eat and socialize with the Knights and each other. There's a barbecue tent, a chili tent, and cotton candy, popcorn, and corn dog stands. After eating, families can ride the couple of carnival rides we have assembled and enjoy a live band. It's an annual fundraiser, with the proceeds going to the Children's Hospital. The Knights have held it for more than 30 years. It keeps us in touch with the townspeople, keeps them on our side, much to Mayor Boney's disgust, because it doesn't help his campaign against us. But with so much happening, it feels more like a pain in the ass right now. But not holding it would break tradition. Not to mention Viking's wife would break my balls if I don't show. Besides, bad timing aside, it's good for the town. It's also a good opportunity to flaunt Belle as my wife-to-be. As the room clears, Viking gives me the same shit-eating grin I've seen on his son's face a lot. The girl you were with last night, she was a surprise. I had thought what they were saying about you having a girl in town was just rumor. Get to the point, old man, I say. No point. It's just good to see. He pats me on my shoulder. It's a fatherly gesture, and it surprises me when I feel it deep in my chest. But I shove the feeling away. I let go of my need for fatherly approval the day Dodger disappeared. Viking's light blue eyes study my face. You like this girl? Yes, that's why I asked her to marry me. Before he can reply, I catch the eye of one of our prospects. Find Belle and bring her to me. He nods and makes his way out of church, and I return my attention back to Viking. Wow, this is a fucking surprise, he says with a grin. Like you've been telling me for months, it's time to find a bride. So I went out and found one. It's a good thing, son. I know you haven't exactly been thrilled about the idea. Understatement. He knows I see marriage is as appealing as a bullet right in the fucking eye. When's the wedding? We haven't set a date, but soon. When my feisty bride has a little more time to get used to the idea. He nods, but his smile fades. There's shit with the psychos. If we're going to strike, then we need to destroy them completely, or there will be blowback. That's why we're waiting for all the pieces to be moved into place. I don't want to just hurt the fuckers, I want to fucking destroy them. Looking pleased, Viking puts a meaty hand on my shoulder. Your father would be proud of you, son. No, he wouldn't. He would criticize me for waiting, despite knowing it's the smartest option. Sometimes the hardest thing to do is to wait, especially when all you want to do is burn shit down. And that's exactly what I want to do. Burn the psychos and their drug trade to the ground. But until our ducks are in a row, we have to wait and watch and prepare. The church doors open, and the prospect stumbles in, looking uneasy. In fact, he's gone a wider shade of pale. Where's Belle? The prospect looks like he's going to be sick. She's not coming. I feel my last nerve break and have to bite back my rising temper. What did she say? The prospect swallows, clearly worried about how I'm going to react. She said no.
Chapter 22. Belle. It was hard to leave my uncle behind and return to the clubhouse. So when I receive a summons from Beast via the prospect, it makes me feel a little prickly. I'm grateful that my uncle is getting the medical care he needs, and I will do my duty and marry the bike gangster as I'm expected, but I won't be summoned. I might have to be here, but I won't be a pushover. I know I'm playing with fire. Beast has made it clear that there are consequences for disobeying him, but right now I'd be lying if I said I wasn't ready for a fight. Instead of waiting around for Beast to storm into the clubhouse to yell at me for ignoring his summons, I decide to take a walk in the beautiful garden between the clubhouse and the chapel. It's where he finds me when he stalks past on the way to rattle the walls of the clubhouse.
What did I say about saying no to me?
He growls. You told me the last person lost their tongue. I sharpen my gaze on his. But after this morning, I didn't think you would want me to lose mine. His expression darkens.
I don't know where you think you are, but you are not in control here. You do as I say.
And if you want to talk to me, then you come and talk to me, but I will not be summoned like I'm at your beck and call.
You are at my beck and call,
he growls. Still rattled after seeing my uncle so sick, when Beast summoned me via the prospect, it rubbed up against my last nerve. That doesn't make for an even playing field. He takes a menacing step closer, and with a low rumble says,
Who said anything about an even playing field? There's only one way this works. I say jump, and you ask how high.
Like hell, I say, holding my hand out to him like I'm handing him a phone. It's the 1950s. They want their chauvinism and misogyny back. His eyes flare, and mine flare right back.
I expect you to be more obedient,
he says, gritting his teeth. And I expect you to be less of a demanding jerk.
Need I remind you of what is at stake here?
My eyes narrow on him. How could I forget?
Then you will start behaving
like hell. I storm away from him because I'm frustrated. I know it doesn't solve anything, but it does stop me from murdering my 7-foot bike gangster fiancé for being an inconsiderate jerk face. I head deeper into the garden. In another life, the one where I'm not broke and kidnapped, I would be a botanist or a garden designer, someone who works with plants every day. I love them. I like to think it's something that was passed on to me by my mother or father, but Uncle Maurice says neither of them were interested in gardening. I wish I knew more about them, who they were, what they were like. Did they have hobbies? I spent a lot of my childhood trying not to think about them, because I couldn't remember a thing about them, and it made me feel guilty. Strangely enough, being here makes me feel close to them, and I can't understand why. It's probably because my life has been flipped on its ass, and it makes me long for the comfort of family. Something I've craved for as long as I can remember.
I don't appreciate you being such a pain in the ass,
Beast says, catching up to me in 2 strides of his giant legs. And I don't appreciate being treated with disrespect. I swing around to face him. I may have decided to be a better fake queen, but that doesn't mean I am going to let him boss me about. Is this what it will be like when we are married? You bossing me around like a caveman? Why don't you just hit me over the head and drag me into your cave? He grits his teeth.
Don't think it isn't tempting.
I hate that he has the upper hand, that I am indeed at his beck and call, but while that might be true, I will not go down without a fight. I don't mean physically. I could never match his brute strength. No, I will have to use my wits if I am going to get the ball in my court somehow. I cross my arms. Why did you summon me anyway?
We need to discuss some matters.
Does it involve you letting me go? He gives me a pointed look.
No.
Then I'm sorry, but I am currently too busy to talk. I try walking away again, but his thundering voice stops me.
Don't take another step, or so help me God, little one.
The power in his voice sends a trail of goosebumps across my skin. Despite hating him, I do as I'm told.
I don't know if I made myself clear yesterday, but the 2 of us convincing the High Council of this club that this union is real is the only thing keeping your uncle alive.
My jaw tightens. How could I forget?
Then you can see my dilemma when I send the prospect to fetch my fiancée and she all but tells me to go fuck myself.
I'm pleased I got my point across.
Are you trying to irritate me to death?
I perk up. Is that an option? He looks like he's going to blow a fuse.
Why can't you do something I tell you to do just for once?
Perhaps if you asked politely.
Not going to happen,
he grits out. Then you'd better do something to help ease your stress levels, bite gangster, I say, turning away from him. He grabs my wrist and swings me around to face him.
You're going to be my wife.
That's right. I will be your wife. Ever heard the phrase, happy wife, happy life? You'd do well to remember it.
And you would do well to remember who is in charge here.
I roll my eyes because I don't think people do that to him. Now we're just going around in circles. Why did you summon me, Prince Charming? He tries to keep his cool.
Every year, the Knights hold a fundraising cookout for the hospital. Tonight's the night, and you're to accompany me as my girlfriend.
Lucky me, I grumble.
The feeling is mutual,
he grumbles back. You know what? We've never even been on a date. You've never asked me for anything, just told me to stand there and do that. I shake my wrist free. Invite me on a date, Beast, and then maybe we can talk.
You are not in control here.
That's where you are wrong. You can tell me what to do and blackmail me until the cows come home, but I am in control of how I feel about that and how I react to it.
Then you better start saving your pennies, little one, because medical care is expensive.
I glare at him. You asshole.
That's right. I am an asshole, but that's not the worst of what I am. You don't have any idea of what I am capable of, so start behaving.
Our gazes connect, mine blazing with resentment, his dark with wildfire. I should look away, give in, but I will die of old age before I let him get the better of me. Ask me nicely. I demand, my eyes narrowed on him. And I mean very nicely. He thinks for a moment, and his eyes sharpen in response.
Join me tonight as my date for the fundraiser.
I cock an eyebrow. You'll have to do better than that, I'm afraid.
God damn it, woman,
he mutters. Because I'm determined to make this as awkward for him as possible, I say, ask me properly, like you would ask me on a date. Beast lifts his brows.
I don't date.
But you understand the concept, right? I lift my chin. Ask me, and make it convincing. For a moment, he doesn't move, and I think he's going to blow up again, but he doesn't. Instead, he takes a step closer so he is standing over me, blocking out the sun and everything around us, so there is only him. Him and the sudden wild pounding of my heart in my ears. His dark gaze slides from my eyes to my lips, and slowly back to my eyes. My lips part involuntarily because of the heat I see in his eyes and the carnal desire on his face. He lifts his hand and trails his knuckles down my arm, sending a surge of lust into the deepest part of me. Beneath his touch, all I can think about is how he kissed me last night on the edge of the bar, and how I desperately want him to kiss me like that again, and how I slid onto his lap in bed this morning and felt the size of his cock rubbing against my clit as we kissed deeply, and the building orgasm I felt growing inside me. The tension is still there, waiting, building, ready. I swallow thickly, mesmerized by the look on his face and the heat radiating from his powerful body. Suddenly, I seem to have lost the upper hand, and I'm powerless to get it back. I close my eyes. What the fuck is wrong with me? This is the lunatic who has kept me prisoner while he entertains the notion of marrying me, whether I'm on board or not. This proximity to him is a good range to kick him in the balls, not melt like butter into his tremendously muscular body and mentally beg him for kisses. Fuck, stop thinking about it. But tell that to my hammering heart as he towers over me and my body that aches to feel his lips on mine.
Look at me,
he rumbles. I open my eyes and look up at him. His lips are mere inches from mine. I know how they taste, how they set my body on fire, and I want to feel them again. What are you doing? I whisper.
What you asked me to do.
His words are husky and dripping with dark promise.
You want to know how I would ask you on a date? Well, this is it, little one.
His knuckles find my cheek, and they are so infinitely tender as they brush over my skin, and I feel myself being swept away by his touch alone.
This is me asking politely. But if it doesn't suit, I'm happy to show you how I ask impolitely.
Oh boy, the way he says it, like he's going to throw me over his shoulder again and drag me to dinner. No, to his bedroom, to his bed. God, I can't breathe.
Well, little one, will you join me as my date tonight?
My body trembles as he brings his lips even closer. And fuck it, I want this. I want him to kiss me. I want to slide onto his lap again and this time ride the rigid outline of his cock until I come. Until we both come. The thought of watching him lose control during his orgasm only fuels my surrender. I close my eyes again and lift my face to meet his kiss. But it is a kiss that never comes. He takes a step back, and my eyes flit open in time to see a hint of a smile spread across his lips.
I'll take that as a yes.
Spell broken, I take a step back and glare across at him. Asshole.
Tonight is an important date for the club,
He says, his voice husky.
And you'll behave, little one, for your uncle's sake.
I glare at him. How could I forget? He starts to walk away but calls out over his shoulder.
Be ready by 6.
I narrow my eyes at him and watch him disappear out of view. Chapter 23. Belle. He's late. He was supposed to pick me up at 6, but it's already 6:30, and I'm all dressed up with no place to go and no one to take me. I look at my outfit in the mirror. I'm wearing a low-cut top that shows off a little more boob than I'm used to, and a pair of knee-high black boots over tight blue jeans. All on loan from Maya. Before heading into town to help set up the fundraiser, she helped me with my hair and makeup, despite my assurance that I could do that myself. But she insisted, because I think she's still traumatized by my lack of effort yesterday and the state of my hair when I attended the party. But she has nothing to worry about. I learned my lesson. I'm not going to blow this. I'm going to be a good little old lady and do as I'm told. For Uncle Maurice. I figure if I remember why I'm doing this, I will be less likely to fuck it up by wanting Beast to kiss me. Worst of all, touch me. But the truth is, I do want him to touch me. I've wanted his hands on me since the moment he stepped out of the shadows and into the lamplight the night we met. That was the moment I felt the longing awaken inside me, and it confuses me. Not to mention pisses me off, because I have no business wanting this man. But I do. And it's like something deep inside me has already decided my fate and he's it. It's why I fight him so much. I'm trying to prove a point to the both of us, that I am no pushover, and that this longing to feel him touch me is complete insanity. But it's getting me nowhere. And after today's encounter in the garden, I've decided to change tactics and behave. Because when Beast turns the tables on me, I get drawn deeper into his web. The door opens, and Beast appears in the doorway, and immediately my stomach knots at the sight of him. He's wearing his usual black jeans and a tee under his cut, but something is different about him tonight. Oh, he's still got that air of power and control about him, but I can see the worry etched into his brow. The worry he thinks he's hiding behind his scowl. "You're late," I say, looking at him in the reflection of the mirror. He walks up behind me and I'm immediately caught in his heat and scent. Memories of rubbing myself against his erection this morning swirl in my head and my nipples harden to peaks. I raise an eyebrow at him in the mirror and he pulls out a small black box. I turn around to face him and look at the box. What is that? He opens it, and winking back at me is a giant diamond.
Your engagement ring.
I'm speechless. It's stunning. Beast takes it out of the box and slides it onto my finger. And just like that, I am engaged. It's my third night at the clubhouse, and somehow I am now the future Mrs. Beast. I look at the big, fat diamond ring on my finger. This is really happening. It's beautiful, I whisper. As a young girl, I always imagined this moment would be incredibly romantic and worthy of an ugly cry, that I would find my Prince Charming and be swept away in a wave of romance. But this isn't even close to romantic. This is blackmail. And Beast couldn't be less of a Prince Charming if he tried.
It will do,
he says, as if the ice rink on my finger is nothing. It must have cost a fortune. Unless it's fake, like the rest of this. I move my hand around so it catches in the light and sparkles. I don't care if it's fake, it's beautiful. And I've never owned something so lovely.
Ready to go, fiancé?
He asks. I take another look at the ring on my finger and smile. As ready as I'm ever going to be. As we walk through the unusually quiet clubhouse toward the front door, I think about my uncle and how pale he looked today. Then I think about how it's only because of Beast's generosity he is safe. My hands turn clammy and my heart begins to pound rapidly against my ribcage. If I don't sell this, then Uncle Maurice will pay the price. I think of Annika and her suspicious looks. If anyone is going to pull this pretense apart, it will be her. She already knows something isn't right. In a moment of panic, I stop and turn to Beast. I can't do this, I whisper. I'm sorry. I will never be able to pull it off. They will see right through me because I'm not a good actress, not when there is so much at stake. I can't meet his eye, because I know he's going to be angry at me. He will see this as me being difficult, but it's not. It's me being terrified people will see straight through our fakery and my uncle will bear the consequence. Last night at the party, I was angry at him, and that anger made it easy to face everyone. Not to mention I was bolstered by a couple of shots of wildfire moonshine. But now, I've had time to process the situation, and I can see how much is at stake. There is no way I will be able to pull it off.
Look at me,
Beast says. He brushes his finger and thumb against my chin and gently lifts my face so I have no choice but to look at him.
There is nothing to be afraid of, little one.
But what if I fuck it up? A hint of a smile touches his beautiful lips.
How would you do that?
I'm not a very good actress.
Last night you were a very good one,
he says, with a heat in his voice that makes certain parts of me tingle.
Just look at me like you love me. Don't flinch if I touch you.
I swallow thickly. Exactly how are you going to touch me?
Like this.
He takes my hand in his and tangles his fingers through mine, then runs his knuckles down my cheek.
And like this.
His lips find mine, and the tenderness in his kiss makes me weak behind the knees. It feels reassuring, gentle, real. I pull away, startled by the thought. What if they don't think I'm your type? Oh my God, what is your type? He runs his thumb across my lower lip.
You, Bill. You're my type.
My heart kicks an extra beat. I'm caught in his spell, and I don't even care. The way he's looking at me, the warmth in his eyes, the tenderness in his touch. I want him to touch me. I know it is crazy to feel this way, but something about this is so familiar. He brushes a stray lock of hair from my face.
Just stay by my side, and everything will be all right.
It's hard not to believe him when he has unshakable faith in me. When I nod, he kisses me again, and this time I melt into him, and all my nerves and resistance disappear like a wave pulling away from the shore.
Chapter 24. Beast. The moment we pull into the parking lot of the town park, I know something isn't right. Usually the barbecue is bustling with families and townspeople, and kids running around with cotton candy and corn dogs. But tonight, very few people have shown up, and the park is almost empty. What the hell? I mutter. Over by the food tents, I see Maya and the club girls comforting Viking's wife Demry, who is visibly upset that no one has shown up to the fundraiser she's worked hard to put together. This has Mayor fucking Boney written all over it. Where is everyone? Belle asks, looking around at the empty outdoor tables. Someone has scared them off, I say, feeling the anger unfurl in my chest. Who would do that? Mayor Bonnie, that's who. Why would the mayor want people to stay away from a fundraiser that benefits the local hospital? Because he's a slimy politician who is determined to run the Knights out of town. God, I want to shoot him in the face. Belle frowns. Why? Because he wants our land. Since Boney came into power 4 years ago, he's had his stick up his ass about the Knights, and he's campaigned to run us out of town for just as long. He says we're holding this town back, keeping it from prospering so we can get rich off our illegal Fantasia trade. He's made no secret about wanting to tear down the clubhouse to make way for a green space he's been promising the townsfolk. A park on the hill that overlooks the town and the ocean, where families can grill in summer and walk through quaint snow-capped parklands in winter, and we're the assholes for stopping it from happening. Over time, he's taken the town's 80-year appreciation for the Knights and turned it into fear and resentment. Tonight is a flex. He's showing us the power he has over this town. Belle frowns. What does he want your land for? He says he wants to clear it and give it back to the townsfolk. But why your land? It's prime real estate. Ocean views, valley views, town views. That's why I know it's a lie. I'm not following. He's telling the town one thing, but he's planning something else entirely. Can you prove it? Because if you can, then we need to start spreading the news. She says so fiercely it makes me want to kiss her again. No, it's only gut instinct, but my gut is usually right. But if that's true, then the town won't put up with it. It's better to ask for forgiveness than for permission, little one. Whatever he's got planned, then I think it will be too late once it's done. If you're right, then all you need is the proof, right? Of course. Then you find the proof, which is more than likely behind those impenetrable walls wrapped around his giant mansion. Can't you blow them up or something? I can't help but chuckle. I love her spunkiness. Not if we want to stay out of prison. She bites her lips as she considers what I just told her, and damn, it's a distraction. Then you need to figure out a way inside. Like I said, we want to stay on the right side of the prison bars. And until we figure out a way to do that, then we'll have to keep deflecting his attack on us in other ways. A young woman with 2 little kids at her side approaches us. I recognize her. She used to date Balls a few years back. Dressed in a short denim skirt and a tight tank, she looks empathetic as she hands me a crumpled flyer. I thought you should know. I look at the flyer. Together we will make St. Boniface thrive. Choose not to support criminal organizations that plague this town with their illegal drug trade and violence. And every single one of you will benefit. Enjoy this $20 voucher for groceries from the supermart. From me to you. Let's make St. Boniface the best town in America. Anger bubbles up from my chest in the form of a growl. The fucker bribed the town to stay away. Also on the flyer is the word bikers inside a circle with a line through it. There's also a picture of the land where the clubhouse stands, minus the clubhouse. In its place is the planned green space he's been promising the town if the Knights leave, or are run out of town. The fucker doesn't mention the club's name. He's not going to leave himself open to being sued. But the message is crystal clear. The Knights are the enemy, and anyone who supports them will miss out. I'm sorry, Beast. Mayor Boney has most people in town convinced they'd be better off if they didn't support the Knights. She screws up her nose. But he can go to hell as far as I'm concerned. Thanks, Tammy. I hold up the flyer. I appreciate it. It arrived in the mail yesterday. Her expression saddens. It's a shame, because I think everybody wanted to come. Despite the fury taking hold, I give her an appreciative nod. Go help yourself to some barbecue. This one is on us. She walks off as Lars joins us. What the fuck is going on? Why is no one here? I show him the flyer. One guess. Asshole. He seethes, reading it. Demry is his mom, and he's not going to take this line down. I think now is a good time to start breaking his bones one by one. I don't understand how he can get away with this, Belle says, taking the flyer from Lars and studying it. Surely there's something we can do. I note the fierceness in her voice, and it doesn't go unnoticed that she said we and not you. Yeah, there's a lot we can do, I say, but nothing legal. Viking joins us, his face tight with rage. Whoever is responsible for making my old lady cry is going to be crying even harder when I get my hands on him. Looks like we've got company, Lars says, nodding toward the sleek black car rolling slowly through the parking lot. The midnight black windows make it impossible to see who's inside, but I don't need to see to know. Mayor Boney. I'm going to break every bone in his goddamn body, Viking growls, stalking toward the parking lot, and when I'm done, I'm going to start all over again. One of us needs to fucking shoot this fucker in the goddamn balls, Lars says, storming off to join his father. It's not the first time someone has suggested it. Boney's name has been thrown around church a lot, and it's usually followed by a lot of suggestions like, take the fucker out, and make it look like a fucking accident. It's tempting. Life would be easier if he was dead and buried. But the fallout would be a fucking nightmare. Even Dodger knew this, and it's why he never acted on it. But right now, seeing the empty barbecue tables, it's more than fucking tempting to throw caution to the wind and take the fucker out. In my head, I'm already ramming my gun down his throat and pulling the trigger. The car screeches away when Viking reaches the footpath. Fucking cowards, he yells after it. If I'm honest, I'm surprised he didn't pull out his firearm and unload a clip in the direction of the car. You don't fuck with Viking's family and get away with it. And you don't fuck with the Knights without retribution. Unfortunately, this minute our hands are tied. I look at the old ladies behind the tables of food, waiting to serve visitors who aren't coming. I look at the band waiting to play, at the flashing lights on the empty carnival rides that should have kids and their parents lined up to climb on board. My blood boils in my veins. Belle and I join Maya, the club girls, and the old ladies at the chili tent. Defeat hangs heavy in the perfect fall night, and only gets heavier when the flyer gets handed around. What an asshole, Isla says. But we've got all this food, Bambi cries. Well, this sucks big dog balls, Annika says after reading the flyer. It was going to be such a fun night, Maya says, her big eyes welling with tears. Well, just because no one is coming doesn't mean we can't have a party, Belle says brightly, looking around at all the disappointed faces. After all, we do have something to celebrate. She holds up her hand, and the diamond ring I slipped on her finger earlier sparkles in the light. Maya's face immediately brightens. Hot dog, you got engaged? Everyone in earshot turns to look. Then the rush is on. Club girls, old ladies, my brothers, they crowd around us like a murder of crows. You're fucking engaged? Lars looks from me and then to Belle. You know he's punching above his weight, right? She grins. Oh, I'm well aware. She laughs, and it's genuine, and tightens the knot in my chest. Well then, this is a cause for celebrating, Demry says, swiping her tears from her cheeks. And if there's one thing we Knights know how to do, it's how to fucking celebrate, Balls says with a grin. Fuck yeah, let's party, Sticky yells. Maya squeals with excitement. The other club girls and old ladies smile in agreement, except Annika. Her eyes meet through the excitement and she shakes her head. She senses something else is at play here but doesn't know what, and I know I'm going to have to tell her eventually. But not tonight. My gaze drifts back to Belle, where she's showing the old ladies her engagement ring, and before I know it, I'm fucking smiling. Lars puts a big hand on my shoulder. You sure this is fake, brother? My smile fades. She knows there is a lot at stake. She's playing her part. I wasn't talking about her. He lifts an eyebrow. The way you look at her, I'm playing my part too. He side-eyes me but doesn't say anything else. He doesn't need to. When the band starts to play, the party really starts. My club brothers dance with their old ladies. Sticky and Balls grab a club girl each, and I don't really know what they're doing. I suppose it could be called dancing, but hell, those boys have no rhythm. Those not dancing eat bowls of chili and barbecue at the outdoor tables, and the sound of laughter rises above the music. It doesn't take the sting out of what Boney has done to the fundraiser, but it does create a sense of celebration. It vibrates in the twilight as my club brothers, their old ladies, and the club girls continue to make a fuss about my new fiancé. When Lars leaves me to dance with his mom, Belle makes her way over to me and hands me a beer. You're a good actress, I say, taking the solo cup from her. It's hard not to be when I'm wearing a giant glacier on my finger. She holds it up, and it glitters in the streetlight. It's beautiful. Where did you even get something like this? It's a family heirloom. My great-grandfather bought the diamond overseas and had it made for my great-grandmother when he returned from the war. Her arm drops, and she looks up at me with wide eyes. You mean this isn't a fake? Who said anything about it being a fake? She looks at it again, her brow furrowed as she whispers, I thought it would be. She studies the ring, admiring the beauty. When she looks up, her eyes are soft. I can't take this, she says softly. This means something to you. So does remaining president of this club. I sound aloof, like the way she's looking at me right now doesn't make me want to spend the night devouring her dewy lips. Our eyes meet and I know mine are betraying me despite my blank expression. She holds her hand against her chest. I will look after it, she says gently. She smiles, and the knot tightens in my chest again. I decide I'm going to kiss her. I mean, we need to sell this union in front of my club. But before I can, my phone rings, and it's Gambit who is leading the patrols tonight. Yeah? It's the Psychos, all right. We've been tailing one. Want to come join the fun? I look at Belle, who's looking up at me. I want to stay just so I can kiss her again, but this needs to be done. All right, send me your location. Belle bites her lip, and I have a feeling she's hiding disappointment, which lights me up inside. You have to go? I put a gentle hand on her shoulder. You okay to stay? She looks up at me, and light dances in her beautiful eyes. Of course. I'll help clean up and see you back at the clubhouse. You want me to come back and pick you up? She shakes her head. Go do what you gotta do. I'll get a lift back with Maya. Then, surprising me, she hops up on her tiptoes and kisses me. And for a moment, it almost feels real. Chapter 25. Beast. I find Gambit, Bear, and Axe sitting on their Harleys on the side of the road in Thorny Pocket, a suburb in St. Boniface's red light district. We spied him coming into town via the back roads, Gambit says. Where is he now? He gestures down the hill toward the old canning factory. It's a brothel now. Getting his dick sucked and his balls played with. You spoke with Dove? I ask. Dove is the owner of the brothel and a friend of the club. Gambit nods. She confirmed it. Did you mention he might be dealing some lethal shit and to warn her staff? Dove doesn't tolerate her staff taking shit. She vets him thoroughly. Good. The last thing we want is him spreading that poison through the brothels. Where did he stop on the way here? I ask. Gambit removes 2 bags of dirty white powder, Sold to a couple of college kids at the basketball nets in Bracken Pryor. He hands the bags of drugs to me, and I look at the familiar logo on the front of the bag, my rage crawling up my neck. What did you tell them? That if they don't want to die, they should hand them over, Bear says. Then we gave them some of the real stuff courtesy of the Knights, Gambit adds. And that was his only stop before here? He nods. Came straight from dealing lethal drugs to college kids to his rub and tug. Speak of the fucking devil, Axe says as the biker leaves the building. He reaches into his unhinged psycho's cut and removes a cigarette and lights it as he walks toward his bike. I recognize him. An asshole called Jonesy. He likes to smack women around, also likes them young. Even better if they're strung out. Better still if he's the one who got them hooked. He climbs on and the engine bites into the dark night before he roars away. We watch him leave, and then take off into the darkness after him. We catch up to him out by Dead Man's Bridge. But before we do, he knows we're behind him and increases his speed, but we catch him before he can make it to the bridge and over into the psycho's territory. I swerve to run him into the ditch and he's flung onto the embankment. He tries to scramble away, but I'm on him before he can run. My first punch to the face is meant to daze him so he's docile and more compliant. The second is because of the shit he's bringing into our town. The third because I know he's hurt a lot of young girls and that shit makes me see red. The fourth punch, well, that's for me. I stand over him. You think you can come into our town and peddle your shit knowing what it does to those who use it? Fuck you, he spits. Fuck me. I lean down and grab his collar and smack my forehead into his nose, cracking it open. Fuck you and your club. I pull out a bag of the fake Fantasia and rip it open and empty it onto his face. Then I force the bag into his mouth and hold it closed with my hand pressed over his lips. He struggles and fights me before he's got no choice but to swallow the bag. I remove my hand and he gags and splutters. I will make you pay for this. I tilt my head. Not if you're dead. I hold up the second bag. His eyes widen. No, please. I don't plan on killing him, but if he dies, then it's one less asshole in the world. I rip open the second bag and tip it over his bloody face so it mixes with the blood and spit. Then I force him to swallow that one too. Gunner will get you for this, he splutters. I haul his face closer to mine. If you survive, tell your president he knows where I am. More importantly, tell him I know where he is. And if I get even a whiff of this synthetic shit in my town again, I'm coming for him. I shove him against the ground and let go. Sweat beads his brow as the drugs start working. The damage is already done, he splutters. Then he starts to laugh. And there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it. What did you say to me? No one will trust your shit anymore. I lift him up by the collar. What are you telling me? That your reputation in this town is as fucked as the shit we're dealing. Rage ignites in every cell of my body. The psychos are using our label to ruin our drug trade. I roar at him, but the drugs are already taking hold of Jonesy. His eyes glaze over and he goes limp in my arms. And it won't be until morning when he wakes up, if he wakes up at all. After I leave Gambit, Bear, and Axe to continue their patrol, I ride back to the clubhouse. Belle and the others will be home soon, but I don't go to our room to wait for her like I want to. Instead, I visit the forbidden room in the West Tower and close the door behind me. My heart wants to be with Belle, to go to her when she gets home and tell her everything. And I mean everything. Why she's here, who she is, and why I'm going to marry her. But my head says to keep focused. especially now that the psychos are using our logo and bad dope to ruin our Fantasia trade. The impact will be huge on the club, and I need to figure out a way to stop it fast. Yet every cell in my body wants to find Belle and to kiss her stupid until we both give in to our urges, and I can spend the night making her come. Fuck, I need to feel her beneath me right now more than ever. But I can't. Focus, goddammit. Feeling frustrated, I bring a bottle of whiskey to my lips, wanting her so bad it obsesses me. But as I look at all the photos that line the wall, I'm reminded there's no point in starting something. Because we won't get a fairy tale ending, no matter how much I want it.
Chapter 26. Belle. I stay at the barbecue until late, then help the old ladies and club girls clean up before driving back to the clubhouse with Maya and Isla. They're still buzzing about the engagement. "That was quite the surprise," Isla says as she drives. Sitting beside her, Maya squeals with excitement. "There is so much to plan. Oh, I love weddings." She claps her hands with excitement. "You're going to make a beautiful bride, Belle." Her enthusiasm is infectious, and I find myself smiling. "I knew the moment I saw you that you were different to the others," Isla says, looking at me in the rearview mirror. "The others?" I ask. "You mean Beast has been engaged before?" I thought he'd been living in a drought for years. Maybe years, but not forever. "Oh, yes," Isla says. Damn, why does that make my stomach feel strange? Maya gives her a warning look, but Isla ignores it. "He's only been engaged once before, to Jennifer, much to his ex-girlfriend Guinevere's disgust. Now there's a story." "Isla!" Maya yells as a bunny dashes across the road in front of us. Isla slams on the brakes and we skid to a stop. She blows out a shaky breath. "Jesus, Maya, you scared the life out of me. I saw it, but you damn near made me jump out of my skin. Well, you were so busy gossiping about Beast's damn exes, I didn't think you were paying attention," Maya says. She looks over her shoulder at me in the back seat. "You okay, Belle?" "Of course, but I want to hear more about Jennifer and Guinevere." "Then you need to ask Beast," Maya says. I meet Isla's eyes in the rearview mirror. She nods. "Maya's right. Beast will tell you when he's ready." I'm curious. I want to know about these mysterious women, but I don't press the subject. Tonight has been too much fun to ruin with talk about ex-girlfriends and past fiancés. If the feeling in my gut is anything to go by. Oh my God. Am I jealous? I push away the thought. But as we drive through the moonlit night, my heartbeat quickens and my stomach tightens with anticipation. I'm looking forward to seeing Beast. I know it's crazy, but tell that to my racing pulse and the heat in my blood as we pull into the long, winding driveway leading up to the clubhouse. After wishing Maya and Isla good night, I make my way up to the bedroom I share with Beast and take a shower. I don't know what is going to happen when he comes to bed, but I know I am open to whatever does. In the shower, I pay extra attention to soaping and shaving and moisturizing my skin, because when he finds me waiting for him in bed, I want to be ready for what comes next. But Beast doesn't come to bed. I wait up for him, but the hours tick over and he doesn't show. In the silvery moonlight, I stand at the window overlooking the fields next to the clubhouse and wait. I wrap my arms around my waist and try not to feel the disappointment churning in my stomach, because tonight felt real. It felt really real. Goosebumps crawl up my arms, but I have no business feeling that way. The next day I wake up alone, and immediately my head churns with questions. Where is Beast? Why didn't he come to bed? But then I remind myself he's the president of this club, and wherever he is, He's doing something important for the club. And perhaps this is something I need to get used to. It sucks. But in order for this to work, I need to roll with the punches and not let my emotions tie me up in knots. So I dress and get ready for the day and tell myself I won't give my fiancé a hard time for not coming to bed. After dressing, I visit my uncle again, and am relieved when Annie says he's doing much better. His bruises have begun to fade, and the swelling around his face has softened, but he's still heavily medicated, and I'm not sure if he even realizes I'm here. "Of course he knows you are here," Annie says with a comforting smile. "Keep talking. Keep holding his hand. It all counts." So I bring him up to speed with what's been happening, about being engaged to the club president, about Mayor Boney ruining the club's fundraiser, and it suddenly occurs to me that I sound like I am talking about family. I blow out a huff of breath and remind myself it's not true. The clubhouse isn't home, and the Knights are not my family. Which becomes even more evident when I arrive back at the clubhouse. When I'm walking along the hallway toward Beast's room and I hear him arguing with a woman. At first, my stomach tightens because he didn't come back to our room last night, and there is a part of me that still feels strange about that. But then curiosity takes over, and I stop before I reach the open door to listen. "Does she know?" the female voice asks angrily. It's Annika, and she sounds pissed.
"No, and she's not going to. Not yet,"
Beast growls. "This arrangement is dangerous, Beast. Hangman was prepared to forsake the club. How do you know the apple doesn't fall far from the tree? What if she learns how much this club owes her and decides to cash in?" For a moment, I think they're talking about me, about our arrangement to pay off the debt, but they can't be, because I don't know a hangman. "This will blow up in your face," Annika warns Beast. Whatever they're talking about is clearly a sensitive topic, and I shouldn't be here eavesdropping because it has nothing to do with me. I sure as fuck don't want to give Annika another reason to not like me. I turn around to creep away, but as I do, the floorboard beneath the carpet creaks loudly. I pause and curse under my breath, wondering if I just found the only loose floorboard in the goddamn hallway. When I look up, Beast and Annika are in the doorway. Annika has her arms folded and is glaring at me. "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt," I say. "And yet here we are," Annika replies. Beast gives her a warning glare and she sighs, rolling her eyes and dropping her arms to her side. "Whatever," she says, walking off. I watch her go. She doesn't look back. "She doesn't like me very much," I say to Beast once she disappears out of view.
"That's why I'm sending you both to town to spend some time together."
"Great. I can't wait." Which is a big, fat lie. I'd prefer torture with a thumbscrew to spending the afternoon with Annika. Plus, I'm still a little pissed at Beast for being a no-show last night. I cross my arms. I thought my great acting skills at the fundraiser last night might have earned me some reprieve from all your demands. Beast gives me a stern look.
"Annika is all I've got left. If this is going to work, you need to make it work with her."
Chapter 27. Belle. "I like it just as much as you do," Annika says when I open the bedroom door after hearing her knock. She looks as unimpressed as I feel, and I realize Beast has said the same thing to her as he did to me about making an effort. She wouldn't be here otherwise. I step aside so she can enter. "I didn't think you'd show." When he told me I was to accompany Annika to town today, I spent the morning bracing for her reaction. She casts a look around the room. "I didn't want to let Beast down. He's got this wild idea that we should be friends." I close the bedroom door. I mean, it's not a crazy idea, but certainly not his best. Standing at the window, she brings her icy blue gaze back to me. It will only be disappointing when I have to break your face when you break his heart. I lift my brows and say mildly, You're coming in red hot, just like your cousin. I'm wondering if it's a family trait. She walks toward me, arms folded, fierce expression in place. That's something you'll learn about me. I don't fuck around. Duly noted. But your suspicion is misplaced. I'm not here to hurt anyone or break anyone's heart. She stops right in front of me, her crystal blue eyes searching my face for something. Beast is family. I'd kill for my family. I refuse to pale beneath her blazing glare. Wouldn't we all? She scoffs. We'll see. Annika drives her Dodge Challenger like she's competing at Daytona, oozing confidence as she navigates the corners with ease. So considering this might be my last few minutes on Earth, want to tell me why you're so sure I'll break Beast's heart? I ask as the landscape rushes past us. Because being an old lady to the club president is hard work, and I'm not convinced you've got it in you. Beast obviously thinks I do. Sure he does. But he's thinking with his dick, not his heart. Or perhaps he has faith in me. She lifts her brow. What happens when you have to put his needs before yours? That usually requires sacrifice, especially in club life. Can you do that? That's usually how relationships work. You won't be able to let your emotions cloud his judgment, obviously. Okay. What happens when an outsider steps out of line and decides she wants to fuck the club king? And you can bet your life there will be many outsiders who think they can turn the eye of the club president. What will you do then? Beast isn't like that, I reply. Maybe. But this club is about to go to war with the psychos. Things are different during war. The stress will be high, and Beast will feel the weight of it all on his shoulders. You will be left alone a lot. There will be arguments because he'll have put the club before you, and you'll storm off because he didn't come home, or you feel lonely, or because you don't feel important enough to him. And when you do, a sexy little outsider will swoop in like a cute little starling, and in a moment of weakness, your old man will succumb to her pumped-up lips offering to suck his cock. I turn my head and pop an eyebrow at her. Are you suggesting your club president has a weakness? Annika's lips twitch. Hypothetically speaking, of course. Then, hypothetically speaking, I would kick the little starling's ass. The words are out of my mouth before I can stop them, and they surprise me. Because I'm not a smack talker. I'm not badass. And I don't know why I give a damn about what Annika thinks of me. Or why the idea of another woman sucking Beast's cock feels like a punch in my chest. Which is a sudden revelation, but it's true. And if any outsider puts her paws on Beast, then I will give her many reasons to remove them. Beside me, Annika shakes her head. I'm not sure you could kick anyone's ass. Then you need to speak to Ben Pocock. She glances at me. Who is Ben Pocock? I broke his nose when he called me an orphan on the school playground. Annika gives me another sideways glance. You broke his nose? How old were you? 10. He didn't like me because I could draw better than he could, so he used to pick on me, called me names. So I gave him a good reason to stop. Annika keeps her eyes on the road, but she chuckles lightly. There might be hope for you after all. Why, because I broke the nose of a mean schoolboy for being a dick? No. Because you're not afraid to stand up for yourself. I sharpen my gaze on her, and you should remember that. At first, she doesn't react. Then she starts to laugh. Okay, Punchy. I'll keep that in mind. We pull off the winding road leading to town and turn down a narrow street. It's Friday, and there are a lot of people out shopping and running errands. Where exactly are we going? I ask as she pulls into Main Street, the only historical part of town that survived the firestorm. It's a long street filled with cute stores and cobblestone streets. Rena's having cravings. We're getting her cupcakes, and the village bakery makes the best cupcakes in town, she says, climbing out of the car. I follow her along the street to the bakery, But the moment we step up to the front door, the owner, a pinched-faced woman with mean eyes, steps in front of us. "We're closed," she says coldly. Annika tilts her head. "But it's lunchtime." "Let me rephrase that. We're closed to the likes of you." The owner points to a "No Bikers Allowed" sticker on the window by the door. "What the hell?" I gasp. The woman's eyes flick to me. "We don't need your type in here. Don't need your blood money. The sooner you leave this town, the better off we'll all be." My pulse quickens as Annika's expression darkens. She keeps her gaze firmly on the older woman. "You really want to start this fight with the Knights?" "We don't want you here, with your drug dealings and loose women hanging about." "Loose women?" Annika chuckles, but her smile vanishes just as quickly, and she doesn't look away as she says, "Come on, Belle. Let's go to the Emporium instead. They have better cupcakes anyway. The ones from here are a little tasteless." The woman tries not to look offended, but fails and closes the door on us. I follow Annika down Main Street as she takes note of each store with an anti-biker sticker on their window, and every time we see one, I feel a jab in my heart. Annika does her best to remain poker-faced, but I can feel the emotion radiating off her. The town is turned against the club, and she's feeling every bit of it. "How is this even happening right now?" I ask. "Boney has been at it for months, telling everyone he's going to clean up St. Boniface by running the Knights out of town. Every chance he gets, he's running his mouth off about it. At every building he opens, every school appearance, every public event. At first his complaints fell on deaf ears, but then he started to talk about the green space he plans for the land the clubhouse sits on. He sold the town on Sunday cookouts in the brand-new park and strolls in the botanical gardens he's going to build. And let's not forget how he's dangling a giant swimming area and kids' playground in front of the moms and dads. But in order for all of that to happen, the Knights have to leave first," I say. I can't believe I never noticed this happening, although local politics were hardly an interest of mine. Annika nods, and they're slowly freezing us out, because he's bribing them. With that stupid green space. But it's a lie. I don't think for a second it's true. Boney is a slimy ass. We reach the end of the street and stop, both of us looking at the rows of stores with the anti-biker sticker in the window. "What do we do now?" I ask. Annika thinks for a moment, probably weighing up if she wants to start something with any of the store owners. But then she blows out a deep, shaky breath. "We go buy cupcakes." We cross the road to the Emporium and step inside the massive department store, which feels unusually quiet. Annika disappears to the back of the store where the cupcakes are kept, while I wander around the store and try to figure out why I feel such an overwhelming sense of injustice over what just happened. I'm still trying to figure out how I fit into the bigger picture. I mean, these people are a part of the problem for me. Their leader kept me prisoner in a room for 2 days, is forcing me to marry him. And they're all complicit. I should be cheering on the people trying to run them out of town. Yet, I can't help but feel like I am a part of them. I belong with them, which is insane. But from the moment I arrived in the clubhouse, it felt so familiar. Annika appears with a box of cupcakes. "Don't they look great?" she says, opening the box so I can see. "Rena is going to love them." She's right. They look good. 6 to die for cupcakes with thick icing and sprinkles. And now I want to eat my weight in cupcakes. The doorbell chimes, and Annika stiffens beside me. When I look up, my breath gets stuck in my throat and my heartbeat pounds like a drum in my ears, because standing in the doorway is Gaston. I exhale roughly and start to shake, because the way he looks at me takes me back to that night and reminds me I'm in danger. His black eyes burn with lust and deviance as they roll up and down the length of me.
Well, well, well,
he says as he moves toward us.
It looks like my day just took a turn for the better.
He licks his lips. In another life, Gaston is handsome and charming and popular with the ladies, but in this one, his good looks are tinged in evil and he's clearly psychopathic. I wonder how many people have fallen for his looks only to feel the sting of his cruelty. Annika turns to me like she doesn't see him.
Come on, Belle, let's get out of here.
But Gaston steps in front of us.
Aren't you going to say hello to me,
Annika, Gaston says, then adds,
Ah, that's right. I'm a nameless man now.
His eyes slide to me and he licks his lips.
I've been waiting for us to meet again,
he says starkly. Annika puts herself between him and me, a wall of protection from the man who has already caused so much damage in my life. She grits her teeth as her gaze meets his.
You stay the hell away from her.
Gaston's grin drips with evil. His dark eyes gleam, but he doesn't respond with words. Instead, his fist flies out of nowhere and he strikes her against the side of her face, knocking her to the floor. I gasp and take a step toward her where she's lying bloody on the ground, but he shoves his hand out to stop me.
And where the fuck do you think you're going?
She's bleeding. He steps in front of me, and I can feel the menace radiating off him. His scent peels back the memories in my brain to when he had me bent over the table and was about to rape me. Barely able to breathe, I take a step away from him, but he comes closer until I am pressed up against the counter. Stay away from me! He reaches for a lock of my hair and twists it around his finger.
We got interrupted the last time we met. I'm looking forward to finishing what I started.
He brings his face closer and whispers in my ear.
I'm going to enjoy defiling Beast's fiancé.
My heart pounding, I reach out and grab the closest thing I can find to arm myself. It's a bottle of wine. I smash it against the counter and shove the jagged glass dangerously close to his jugular vein.
Whoa there, baby girl,
he coos, like we're having a lover's spat, and he expects to talk himself out of the situation. Desire flares in his black eyes. He's fucking enjoying this. Instead of repelling him, the psychopath is getting off on me, pressing a broken bottle to his neck. I told you to stay away from me. I press a pointy end of glass into his skin and draw blood. Annika slowly lifts herself off the floor, but my pulse is racing so hard I barely register that she's moving toward the baseball bats lining the wall. She arms herself with one. But thankfully neither of us have to use our weapons, because the bell over the door rattles and someone walks in, and relief seeps into every pore when I see it is the sheriff. Immediately, Annika lets her bat-swinging arm drop to her side, but Gaston doesn't move. He just stands there, those black eyes burning straight into my soul.
What the fuck is going on here?
The sheriff demands. Only then does Gaston move. He swings around to look at the sheriff, a charming smile lighting up his face.
Ain't nothing but fun and games, Sheriff. Don't look like fun and games to me,
the sheriff says, bringing his gaze to me.
You okay? Although that broken wine bottle tells me you're not. Want to tell me what's going on?
But my throat is closed over with cold fear. I try to swallow, but my throat is tight.
We were talking and things got...
Gaston looks at the jagged wine bottle in my hand and smiles.
Spicy.
I drop the rest of the bottle, and it smashes on the floor beside his feet. But I don't drag my eyes from him. You come near me again, I'll kill you. I don't even recognize the words that leave my lips, but they vibrate violently between us. Gaston's smile slips. Maybe because he can see I'm not cowering in his presence anymore, and that maybe, just maybe, I mean it. His gaze burns across at me.
You hear that, Sheriff? My friend here just threatened to kill me.
The sheriff takes off his hat.
She did? Funny. I didn't hear her say a thing.
A dark cloud passes over Gaston's face, but he doesn't say anything. He simply rips his gaze from me and stalks out of the store.
Now do you want to tell me what happened?
The sheriff asks. Annika picks up the box of cupcakes. Like you said, Sheriff. Ain't nothing but fun and games. Taking my hand, she leads me out of the store. Chapter 28. Belle. Inside the car, Annika doesn't start the engine immediately. She pauses before she looks across at me. You okay? Yes, but I'm not the one who got hit in the face. She reaches up and touches the bruise forming around the broken skin on her cheek. It's nothing. It doesn't look like nothing. We should get Priest to have a look at it when we get back to the clubhouse. No need. Nothing a little ice and makeup can't fix. She puts the crumpled box of cupcakes on the back seat. You did well in there. You might make a good old lady after all. One fit for the president? She raises an eyebrow. We'll see. What you do next will determine that. What do you mean? If you tell Beast or don't tell Beast about what just happened with Gaston. My eyes widen. Of course I'm going to tell him. I want him to break Gaston's face for it. More than once. And it's up to you, of course. Aren't you telling Ryder, or your cousin, for that matter? Neither of them need this on their plate right now. This is what being an old lady is all about. Protecting our men. What do you mean? Things are tense already. They both need to focus on what's happening with the club, and Beast has to make a lot of decisions that carry an enormous amount of weight. Telling him about this will distract him. You've got to consider if this distraction is going to put him in harm's way. I want him to know, so he can set fire to Gaston or do something equally as painful, maybe with a blowtorch. Annika looks out the windshield. Even if he does something stupid because of it? Like what? She brings her gaze back to me. The moment Beast hears about Gaston putting his hands on you, he'll let his emotions get the better of him. He'll go rogue. Mow down everyone and everything in his way to get to Gaston, and then cut off his dick and make him eat it. The thought, if I'm honest, gets me a little excited when I picture it. Watching Beast annihilate Gaston is right up there in the spank bank beside a shirtless Beast, fresh from the shower and wearing nothing but a tight pair of boxer shorts that outline his giant... He will defend your honor or do something equally as stupid, Annika adds. She's wrong, because Beast doesn't feel that way about me. Even if yesterday felt more like the real thing than an act to fool the clubhouse staff, him not coming home last night was the reminder I needed that this is nothing but an act. I reach for my seatbelt and pull it across my body, clipping it into place. I think you're overestimating Beast's feelings for me. You make it sound like he'd set fire to anyone or anything standing between him and his revenge on Gaston. No, you're the one underestimating what he feels for you. I consider telling her that Beast and I aren't in a real relationship, that this is an arrangement only. Feelings aren't involved. But I don't want to betray Beast, so I keep my mouth shut. It's better for him to tell her when he's ready. Are you telling Ryder what happened? For the first time since meeting her, I see the inner conflict in her expression. She wants to tell her husband, probably for the same reasons as me. We want our men to hunt down Gaston and pulverize him into 1,000 tiny pieces. She clips her seatbelt into place. No, I won't. I bite my lip as I weigh up the options. I don't know what to do. It's up to you, Punchy. Normally I would say tell him because I don't like keeping things from my old man. But in this case, You need to consider if it's information he needs to hear right now when his focus needs to be elsewhere. She has a point. As much as I want to tell him what just happened, I don't want him to go off half-cocked and get himself killed. I won't tell him, I say. And I see the relief in her eyes as well as a smidge of appreciation. She could be manipulating me, but I doubt it. She has nothing to gain from it. Besides, I can see the concern for Beast in her eyes. She loves him, and she genuinely wants me to do what's best for him. Good, she says as she starts the car engine. Now you're talking like an old lady fit for a press. Let's not get too excited, I say, already doubting my decision to keep my mouth shut. She pulls out into the street and we head toward the clubhouse. And honey, just so you know, she gives me a sideways glance. If Beast ever finds out Gaston laid a finger on you today, he'll do more than burn down anything standing between him and his revenge. He'll burn down the entire fucking world.
Chapter 29. Beast. The trick to being a good president is knowing when to shoot someone in the face and when to bite your fucking tongue. Unfortunately, today I have to bite my fucking tongue. I can't hurt Boney for destroying the night's fundraiser. I can't break down the door and make him eat my gun, no matter how much I want to blow his brains out via the back of his head. Because as president, I have to look at the bigger picture and weigh up every move. Our focus is to take down the psycho's fake Fantasia trade, and I can't risk any heat from the law while we're cutting off the head of that snake. So Boney will have to wait. Well, not completely. I might not be able to hurt the guy, but I can send him a message to let him know retribution is coming. Thanks to word on the street, I know he's hosting the annual St. Boniface Mayor's Luncheon, an exclusive event where rich people talk about themselves and how great they are, while drinking champagne and eating canapes that cost more than a week's rent to some. It's held on the lawn of his multi-million-dollar estate, an ostentatious mansion with immaculately clipped green lawns and a sparkling pool the size of a football field, all paid for by the corruption he hides so carefully from the town. In less than an hour, guests will roll up in luxury cars, out-of-towners, investors, strangers, and they will disappear behind the well-secured walls of the estate and enjoy their canapes and cocktail food in the fresh afternoon air. Well, according to Boney's plans. The Knights, on the other hand, have a different plan. Right on the dot of midday, a landscaping truck carrying 2 tons of steaming horse manure pulls onto a street, and despite a lot of arm-waving and screaming from the security guards at the gate, it reverses onto Boney's driveway and dumps the giant pile of manure right in the middle of it. Flies and shit sprawl across the pristine white cement. The gates open, and a furious Boney comes flying onto the street, eyes bulging, face red, and his white suit glowing in the sunlight. He starts screaming at the driver, who looks unfazed. There must have been a mix-up at the depot, he explains with complete apathy. Something Boney will have to take up with the boss. And when he does, Boris, the owner of the company, will tell him to go fuck himself. He's a regular at clubhouse parties and thinks the mayor is an asshole. The truck drives off, and Boney looks horrified as a pungent pile of shit steams beneath the warm midday sun on his driveway. God damn it, he screams. Hands on hips, he looks around, wondering what to do. He's got a prestigious list of guests arriving within the hour, and we just dumped a giant stink bomb on the driveway. That's when he sees us, sitting across the street on our Harleys enjoying the show. He storms over to us, looking like he's about to pop. You sons of bitches! You think you'll get away with this? Think of it as a thank you present, I say, my gaze red-hot behind sunglasses. I'll goddamn sue. I'll fine you. You'll fucking what? Try to run us out of town? Hasn't worked so far. And the way you're going, you'll die trying. Is that a threat? Fucking yes, that's a threat. Right out of the goddamn horse's mouth. I lean my forearms against the handlebars of my bike. You need to get it into that thick skull of yours that if you fuck with us, we're gonna fuck you back. Except, we'll fuck you back repeatedly. He steps forward, his voice dangerously low as he barely contains his rage. I haven't even started to fuck with the knights. Do you hear me? Grinning, I ignore the threat. Smell that, Boney? I sit up straight and suck in a deep breath of manure stink. That's the sweet fucking smell of revenge. I'm sure your guests will enjoy it. Y'all pay for this, he seethes. I scoff and start my bike. Enjoy your tea party. While Boney loses his cool on the sidewalk, we roar off into the afternoon, leaving him and his pile of steaming shit behind us. Obviously, this wasn't the revenge I was chasing. It's an inconvenience at the most, but it'll have to do while we deal with the bigger fish in the pond. We can't afford any more heat on us while the situation with the psychos plays out, and while we hunt down the elusive Mr. Big. But Boney's retribution is coming. Something far more painful. And there will be nothing but ash left when we're done. It wasn't as satisfying as blowing his face off, but getting under his skin sure as hell feels good, Lars says as we walk up the ramp from the underground parking garage and into the clubhouse. He'll keep, I say. Music drifts down from the bar, and when we pass Bear and Axe on the staircase, I stop them. What's going on in the bar? Your girl has discovered a love for Wildfire, Axe says with a grin. Right now they're doing karaoke, Bear adds. We don't have a karaoke machine, Lars says. Bear grins. Trust me, they don't need it. Just as he says it, the sound of two drunk women singing out of key floats down the stairs. Axe pats my shoulder. She's gorgeous, Prez, but she sounds like a howling cat when she sings. I should take offense to what he says, but he's not wrong. Leaving Bear and Axe, we head to the bar, where I find Belle and Annika doing shots and singing along to the jukebox. Seems their date into town was more successful than I anticipated, and they're up to their eyeballs in Wildfire, which tells me something isn't right. Belle doesn't usually drink. She admitted it herself. So why is she hammered at 1 o'clock in the afternoon? The moment she sees me, she throws her arms around me, and her tiny body slumps against mine, soft and supple. She cranes her head to look up at me, her eyes glazed, one of them half closed. Yeah, she's toasted. I notice the empty shot glasses on the bar behind Belle. 5 of them. Jesus, no wonder she can barely stand. Want to tell me what's got you drinking shots of Wildfire like it's water? We're having a boozy brunch, and your girl is a lightweight, Annika says. She's not as drunk as Belle, but she's on her way. Want to tell me what happened in town? Other than being denied entry into the village bakery, nothing much. What do you mean you were denied entry? Oh, apparently that's a thing now. A lot of the stores have anti-biker stickers stuck to their windows. The bakery was one of them. When we tried to enter, we were told to fuck off. Of course, I'm paraphrasing. This has Boney written all over it, and it pisses me off. But I know his influence over the town won't last. Not when I find the evidence I need to show the town how corrupt he really is. Is that how you got the bruise on your cheek? I ask. Knowing my cousin, she probably got into a fight over it. No, I got that when my boot heel got stuck in a cobblestone, and I face-planted into the sidewalk. She holds up a broken fingernail. I got this when I picked up the sign outside the butcher's, and threw it into the drain because he has 3 of the damn stickers stuck to his window. Blacklisting fuck. Who else has the anti-biker stickers? 13 out of the 21 stores. She slides off her stool, and it takes her a moment to find her balance. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go make out with my husband. Which is a mental image I don't need right now, I say as she walks past. She flips me a middle finger as she leaves a bar in search of Ryder. I bring my attention back to Belle, who has passed out, hanging off my neck. Lifting her into my arms, I carry her up to our room and gently lay her down on the bed. She wakes up and looks up at me through heavy-lidded eyes. I'm going to be such a good old lady. She looks cute when she's drunk and trying to be fierce. I don't doubt it, I say, removing my cut and hanging it over the back of the chair. I'm going to serve my old man like a good first lady. I can't help but chuckle. She'll probably regret these words when she's sober, but I'm going to have fun reminding her. Is that a fact? I say, amused. Yeah, I'm going to be a strong queen. She sighs and stretches out on the bed. She's floppy and messy and so damn adorable. Our eyes meet. You know, you can kiss me if you want, she says. She parts her dewy lips, and all I can think about is kissing the fuck out of them and then tasting those tight nipples pressing against her t-shirt. But I don't, no matter how much I want to. How about I take a rain check? She sits up, her hair falling wild around her shoulders. You don't want to kiss me? Her feelings are hurt. Little one, I want to kiss you more than I want to breathe right now, but you won't remember it in the morning. And I'm not the kind of guy to take advantage of that. She pouts. But I want you to. I want you to kiss me, and then I want you to fuck me. Fuck. And I mean fuck. I sit on the edge of the bed and turn her face to look at me. You don't really want me to fuck you, and I'm not going to. Not when you're like this. You need to sleep off the wildfire. I brush her hair from her face and she looks up at me with those big blue eyes. Will you at least stay with me? How can I say no when she's looking at me this way? Honey, there ain't no other place I want to be. She lies down and I slide in behind her, pulling her into my chest. I don't know if I believe what Annika said, that the only thing that happened in town was being denied entry into stores. But for now, her explanation will have to do. I could ask Bram to pull up CCTV from town, but he's already working around the clock. Besides, I have to trust that whatever Belle and Annika aren't telling me is something I don't need to worry about.
Chapter 30. Belle. I start vomiting somewhere around dusk. Waves of nausea crash into me and send me rushing for the bathroom. I must pass out because when I wake up again, I'm in Beast's arms, and he's carrying me from the bathroom back to the bedroom. He gently lays me back down on the bed, fluffing the pillows behind me so I'm more comfortable.
Here,
he says, bringing a glass of cold water to my lips.
I had housekeeping bring up a jug of Fantasia water. It will help with the nausea.
He's right. I gulp down the Fantasia water, and it's lovely and cool, and the nausea eases almost immediately. Thank you, I whisper after draining the glass. He pours me another, then disappears into the bathroom and returns with a wet face cloth. Kneeling beside the bed, he gently brushes the damp cloth over my face and lips. I must look a real mess, I say softly, feeling sorry for myself. Do I look like a raccoon? The corners of his beautiful mouth tug with a hint of a smile.
Only the cutest raccoon that ever existed.
I laugh and sob at the same time. Thank you. He chuckles and helps me get comfortable among all the pillows again. Then he lies down beside me and pulls me into his arms.
You should get some more rest.
I nod and settle against his warm body, feeling content, feeling safe. I fall into a deep, restful sleep, knowing it's because I'm in his safe arms. But when I wake up a few hours later, he's gone.
Chapter 31. Beast. I stare at the screen and grind my teeth. My very last nerve has been found. At my side, my hands curl into fists, my nails biting into my palms. We're in the security room at the clubhouse, staring at CCTV footage Bram was able to pull from hacking into the town's street cameras. 30 minutes ago, I was lying beside Belle in bed with my arms wrapped around her, feeling fucking content because I was holding my girl in my arms. Now I'm here watching this shit on the monitor in front of me. I narrow my eyes as I absorb what I am seeing. It's Gaston, walking into a bar somewhere on the edge of town, and he's wearing an unhinged psycho's cut. Are you sure this is a good idea? Because personally, I'm not convinced. Lars grumbles as we move through the shadows undetected. He has to increase his pace to keep up with me as we walk toward the bar where Gaston is drinking. I have to see this for myself, I say, turning into an alleyway that smells of rotten vegetables. You know, this could go pear-shaped at any point, right? He's right. This is Psycho's territory. Shit could go south at any second. I can handle any trouble the Psychos might start. It's not the Psychos I'm worried about. It's your brother and the nest of vipers he drinks with. Some of them make the Psychos look like toddlers. You didn't have to come, I remind him. And let you have all the fun when you finally give this prick what he deserves? No fucking chance. We're not here to start something, just to observe. Fuck observing. Let's break some bones. I stop at the back door leading into the bar. It's locked, but I rip it open and we slip inside quietly. It's a strip joint with lots of dim lights and shady corners. In the center of it all is a stage where a naked girl twirls around a gleaming silver pole. Gaston is sitting by the stage drinking beer with 4 other bikers. We slip unnoticed into a booth hidden deep in a shadowy corner. The room pulses with the heavy beat of the music. Girls parade past us, offering lap dances, but we quietly wave them on, our focus firmly on Gaston and the bikers he's sitting with. I recognize one of them. His name is Gunnar, and he's the president of the Unhinged Psychos. I know if they see us, then it's gonna get ugly. Guns will be drawn, knife blades will glint in the neon lights, and a part of me hopes they do. But it would mean a lot of innocent people would get hurt. Although it's unlikely to happen, the bikers are too drunk to notice we're even here. Too preoccupied with snorting coke off the table in front of the stage and watching the naked girl twirling on the pole. Have you seen enough? Lars asks. I'm about to reply when Gaston gets up and moves toward the restrooms. Meet me outside, I say to Lars as I leave the booth. I follow Gaston through the crowd and into the dingy restroom. I burst in and catch him by surprise, wrapping my arm around his neck and cutting off his air supply. Nice cut, I say into his ear as he struggles for breath. Fuck you, he chokes, clawing at me. No, fuck you, you motherfucking psycho. I drag him into one of the stalls and shove his face into the dirty toilet water. He fights and bangs his palms against the toilet seat. When he starts to go limp, I yank him back so he can catch his breath. Letting him go, I spit on him. That's when I think about you and the cut you wear. He coughs up dirty water and spits it at the toilet bowl. You'll pay for this, beast. Oh yeah? And what are you gonna do? Hide behind that cut as you come after me? I'd like to see you fucking try. I turn my back on him to walk away, but the stupid fuck doesn't know when to quit. His voice stops me. She's a pretty girl, that Belle. Rage explodes across my brain, bright fireworks of fury lighting up behind my eyes. I swing back to look at him. Just hearing him say her name makes me want to drown him in the toilet water. I reach down and grab him by the collar and shove his face against the toilet seat, pressing his cheek hard against it. Say her name again, and I'll drown you right here in this festering shithole. I dare you. I double dare you, you weak fuck. I should kill him right here. But I've still got enough control to know it wouldn't be very smart. Not with 4 rival bikers in a room full of innocent people on the other side of the door. Not to mention we're deep in Psycho's territory. One phone call and this place will be crawling with the fuckers. Besides, this isn't about brawling with the Psychos tonight. This is about me and my piece of shit brother. I want him to live out his days with another club's cut on his back, always looking over his shoulder because he knows it can't protect him from me. Because when I'm ready, I will take it from him, just like I will take his last breath. You're right. This isn't over. I warn him, because tonight I'm going to let you live. But the next time I see you, I'm going to kill you. I let him go, but slammed my size 18 motorcycle boot into his groin on the way out, making him howl with pain. Exiting the bar, I meet Lars in the alleyway. He gives me a pointed look. Did you get that out of your system? He knows this was dangerous, but he still indulged me because that's the kind of guy he is. For now, I say, as we walk through the shadows toward our bikes, because I meant what I said. My brother was dead to me the moment he put his hands on Belle, and the next time I see him, I'm going to kill him.
Chapter 32. Belle. It's almost midnight before Beast returns to our room. But gone is the man who earlier took gentle care of me when I was sick. In his place is a man with a deep frown on his face and the weight of the world on his shoulders. I can feel the heaviness when he walks in. Is everything okay? I ask.
Yes,
He says, removing his keys and wallet and placing them on the dresser. Something happened, I say.
something always happens. How are you feeling?
Don't change the subject. I give him a soft smile. Talk to me. His expression softens, and there is an unfamiliar look in his eyes, a wariness.
It's nothing to worry yourself about. It's club business.
He removes his cut and then his shirt, and I try to ignore my salivating mouth at the sight of him wearing nothing but a pair of jeans and a wallet chain hanging off his hip. A shirtless beast is pure eye candy. And now that I'm feeling much better, it's candy I wouldn't mind sucking on. God, when did I get so corny?
Have you eaten?
He asks. A sandwich, but stop trying to change the topic. He sits on the edge of the bed to remove his boots, and I climb on behind him. Sometimes it helps to talk about things.
Unlike my wife-to-be, I'm not a talker.
No kidding. I would never have guessed, but you look like you need to get something off your chest. And I am going to be your old lady. He turns his head to face me, but there's no humor on his face.
But not a real one.
His words sting like a palm against my cheek, and I sit back, my smile slipping. The rejection whips through me, which is ridiculous because he's right. I try not to let the feelings burrow into my chest, but fail. You're right. I climb off the bed and gather some clothes to sleep in. I'm going to take a shower. His words cut deep, and I hate that they do. And to hide the way they churn in my stomach, I escape to the shower and stay there for a while. Until this insanity ceases. I have no business feeling crushed by Beast's acknowledgement that I won't be a real old lady because he's right. This isn't real. But then we kissed. Several times. Under the steady stream of warm water, I attempt to make sense of my emotional reaction. I'm exhausted. I'm worried about Uncle Maurice. We crossed the line of intimacy when I slid into his lap and kissed him for real. And he almost made me come. Of course his words stung. I'm clearly losing my mind. After my shower, I take my time getting ready for bed. I brush my teeth and moisturize my skin with the face cream Maya left for me. I'm kind of praying Beast gets called away on club business while I'm in here, but when I open the bathroom door, I'm hit with a delectable aroma of pumpkin pie, my favorite dessert. And this one smells good, really good. Beast is sitting at the little table near the arched window, a plate of pumpkin pie and cream in front of him.
I had dessert brought to our room,
He says. Why?
because I know you like it.
I gnaw at my lip.
Come here.
He says. I think I'll just go to bed. I climb into the bed and pull the sheets over my lap, which doesn't perturb him in the slightest. He makes a show of how delicious the pie is, scooping a heap onto the spoon and devouring it. I watch him slowly slide the spoon from his mouth. My stomach rumbles. My mouth waters. Fine. If he wants me to eat, I suppose I should. After all, I have decided to be more compliant. I climb out of bed while Beast pulls another scoop onto the spoon. Before I reach the chair, he grabs it and positions it so it faces him.
Sit,
He says. I eye the plate of pumpkin pie. It's a huge piece. I could break some off and take it back to bed with me, but the crumbs. So I sit and Beast offers me a spoon. He holds the plate between us, and we start to eat.
Want to tell me what that was about?
He asks casually, taking another spoonful of pie. What?
It cut you when I said you wouldn't be a real old lady.
I slice into the end of the pie with my spoon. Are you a mind reader now?
One of my many talents.
He says, spooning up more pie.
Want to tell me why?
If I only knew why. I look away.
Look at me.
He says. But I can't look at him, because I feel vulnerable.
Belle.
My name sounds good on his lips when he rumbles it in his deep, throaty voice.
Look at me.
Fuck it. I put my spoon on the plate and look up at him. Because when you kiss me, it feels real. His eyes twinkle across from me, dark and feverish. But I know this is fake. He puts the plate on the table and, taking me by surprise, pulls me onto his lap. What are you doing? I protest. He reaches up and cups my jaw.
This.
He pulls my face to his and kisses me deeply. It's the kind of kiss that makes your toes curl and your heart race.
Does that feel fake to you?
He asks, before driving his mouth onto mine again and kissing me like it's his final moments left on Earth. And I kiss right back with just as much desperation. This confuses me, I whisper against his lips.
Because you keep fighting it. Don't overthink it, little one, just let go.
Which is so easy to do when you are on the lap of a handsome giant and he kisses the breath out of you. My hips have a mind of their own, and I begin to rock against him where the friction ignites a raging fire in my blood. He reaches around and grabs my ass and takes control of the maddening rhythm, rubbing me across the rigid outline of his cock behind his jeans. God, this feels too good. His taste, his smell, his everything is heady and addictive, and I can't get enough of it.
Take it from me.
He growls in my ear, then trails his lips along the soft spot beneath my ear and down my throat.
Let go, Belle.
It's all I need to unravel on his lap. Days of pent-up emotion rocket through me, and in a completely unguarded moment, I let the pleasure sweep me over the cliff and into the ocean. I collapse against him, forehead to forehead, my breathing rapid and my heart racing. Slowly, my pulse evens out, and I come back to reality. I lick my lips. I just came on his lap. This has to be the next level of humiliation. I feel the prickle of it crawl up my neck, dampening the fires Beast so expertly lit with his kiss. I just dry-humped my captor. Can we pretend that never happened?
Fuck no.
He drags my face back to his and kisses me hard, and those embers that started to dampen with humiliation roar back to life. I clutch his face as I kiss him back, and he groans. Humiliation be damned. This is happening. Cupping my ass, he stands and carries me over to the bed where he lays me down and crawls over me. Pushed up on his big arms, he blankets me with his big body and ducks his head to kiss me. I know what's coming, what line I'm about to cross, but I don't give a damn. I'm probably going crazy, but I need this. I want this. I've already taken one orgasm from him tonight, and I'm ready for another. I think about the size of his cock and how it will feel inside me. But then his goddamn phone rings.
Chapter 33. Beast. Fuck! It's the worst timed phone call of my goddamn life. Every cell in my body tells me to ignore it, but I'm president of this club and I have a responsibility to answer it. I break off the kiss, my cock screaming at me as I pick up the phone off the nightstand. It's the sheriff. Damn it. A call from the sheriff at midnight tells me I'm about to get a serious case of blue balls. You need to get down here, he says with a haunted edge to his voice. What's going on? He pauses, then his voice seems to get closer and even more troubled. It's so fucked up, Beast. I can't tell you what I'm looking at. Death, and a lot of it. Just get down here. I'll text you the address. He clicks off, and a few seconds later I receive a text message with an address. Belle looks up at me from the pillows, and I lean down to kiss her. I have to go. That's probably a good idea, she whispers against my lips. No, it's not. I kiss her, and it gets deep, but I rip my lips away. We'll finish this when I get back. Lust flashes in her eyes. Maybe. I cock an eyebrow at her. No, that's not a maybe. That's a promise. I shoot off a text to Lars to meet me at the bikes in 10 minutes, then quickly dress. Kiss me before you go, she whispers. She looks so fucking beautiful in my bed. I oblige, gently taking her mouth and kissing her tenderly. Feeling the tenderness in her kiss makes it even harder to leave her. But I force myself out of the room and meet Lars in the underground parking garage. What the fuck time of the night do you call this? He grumbles, looking tired. I was 3 strokes away from Valhalla when I got your text. I'm sure whoever it was will forgive you, I say, sliding onto my bike. She's not the one who missed out. I'm a giver, not a taker, my friend. She already had 2 mind-blowing orgasms. It's my balls who are the victims here. They're as blue as a reindeer's testicles at Christmas time. Same, brother. He grabs his crotch and has to readjust. Fucking hot rocks, he grumbles with pain. Princess, I mutter, starting the Harley. He flashes his middle finger to me as he starts his bike. We take it easy out of the clubhouse and then roar into the late night, making it to the address Sheriff Coulter sent me in 15 minutes. We pull into a double-story house near the college. I don't know what to expect, but the tone in the sheriff's voice tells me it's going to be unpleasant. Lights from 3 patrol cars and 2 ambulances light up the night sky. The air is tight with tension, like a storm is coming. On the front lawn, one of the sheriff's deputies comforts a young college girl who's sobbing uncontrollably. How could this happen? I was only with them a few hours ago at the bar, she sobs. How are they all dead? I find the sheriff inside, talking with another deputy. Follow me, he says, his face ashen. They're in the living room. Lars and I follow him through the modest 3-bedroom home into the living room, where I immediately notice the young woman sitting on the couch. She looks like she could be watching TV, except her head is dropped forward and she's clearly dead. I crouch in front of her and look at the same crystal blue eyes I saw 2 days ago when I was standing over the dead girl beside the dumpster. In front of her on the floor is another girl, college age, pale lips, blue, unseeing eyes. Gone. If you're thinking the irises change color during death, then you're right. Beaver says from across the room, where he's taking the temperature of a third body. He rises to his feet. One of the components in the synthetic Fantasia blows the irises at death, creating this otherworldly blue color. I look around the room at the dead. 3 lives gone because of the drug the psychos have brought to our town. My fingers twitch at my side. We've waited too long. We need to get this shit off the street now. God damn it to hell! What a fucking goddamn mess! The livid male voice draws my attention away from the bodies, and I turn around in time to see Mayor Boney storm into the room. You, he seethes the moment he lays eyes on me. Of course you're involved with this. This has got nothing to do with the Knights, I say, but Boney ignores me. Of course you'd say that. You don't want the blowback from 3 dead college kids. He looks around the room at the dead. Sweat beads his brow. He's agitated, probably worried, because this is election year and this might cost him voters. But I can already see the cogs turning in his mind. He's going to use this to fuel his campaign against the club, use the tragedy to his advantage. But I'm going to make sure no one is going to blame this massacre on the Knights. And it is a massacre. A trigger pulled when the drugs were sold to these college kids. I take a step closer and Boney's face shimmers with mild panic. His hate-filled eyes gleam with a mix of fear and rage. This is not because of us. Our product doesn't kill people. No, it just makes them chase the high. And when they can't get the real stuff, they go for the cheap shit that stops their hearts and blows their eyes at time of death so they look like something out of a goddamn horror show. He's worked himself into a froth. I will tell you this. I won't rest till I have you run out of town. He glances at Lars and then back to me. You and your club of criminals. When he storms away, Lars has to stop me from going after him and breaking his neck. Because right now my darkness wants to come out and play. Want to call church? Lars asks as we climb on our bikes. It's almost 1:30. I shake my head. Let the boys sleep. I have a feeling they're going to need it. We'll meet in a couple of hours. I ignite my engine. I'm going for a ride. Where? I need to think. And I need a bottle of whiskey. He nods toward the house, his jaw tight. He's seen a lot of death. But when it's the innocent, it hits different. It hits hard. I feel it right down to my fucking bones. I'll see you back at the clubhouse later. Church at 7, spread the word. I roar into the darkness, leaving Lars and the death house behind me. Venom bubbles in my veins. My shoulders are tense. I know Belle is waiting for me in my bed. But I can't ride home to her. I can't touch her with these hands. Not when they itch with a violent need to annihilate those cock-sucking psychos and their poison. No matter how much my body aches for her touch, I'm not bringing that poison into our bed. So I ride deeper into the inky night, feeling the whip of the wind against my face and the cool air in my lungs. My mind roars with thoughts of what to do next, of the right path to lead the Knights into, and what is right for the town I love with every beat of my black heart. I hear the call of the road and head toward the cliffs. I know where I'm going. I'm going to ride until the darkness crawls back inside me, and I can return to the clubhouse and hold Belle in my arms. But the minutes become an hour, and I'm still no closer to calming the urge for blood. So I decide to walk it off. It's the other thing that calms the noise in my head. I did a lot of it before Belle came to the clubhouse. It's where I went every night when everyone thought I was meeting a woman. They were partially right, because every night I walked these streets, I ended up at the same location time and time again, across the road from a little house on La Prince Street. I pull into one of the many alleyways of Devil's Kitchen, the seedier side of town, and kill the Harley's engine. The images of the dead girls cut into my thoughts. Their slack faces, their pale lips, their sightless blue eyes staring out at nothing. The memory cuts me to the bone, and I need to quiet the clamor in my head and the pain in my gut when I think about them and what the fucking psychos are bringing into our town. I start walking, moving through the shadows undetected, watching, listening, hunting. My urge for blood singing in my ears. Just like my brother, I thrive in the shadows, but for very different reasons. Gaston likes to play with his prey. I simply destroy it. We share the same darkness of the soul, a dark flaw etched into our DNA thanks to a father who was as violent as he was mean. But I can control mine, keep it caged until something like this happens, and I'm forced to let it hunt blood. I don't know where I am walking to, not now that the house on La Prince Street is empty. I just walk and think and let my mind churn with all the noise. Dawn begins to break in shades of gold across the sky, and I'm walking back toward my bike when I hear it. At first, I think it's a cat calling into the night, an alley cat warning off trespassers encroaching on his territory. I pause and strain to listen in the darkness. For a moment, there's nothing, but there's another cry. Only this isn't a cat. This is the cry of terror, a whimpering plea. It bites into the night but quickly dies, probably silenced by a pair of hands over the mouth. But I know where it's coming from. We're deep in Devil's Kitchen now, the part of the town where drug dealers and junkies dance the dark ballet of addiction. The drug dealers take advantage, and the addicts succumb to their needs. I move through the damp alleyways and narrow side streets, where evil reigns and the innocent have no place being. I cut across the dirty street toward the alley where I heard the noise. Another cry cuts into the darkness. A plea for mercy. No, please don't. The hair on the back of my neck stands on end, because I know what I am going to find at the end of this alleyway, and it means my darkness will get to dance tonight. I find them both behind the dumpster. The woman lies limp on the wet cobblestones, while a piece of shit in an unhinged psycho's cut thrusts into her between her spread legs. Her eyes are hooded and heavy with the effects of whatever drug she has taken. She doesn't fight him anymore. He silenced her pleas for him to stop with a hand over her mouth, and as he takes what he wants from her, she slips deeper and deeper into her delirium. I catch him by surprise, drag him off her, and run my blade over his throat, opening his neck before he can even make a noise. Blood rains down on the cobblestones, and his limp body falls sideways and splashes into his own blood. The girl barely moves. Her breath is shallow, and her eyes are now closed. I check the man's pockets, and find what I suspected would be there. Bags of synthetic Fantasia and rolls of dirty money. I tuck them into the breast pocket of my cut before lifting the girl into my arms and moving her somewhere safer, somewhere where there is more light. I call the ambulance and sit with her until I hear the approaching siren, then disappear into the darkness. But I don't leave. I stay in the shadows and watch as the EMTs check her out before loading her into the back of the ambulance. She will live to see another day, but she will probably succumb to her needs again by this time tomorrow night. At least the man who dealt her the drugs won't be around to sell it to her. A smile plays on my lips thinking of the dead psycho lying in a pool of blood in the alley. He probably won't be found until morning. The psychos will suspect we're involved, but the piece of shit was in the bowels of the town. Anyone could be responsible. They won't risk revenge without proof. I find my bike and climb on. Bringing it to life, I take off and head for home. And Belle.
Chapter 34. Belle. I'm falling. The sensation of weightlessness is all around me and sucking me toward the ocean below. I'm trapped, and I know I'm going to die. I bang on the glass, but it doesn't break. My hands are too little. My eyes flick open, and I sit up with a rush. Gasping, I suck in the early morning air until I feel my heartbeat ease and my senses come back to me. Another nightmare. The one that's been plaguing me since I got here. I glance around me. It's still dark outside, and it takes me a moment for my eyes to adjust in the darkness. And when they do, I see Beast's massive silhouette in front of one of the arched windows. He's staring out into the silvery morning. His shoulders are tense. I rub my eyes. Beast. He turns around and I watch him walk toward the bed.
I didn't mean to wake you,
he says. You didn't. I was having a bad dream. I push my hair over my shoulder. Where have you been? He sits down on the bed, and his expression tells me something is very wrong. His eyes seem darker, more devoid of light. He looks haunted. I reach out and touch his hand. Are you okay? It's in my nature to reach out to someone who has obviously seen something terrible. I've seen trauma, and trauma is written all over his face. Oh, he thinks he hides it with his gruff biker exterior, but his eyes don't lie.
Go back to sleep, little one.
I'm wide awake now, and just so you know, I'm a good listener. There is a hint of softness in his eyes.
This is nothing you need to worry yourself about.
But I'm curious, and can't help but push for a little bit more information.
Get some sleep. In the morning, we get married.
Married? I lift an eyebrow. Why the rush?
Because tomorrow, we go to war.
Chapter 35. Beast. This fucking ends now. I pound my fist against the table, and the vibration rattles up my arm. I've just told my club brothers about the death house, about the 3 dead college kids, about the crystal blue eyes staring lifelessly out at nothing, about the psycho I left dead in an alleyway. A heaviness hangs in the air. The atmosphere is thick with rage and a thirst for action. When I rode through the shadowy streets this morning, I didn't have proof it was the psychos bringing the fake Fantasia into St. Bon. The stuff I found on the psycho I killed isn't enough. I needed more. But when I arrived back at the clubhouse, Bram handed me some new intelligence he'd uncovered throughout the night, and now I know exactly what our next step needs to be. Unfortunately, there's only a small window of time to take it, meaning I have to wait until all the pieces are in place. Venom twists and turns inside of me. I want this fucking done now. I clench my fingers around the gavel and slam it down to bring a close to church. I should call off the wedding. But once we take action, we can expect retaliation, and if war is coming, then I want Belle by my side as my old lady, right where I can protect her.
Chapter 36. Belle. Somehow, I managed to fall asleep after Beast dropped the wedding bomb on me last night. Now, it's late morning, and I'm feeling disoriented and groggy as I wake up from a deep, dreamless sleep. I'm alone. Beast didn't stick around when he got back. I don't know what happened when he was called away, but whatever it was, it rattled him. I could see it on his face and in his eyes when he returned. He was haunted. Yawning, I push my palms into my eyes and try to push through the fog of sleep. Am I really getting married today, or did I dream our conversation? Feeling murky, I take a shower and get dressed, then slide on a pair of jeans and a t-shirt before tying my hair into a messy bun. I want to find Maya and the other club girls. I've seen clubhouse gossip in action, and if I want information, I just need to talk to them. But when I leave the bedroom, I find my husband-to-be walking along the hallway toward me. He's scowling, and his dark brows are pulled in with deep concentration. He's preoccupied, and I feel my stomach tingle with anticipation. He stops when he sees me.
I was coming to find you. It's time to get ready.
Ready?
We have a wedding to get to.
I follow him as he continues down the hallway. You're serious about that?
I was.
But why the rush? We stop outside the guest room, which used to be my room.
It has to happen today, little one.
I look up at him. What did you mean last night when you said we were going to war? And before you tell me that it's none of my concern because it's club business, I want to remind you that it's also my business, because now I'm expected to marry you at the drop of a hat, so you could at least tell me why. He looks down at me, and I see the carefully concealed concern in his eyes.
The psychos are peddling poison in this town, and after what I saw last night, I have to stop it, Belle.
Beast has a great poker face, but right now, I can see through the mask and I can hear the emotion in his voice. Are you going to tell me what you saw? I ask.
No.
Okay, then. But why get married now? Why not wait until after the conflict with the psychos passes? He takes my hand.
Because now, more than anything, I need my old lady standing beside me.
Warmth spreads through my chest, followed by a giddiness I can't explain. Maybe it's the way he's looking at me with those beautiful but tortured eyes. Maybe it's the gentle touch of his skin on my skin as he holds my hand. Or the low rumble of his voice that is smoky and so masculine I can almost taste it. Whatever it is, I know I want to stand beside him as his old lady. He reaches up and cups my jaw between his strong hands.
So are we doing this?
Without hesitation, I nod. Yes, I'll marry you today. He actually smiles, and I feel a toe-curling lick of lust right between my legs when he does. I wet my lips and watch him track my tongue with his heated gaze, and my excitement is fueled by the carnal desire I see in his eyes. I am so damn ready for my wedding night. I tilt my head. I want him to kiss me. I will him to kiss me. But he doesn't get a chance. The bedroom door behind me opens and Maya appears, happiness dancing on her face. Beside her is a beautiful woman with raven hair and vibrant blue eyes. Maya grabs me by the wrist. Thank goodness you're finally here. I was starting to think you weren't coming. She gives Beast a playful shove in the chest. You go and get dressed. Let us take care of her. And she closes the door on him. I shiver with anticipation. This is really happening. Belle, my name is Luna, says the raven-haired beauty with the bright eyes. And I'm Nova, calls out a beautiful redhead waiting by the three-mirrored dresser with a brush in her hand. Club girls. I look at all three of them. What's happening? We're getting you ready for your wedding, Maya says, leading me over to the dresser where she makes me sit. Immediately, Nova starts brushing my hair while Luna starts inspecting my face before grabbing a makeup brush and a bottle of liquid foundation. I feel like I'm a music star doing a costume change during a live show. The girls work fast. Brushing, curling, dabbing, glossing, painting my nails. There is a sense of urgency and excitement in the air. I sit there giddy, but a little bit dazed as I try to process what is about to happen next. I'm marrying the leader of this club and will take my place at his side. And I'm so damn happy I can't keep the smile off my face. But even during all the excitement, I am aware of the many unanswered questions lurking in my peripherals. like where Beast was going every night when he was rumored to be visiting a woman in town. He's already told me there was no one, so what was he doing? And who is the girl in the photograph he keeps in his wallet? And what does he keep hidden in that damned forbidden room? Were the other women in his life allowed to see inside that room? Speaking of the other women, what were they like? A knot forms in my chest and my stomach tightens with jealousy. "Tell me about Guinevere and Jennifer," I blurt out. And just like that, all the hair brushing and makeup application suddenly stops. Eyes meet eyes in the mirror. Looks are exchanged. Luna frowns. "Beast didn't tell you about his ex-fiancée? And the ex-girlfriend who gave him his scars?" Nova adds. Realizing it would be weird for me to not know, I quickly say, "I mean, I know who they are, but he doesn't like to talk about them. I'm just curious about them, I guess." Maya gives the two club girls a warning look in the mirror. "Ladies, that's Beast's story to tell." But Luna waves her off. "There's no harm in letting her know something about them." "I agree," I say. Luna brings her gaze back to me. "I wasn't here back then, so I can't tell you what happened firsthand. But whatever happened, it was bad enough for Jennifer to break off their engagement." Jennifer. I wonder what kind of woman she was, that she stole Beast's heart. "What was she like?" "She was a dancer, I think," Luna says. "At one of the clubs the Knights own in town," Nova adds. "Apparently she was as beautiful as she was a bitch." "I know Lars never liked her," Luna adds. "But that's pillow talk and you didn't hear it from me." "And Guinevere?" I ask. Loving the gossip, Luna's eyes flash with delight. "She was his first love. He left Guinevere for Jennifer, and it was quite the catfight. Then Guinevere did what she did to Beast's face." "That's enough, ladies. Let Beast tell her when he's ready," Maya says, helping me to my feet. "Come on, let's get you dressed." My dress is the softest silk, with a tight bodice that hugs my boobs and makes my waist look tiny. The skirt is just as tight and clings to my hips and legs all the way down to the floor. It takes 2 club girls to do up the million buttons up the back and a third to put me into a pair of sexy stilettos, because there is no bending over in this dress. When they're done, I step back and check my reflection in the mirror. I look like a princess in a fairy tale, with the added spiciness of a motorcycle club queen. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, I turn away from my reflection. I need a minute to compose my nerves. I let out a shaky breath because it's become so real. I am about to get married. "Maya, I'm nervous," I whisper in a moment of panic. She grabs my hands. "Don't be scared, beautiful Belle." Her beaming smile presses her dimples deeper in her cheeks. "The fun is just about to start." The clubhouse cathedral leaves me speechless. Stepping into the centuries-old hall is like stepping into an enchanted story. Late afternoon sun streams in through the stained glass windows, illuminating the room in a magical golden light. The only other light comes from the lit torches lining the cobblestone walls, and the millions of fairy lights woven into the flowers festooning every pillar and post. They look like 1,000 fireflies in the shadows. Beast waits for me at the altar, and a strange sensation flares in my chest when our eyes meet across the vast space. Beside him, Lars watches me with bright blue eyes and amusement touching his full lips. The room smells of leather and kerosene lamps and something cold and antique. As I walk down the aisle, I hear gasps of approval coming from the guests, but I can barely hear them over my wildly beating heart. I ascend the steps to the stone altar where my husband-to-be awaits me. It takes me a moment to lift my gaze to meet his, and when I do, my breath hitches in my throat. Beast looks formidable and giant, but his dark eyes shine when he sees me, and a warmth sweeps through me. He offers me a big hand and I take it. My hand is tiny in his and disappears as he wraps his fingers around it. His skin is warm and surprisingly soft, and I can feel his strength as if it is seeping into my pores. Beside him, Lars gives me a wink and grins. Next to him, an older man with messy blonde hair looks amused, a smirk on his face. My gaze slides back to Beast, who is still looking at me, his eyes intense, and all I can think about is how it felt last night when his body blanketed mine, and the heat in the way he kissed me. Excitement tightens in the pit of my stomach. Tonight, I'm going to taste all of him. Finish what we started. When the priest begins the ceremony, I barely hear his words. All I'm aware of is the heat of Beast's gaze on my face and the warmth in his hand. There is no exchange of rings. Instead, our hands are bound together with 2 embroidered ribbons as we say our vows. His warm, dark voice fills the space between us as he says his vows.
With this body, I will protect you, serve you, worship you, give you my children. You will want for nothing. These are my vows to you, on my honor.
The priest recites my vows to me, but they stall in my throat because I'm nervous. But then I look into Beast's eyes, and I know I can do anything when I stand beside him. With this body, I will take you, honor you. You will want for nothing. These are my vows to you, on my honor. There are some murmurs of approval from the guests.
And with the power vested in me, I pronounce you husband and wife.
Priest smiles at Beast.
Well, go on then. Kiss her.
Beast bends his head and presses his lips to mine. Without thinking, my eyes close and my lips part, and a bolt of lightning zips down my spine into the very core of me when I feel the fleeting brush of his tongue against mine. He's the one who breaks it off. His eyes are dancing with something dark behind long lashes.
Nicely done, little one,
he murmurs over the wild cheers and clapping as we face the crowd.
We might just pull this off.
Beast tells me there is no immediate reception following the ceremony. In Knight's tradition, the couple are expected to seal the deal with some good old-fashioned wedding night action. He brushes his lips to my ear.
In tradition, tonight is for fucking.
I shiver as Beast leads me away from the guests to his bedroom. If tonight is for fucking, I'm down. Inside our room, he closes the door behind us. Last night, we were interrupted just as things were getting hot, and we haven't talked since. Tonight is for finishing that conversation. He shakes off his jacket and removes his shirt, and my heart kicks in my chest. Dear Lord. Shirtless, with his dress pants and belt hanging low on his hips, he walks toward me. And when he reaches me, he looks down at me with so much heat I think I'm about to melt into a puddle on the floor. He takes my face in his hands, and beneath his touch I feel the last of my reservations leave me. I am his. I swallow thickly. What happens now? I ask, looking up at him, willing him to start undressing me. His eyes search my face, but I see the remorse in them.
I have to go.
Confusion hits me in the chest, followed by disappointment crashing in behind it. I stare up at him. You're not staying? His thumbs graze my cheeks.
Every inch of me wants to stay with you tonight. But what I'm about to do has to happen tonight or more people will die.
Disappointment streams through every nerve and fiber, but I hide it from him. Are you going to be safe? He gives me a reassuring look.
You have nothing to worry about.
I look into his eyes, and I believe him. Go and do what you've got to do, I say. But no, I will be waiting here when you get back. With a groan, he kisses the corners of my mouth, then my lips and my cheeks and my closed eyes. And fuck, I wish he could stay. Go, I whisper against his lips. With a growl, he turns and is gone before I can beg him to stay.
Chapter 37. Beast. It's my wedding night, but instead of spending the night with my new wife, I am here with 10 gallons of gasoline and a Molotov cocktail, and 3 dead psychos in the parking lot. They were a security patrol who got in our way. When I think about the dead eyes of the college girls, nothing is going to stop me from ending this tonight. Thanks to Bram's intel on the psychos, we know this is their warehouse, and inside is more than 1,000 kilos of synthetic Fantasia due to ship out tomorrow. Lars and I don't make a sound as we move through the darkness, pouring gasoline around the outside of the building. If we had more time, I wouldn't be here. I'd be back at the clubhouse, spending the night worshipping Belle's body with every inch of mine. Fuck, just thinking about walking away from her tonight makes me ache. But this has to happen tonight, because if the drugs inside make it out of here, then more people will die. Our gas can's empty. I light the Molotov and look up at one of the security cameras. I give it a real good look at my middle finger, hoping someone is watching. I'm not worried about them trying to stop us. We'll be long gone before they get here, and there will be nothing left but a smoldering pile of nothing when they do. I slam the Molotov cocktail to the floor, and blue flames spread a pathway toward the pools of gasoline shimmering at the base of the barn. It's like a fiery domino effect. Flames race around the outside of the barn and spread up the walls. Lars and I look at each other over the skull bandanas around our faces. We don't talk, but we nod. It's time to go. We disappear into the woods. Our bikes are parked half a mile away in a secluded area where there is no danger of any psychos finding them. We ride to the bluff overlooking St. Bon and watch the warehouse fully catch a light in the distance. We watch all the fake Fantasia turn to embers. The flames lick high into the sky and the heat singes the night air. We don't leave until the roof collapses in on itself, and the warehouse is completely decimated.
Chapter 38. Belle. He's gone for hours, and I drift off to sleep. But it's a restless sleep. My dreams are fractured and nonsensical, and again I feel the sensation of falling. I cry out and burst into wakefulness, and it takes me a moment to realize Beast has me in his strong arms, and I am trembling and crying. Slowly, my dream drains away, and all I am aware of is the strength of Beast in his body as he holds me. He runs his palm down my damp hair, gently soothing me.
You're okay,
he murmurs against my hair. I feel like crying because I was so afraid. But now I'm not. And I know it's because I feel safe with him, like nothing can touch me when his arms are wrapped around me.
You are having another nightmare.
I remember it. The shatter of glass, the sensation of falling. But this time I saw my mom. We were inside a car and she looked over her shoulder at me and I saw the fear and sadness in her eyes. It felt like she was apologizing to me, saying goodbye. I close my eyes and melt into Beast a little more. I can feel his heartbeat, a steady and comforting rhythm against my cheek, and it calms me until my breathing and pulse return to normal. When he lets me go, I look up at him, and he wipes the tears from my cheeks with his thumb. His touch is tender, his warmth comforting. I reach for him and pull him closer, kneading the solid wall of muscle that is his chest and shoulders, and all the fear recedes from my body. I brush my lips to his ear. I want you, all of you. No. He pulls back to look at me, and his eyes search my face. Don't make me beg, I whisper. Something flashes in his eyes before he crashes his lips to mine, and his kiss is searing and hot, and I'm done holding back. I reach between us. I feel the size of him against my palm, and dear God, I was right. He is huge. Really huge. Excitement zips through me like lightning. He stands, and his eyes burn down on me as he undoes his belt buckle and slowly pulls the belt free. Next to go are his jeans, and then his underwear, and fuck. His cock is so big I'm not sure how it's going to fit. I look up at him, at his cock, and lick my lips. It might not fit, but we're going to have fun trying.
I will take it slow,
Beast says, as if he can read my mind. But I don't want him to take it slow. I'm aching to know how it feels to have him inside me. I know it's going to hurt, and I want it to. I want to feel his size stretch me, to make every thick inch sting with pleasure and pain as he pushes into me. He crawls over me, the head of his cock trailing along my thighs as he bends down to kiss me. I take him in my hand, and he trembles at my touch, groaning against my lips as he takes the kiss deeper. Everything throbs greedily. Please, I beg.
You need to be ready,
he says with a deep, smoky voice.
Let me get your body ready so I don't hurt you.
But I am ready, I say, dragging his hand to my drenched pussy. My wetness coats his fingers, and he groans, his giant cock flinching against his steel-cut abs.
So wet,
he whispers.
But I'm going to make you even wetter, so your juicy pussy will take my cock with no pain.
I want to tell him there is no way my body is going to take something that big without pain. But then he buries his face between my thighs, and the moment his velvety tongue hits my clit, my ability to form words vanishes. Good God, he's also a genius with his tongue. He grips my thighs, and my lashes flutter with every talented stroke. It doesn't take me long. All his touching and talk about giant cocks has had me teetering on the edge. It only takes a couple of swirls of his tongue around my clit to detonate my orgasm. It erupts outward, crashing over me with atomic force. I arch my back and cry out, my eyes rolling back in my head as I come. I shudder against him, my legs trembling against the side of his head, but he's not done with me. Apparently, one orgasm is not enough. He moans and licks through my sensitive folds, brushing my clit with his nose as he penetrates me with one torturous push of his tongue after another.
I don't want to hurt you, so I'm going to make you come, and then I'm going to make you come again, over and over, until you're wet and soft and ready to take all of me.
Orgasm number 2 takes a little longer, but 3 roars out of me with such force it makes me dizzy. I grab Beast's face and force him to look up at me. Give me your cock, I demand, wild and heady with ecstasy. My thighs shake, my pussy convulses, everything in me screams for him to fuck me. Beast pushes up on his fists, his expression tight with barely contained desire. I squirm restlessly, sensitive from my orgasms, but throbbing with need. On his knees, he takes his cock in his hand and nuzzles the creamy head against my entrance. It's slick with pre-cum and makes a suckling noise as he rubs it through the slick folds. He pushes it in slightly, and the sting is delicious. Then he pulls out to swirl it around my aching clit again. I'm ready to beg when he grips the base tightly and eases back into me inch by slow inch, breaking me open and filling me so deep my body cries out with the intrusion. Beast! His name falls from my lips as he fills every inch of me. He pulls back and then surges his hips forward, and his cock slides in even deeper, and I gasp as pleasure and pain dance inside me.
That's it, little one. Take every inch.
His eyes gleam in the dull light.
Your sweet little pussy is so tight, so pink and perfect.
Filled completely, I throb around him as he releases a rumbling groan, his cock pulsing against the walls of my pussy with pleasure. He starts to fuck me with controlled thrusts. His groans are primal, and his big hands roam every hot inch of my body as his powerful hips rock into me with a relentless, blissful pace. He claims my mouth, and his kiss takes on a new fierceness, his tongue stroking deeply, his lips commanding mine. Orgasm number 4 is born from the dance of pleasure and pain. It rises up from somewhere deep inside me and crashes over every inch of my body, a warm wave spreading through me like a firestorm. I grip the bed sheets, cry out his name, tremble around his cock. God, this man is a master.
Belle.
He wraps a big hand around my jaw and trails his lips up my throat, fucking me through my orgasm. Boneless, I sink into the mattress. I am tiny beneath him and pliable. He moves my leg higher so it's over his shoulder, and the change of position hits different. I teeter on the edge of number 5. 5. Beast, I gasp. This is too good. He groans and grinds deeper into me. Oh, God! I grasp the sheet. Another groan, another deep rumble in his chest, this one even more desperate. He's about to come. His breathing quickens. His thrusts are deeper, harder, faster. I'm panting, feeling every stroke, every grind against my clit, sending sensations shooting off everywhere. Suddenly, he jerks to a stop, and a roar rips out of him, primal and desperate, and my pussy is wrapped so tightly around his pounding cock I feel every pulse of his release into me. His big hand grips my jaw harder, his fingertips digging into my skin as his orgasm crashes into him. I lie beneath him, enraptured by the primal look on his face. My fingers curl into his chest. I'm suddenly feeling everything, and it's like a sensory overload. I want to cry and laugh. I want to hold him and kiss him some more and fuck until I can't walk. And I want him to want it too. What the fuck is happening to me? This is supposed to be a business transaction, a debt payment. He looks down on my face.
You didn't come again.
His voice is husky. I look up and see his eyes are full of heat. I came plenty.
But you were almost there again.
His dark eyes hold mine, and I nod. His hips stir against mine, and my pussy convulses around his cock in appreciation. He leans down and nuzzles his lips and nose to my throat, trailing his tongue up to my ear.
Do you want me to make you come again, Belle?
Yes, I whisper breathlessly because he is slowly rocking his hips against mine, and it is pure heaven. His cock is still hard inside me. His weight still blissfully blankets me.
Squeeze my cock,
he rasps in my ear, and when I do, his cock flexes and he groans.
That's it, little one. Squeeze hard, just like that. Oh, God, you're such a good fucking girl.
Pushing up on his big arms, he presses in deeper and grinds his pelvic bone against all the right spots, and God, it feels good. Our eyes remain locked and glazed. I bite down on my lip. His strokes are deep and slow, exquisitely slow, and the heat in his eyes keeps my gaze pinned to his. He's going to make me come, and he's going to watch every inch of my face as he does.
I want to feel you come on my cock again,
he rasps, lust rampant on his face. Because not only is he conjuring the mother of all orgasms in me, but a renewed arousal is building in him, too. I can see it on his face, hear it in the groans, feel the thickness of his cock as it swells inside me.
My cock feels so good inside you,
he moans, pressing harder, deeper.
Feel how hard you make me. You keep me hard. You and your sweet, sweet pussy. Feel that? See what you do to me, Belle. Oh, fuck.
We rock slowly together, our gazes fused, our bodies talking to each other, tension building, pleasure peaking, and dear God, I'm going to come again so hard. It hits with the force of a bomb, sweeping over me and gathering me up into its storm cloud and shooting me into outer space. This one, different to the other four. This one comes from deep inside me. Oh, God, I cry out, exploding over his cock. He holds my chin, so I can't look away and continues his pace. Deep, slow, deep, slow. I come apart beneath him, my orgasm rolling out of me as if it might go on forever. His pace increases, his breath quickens, and his intense eyes glaze over as he releases a thunderous growl and he slams to a halt. He roars out his pleasure as he fills me with powerful, throbbing streams of cum. Mesmerized by his raw beauty, I watch him, caught in his tight expression as ecstasy shimmers across his face. When he comes back to himself, he drops his forehead to mine and caresses my jaw with his thumbs.
Did I hurt you?
No, I murmur. It was perfect. We lie quietly as our breaths slowly even out and our heartbeats calm to a steady, tranquil beat. Chapter 39. Belle.
We should eat,
he rasps deeply.
Let's see what we have in the kitchen.
I'm not hungry, I reply, wanting more of him, all of him, again and again and again.
I will feed you, and you will eat, little one. You are going to need your strength.
Why?
Because when we come back to bed, I'm not going to let you sleep until the sun comes up and you can't walk.
I grin up at him, soft and content. Well, when you put it like that. We pull on our clothes, and I'm surprised I can even walk. The clubhouse is quiet as we make our way along the hallway and down the grand staircase to the kitchen. Wow, I say, walking into the massive kitchen. It's a chef's dream. Gleaming stainless steel appliances, abundant counter space, giant fridges. Beast effortlessly lifts me onto the countertop, then walks over to one of the refrigerators.
What do you feel like eating?
I watch him, standing at the open doors, and absorb his muscular inked back and the broad shoulders that seem bigger than humanly possible. His body is spectacular, and lust surges through me when I think about all the things it just did to me. He brings over a bowl of fresh strawberries and a carton of ice cream, and standing between my legs, starts to feed the strawberries to me. He chooses a plump one, picks off the green leaves, and eases it between my lips. God, that tastes good, I groan, licking the juice from my lips. He feeds me another, and then I do the same for him. Picking a big one, I pull off the leaves and then slide it between his lips. He swallows it down but catches my lips with his, and I kiss the sugar from his lips. He chuckles, and it's the most beautiful sound. I suddenly feel very connected to him, to this place, to us, and I want to know more about him, who he is, what he likes, everything. He retrieves a spoon from the drawer and rolls it through the ice cream and slides it into my mouth, his eyes darkening as he watches me suck the ice cream off the edge. He scoops more onto the spoon and devours it. And when I see the flash of his tongue, I start to think watching Beast eat ice cream is one of the sexiest things I've ever seen. I reach up and trace a finger along one of his scars, and his smile fades, and his Adam's apple bobs in his throat. "Will you tell me what happened?" I whisper. He puts down the ice cream and begins to tell me his story.
Chapter 40. Beast. 8 years ago. "Adam, Val, what are you doing here?" My fiancé's eyes widen the moment she opens her bedroom door and sees me on the other side. She quickly closes it, so I can only see her face. "You know you're not supposed to see me until I'm walking down the aisle tomorrow. It's bad luck." "It's not midnight yet, my love. Besides, I don't believe in bad luck." "You might not, but I do. You know I'm very superstitious." "Just one of the things I love about you," I say, placing a kiss on her shiny lips. Jennifer breaks it off and looks at me coyly through her long lashes. "Tell me you love me." "You know I do." "That's not good enough," she teases. "Make me feel special." Jennifer likes to be reassured. It's not a lack of confidence that makes her seek it out, because she is the most confident girl I know. No, her need for reassurance comes from wanting confirmation that she is special, the best, number one. And I find myself indulging her time and time again. "You're marrying the club prince tomorrow, and one day when I am the king, you'll be my queen." Her luscious lips curve into an arrogant smile. "Tell me I'll be a beautiful queen." "No other beauty will ever be able to compete with yours," I say, planting another kiss on her lips. The kiss deepens and I groan, looking forward to tomorrow night in our marital bed. Again, she breaks it off. "Don't get me all worked up," she says breathlessly. "I'll need a cold shower if you keep kissing me like that, Adam." "Or you could let me in so I can finish what I've started." She presses her palm into my chest. "You're a sex fiend." Can I help it if my fiancée is so desirable I can't keep my hands off her? I'm indulging her again, and she grins, enjoying the compliment. "Tomorrow night you can have me as many times as you like, but tonight I need my beauty sleep." She gives me a coy smile. "Sweet dreams, my husband-to-be." "Sweet dreams, my princess." She closes the door, and I can't suppress my grin. A year ago, I was appalled by the idea of marriage. I was too busy with the spoils of being single to want anything serious. I liked to work hard and then fuck harder when the lights went down, and in our clubhouse there was no shortage of beautiful women ready to oblige. But my father, the club's prez, reminded me I would be club president one day, and needed to focus more on the club and less on the variety of pussy I was enjoying. I would need a wife if I was to be prez, he said, and now was the time to find one. It wasn't a suggestion, it was an order. Jennifer worked at one of our clubs. I'd flirted with her enough times to know she wasn't easy to impress, and she made me work a lot harder for her attention than I'd ever had to in the past. When she finally agreed to a date, I already knew she was going to be the woman I would marry. Within a month, we were engaged. I don't know what to expect from being married, but Jennifer likes to fuck and to be the center of attention. Even if I'm still not 100% sure I want to do this, I know she will be a good old lady. Leaving her bedroom behind me, I make my way through the old castle that is the Knights of St. Boniface clubhouse. As I climb the grand old stairway, a howling wind whistles through the old structure, and a cold shiver runs down my spine. I pause on the steps and listen to the storm whipping through the castle grounds outside. A strange sensation coils in the base of my belly, and the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. It's almost as if the wind whispers my name. Then I laugh and tell myself to stop being such an asshole. Shaking it off, I bound up the stairs, taking the steps 2 at a time. My bedroom is on the 2nd floor in the east wing, a large cobblestone room with high ceilings and stained glass windows. Inside, a roaring fire keeps the chill away. I remove my leather cot and hang it over the back of a winged back chair by the fireplace. I unbutton my shirt, but get no further before a female voice stops me. Such a perfect specimen of manhood. I spin around to see Guinevere, an older club girl, standing in the shadows by the 4-poster bed. Guinevere, what are you doing in my room? Guinevere was my first experience inside a woman. I was a teenager when she took my virginity in this very room. Older and more experienced, she became my sexual teacher, and I was her willing student. For months we fucked in my bed, learning and exploring each other's bodies. She taught me how to touch a woman to get the reaction I wanted. A gentle caress for a moan, the flutter of my tongue against a sensitive bud of nerves for a whimper, the slow thrust of my cock to make an orgasm last longer and the cries louder. After a while, I wanted to experiment with other women, but Guinevere had fallen in love with me and wanted me to commit to her. I was a teenager with a permanent heart-on, and I didn't want to commit to anyone. She cried and begged me to marry her, but I was too young and too naive to realize how strong a woman could feel those things, and I cast her aside so I could indulge in all the club pussy I could get. And I indulged a lot. So the prince has claimed a princess, she says with a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. How wonderful for you both. There was no joy in breaking her heart, but there's also no remorse for doing it either. I was young and self-absorbed, and my inexperience made me cruel. Years later, I realize how much it must have hurt when I rejected her. You shouldn't be here, I say, trying to figure out why my ex-lover would be hiding in the shadows of my bedroom on the eve of my wedding. I know, but how could I resist saying farewell? You're leaving? I ask. She looks wistful and nods. Tonight. You're not staying for the wedding? No, it's time for me to move on, but I thought we could share a drink before I leave. She gives me a self-conscious smile. Call me a sentimental fool, but I thought it would be nice. I don't want a drink. I also don't want Guinevere in my room. Jennifer is the jealous type, and if she finds out my ex-lover spent time in my room the night before our wedding, there's going to be trouble. But I've done enough damage to Guinevere's pride, and I don't want to hurt her feelings. I figure there's no harm in a quick goodbye drink. I accept a glass of wine from her. She holds hers up to toast. To Adam and his bride. Her glasses clink, and she takes a drink. I hesitate, but then take a sip. It's good wine. It's the berry wine from the vineyard on the edge of town. My favorite. I take another mouthful, then another. Guinevere smiles. Somewhere in her 40s now, she's very beautiful. Long strawberry blonde hair, legs for miles, tits a man could spend hours licking and sucking. So, where are you going? I ask, ignoring the tingle beneath my skin telling me to beware. To stay with family out of town. Out of town where? I ask, taking another mouthful of wine. When we used to fuck, she would tip wine on her belly and have me lick it off her smooth skin. Far away, she says. Her answer is cryptic, but I'm suddenly very tired and decide not to pursue it. Slow down with the wine. But it's a warning I don't heed, and when she tops up my glass, I don't stop her. Listen, Guinevere, when we broke up, I didn't behave like I should have. Oh? How do you mean? She's being gracious about the fact that I discarded her so carelessly. You had feelings, and I didn't consider them, and I'm sorry. A man shouldn't treat a woman that way. Her eyes momentarily lose focus, but come back just as quick. Of course. You were young and foolish. I understand completely. You're letting me off too easy. I need you to know that I'm sorry. Again she smiles, but it lacks truth. She's still hurt, all these years later. Of course she is. You broke her heart, asshole. Jennifer is very lucky to receive your chivalry when I did not. She doesn't try to hide the iciness in her voice, and I don't blame her. I take her hand. I'm sorry. Really, I am. Her hand is cold to touch. At first, she lets my hand linger over hers before she pulls it away. Well, I'll certainly toast to that. We clink glasses and both take another mouthful. I smile at her over my glass, feeling excited for the life ahead of me. I have a lot to be grateful for. I'm about to embark on a new journey with a woman who is going to make a good club queen. At least now I can move on without the guilt of what I did to Guinevere lingering in my gut. Yeah, something isn't quite right. I'm starting to feel strange. I should call it a night. I try to say the words, but they come out alien. My lips are numb. I frown. I need to lie down. Something is wrong. The wine glass in my hand crashes to the floor and shatters, sending blood-red wine spattering across the floor. I walk toward the door, but a wave of dizziness makes me stumble and I collapse onto the edge of the bed. What have you done? She doesn't reply. Instead, she watches as I haul myself further onto the bed so I don't fall onto the floor. I collapse against the pillows. My vision is blurry and I've lost all sensation in my arms and legs. What have you done to me? She approaches the bed and climbs on, crawling across my body and settling on my groin. She straddles me. I don't want her on me, but I can't move to stop her. What are you doing? It's getting harder to talk. I can't move my lips. I put wolfsbane and a little something else in the wine. Her smile is dark. I took the antidote earlier so it wouldn't affect me. You see, I need your attention, Adam. I need you to stop and finally fucking see me. I mean, what was I meant to do? I've tried talking to you, and that doesn't work. I've tried getting your attention in many ways, but you're so blinded by that slutty wench, you don't even notice me. Guinevere. I try to say her name, but it only comes out as a gurgle. You think you can shove me aside to marry that vapid bitch without any consequences? She says in a low, dangerous voice I don't recognize. You think you can use me up, then cast me aside just so you can have some fuck girl who only dropped her panties so she could trap the club prince with her rancid pussy? I'm not going to be overlooked like that, Adam. We had something special. We were meant to be together. But you don't seem to get it. She produces a knife from behind her. A long kitchen knife. I don't know where it came from because everything has turned fuzzy. I'm taking you with me into the afterlife. But so you don't use this pretty face to leave me again once we get there, I'm taking it from you first. She leans her face closer so I can see the evil in her eyes. They call you Beast as an affectionate nickname due to your unusual size. But I'm going to make sure you die looking like one. I struggle to understand what is happening. My vision has curled at the edges and become hazy. Everything is warped. I want to tell her to stop, but I can't move my tongue or my lips, and my voice is gone. I can't even blink. All I can do is stare up at her, my heart pounding rapidly against my ribs as she lowers the blade to my cheek and begins to slice into the skin. The pain is horrendous, but I can't move to stop it. I try to scream, but all I can do is stare up at her as she cuts into me with the knife, over and over and over again. I wake up on what would be my wedding day, with my face throbbing beneath layers of gauze and bandage. Jennifer weeps beside the hospital bed. I reach for her hand and she sobs louder. What happened? I croak. My wrists also throb, and I have a vague memory of Guinevere slicing them open.
That bitch tried to kill you. Then she killed herself.
She's dead.
They found her in a pool of blood by the fireplace in your room. She drugged your wine before she attacked you. Then she slit her wrists and died watching you bleed out on the bed. She wanted you to die together. Some sick fantasy, no doubt, for you to be together in the afterlife.
She shakes with more sobs.
Crazy bitch.
It's a lot to absorb when my face is throbbing with this fucking pain and my thoughts are hazy from all the drugs.
That witch. I'm happy she's dead.
Jennifer says with a sob. I look at my fiancé's tear-stained face and ache to take away her tears. It's going to be okay. I have to mumble because I can't move my face.
Today was supposed to be my wedding day, she cries. That old hag always hated me, and she decided if she couldn't have you, then no one could, especially me. She hated that I was so much younger and prettier than her.
I decide I'm too high on drugs to apply any logic to the situation. Jennifer is hurt and angry and not making any sense, and I feel like I'm about to crack open from the inside out with all this goddamn pain. I close my eyes and drift back into a sweet darkness where there's no more pain, and I can't hear Jennifer's anguish anymore.
I'm sorry,
Jennifer says, unable to look at the fresh crisscross of scars on my face as she strikes the fatal blow into my heart.
But I just can't do it.
She puts the diamond ring in the palm of my hand. She's leaving me. Feeling destroyed, I'm ready to beg. Jennifer, please don't leave me. It's been 2 months since I left the hospital. I've had 6 surgeries to repair my wounds since the horrific night Guinevere took to my face with a knife. But with each operation, my hope fades. One side of my face is still a mass of scars, and it's not going to get much better. Jennifer has tried to love the new version of me, trying to hide her revulsion when I touch her, but she can't. I'm losing her, and the pain of it might actually be the thing to finally fucking kill me. Since I left the hospital, she hasn't let me kiss her or make love to her. I thought she just needed time to adjust, but apparently not. I'm still the same man you wanted to marry, I say through the cold ache in my throat.
But you're not. The man I was going to marry was different.
You mean he looked different? I say darkly. She doesn't try to deny it.
It's not my fault, she says, still not looking at me. I can't help it if I don't feel the same way anymore.
I feel my heart die and turn black in my chest. Jennifer leans down to pick up the overnight bag she'd packed earlier.
I'll be back to collect the rest of my things later when you're not here.
My gut twists with agony. But I love you, I rasp. She looks ashamed.
You shouldn't. I don't deserve it because I can't love you back. I can't even look at you.
She lowers her lashes.
It makes me shallow and probably cruel, but I accept that about myself. You need to accept it as well.
She lifts her long lashes to finally look at me, and I see the pity in her eyes. Pity and repulsion. She's repulsed by me. She adjusts the strap of her bag over her shoulder.
Goodbye, Adam.
And without another word, she leaves the room and walks out of my life forever. Chapter 41. Beast.
I'm so sorry that happened to you,
Belle whispers, her lashes glittering with teardrops. A warmth spreads across my body, and 1,000 butterflies take flight in my gut when she reaches up and brushes her delicate fingers across the scars on my face. Her touch is soothing and so fucking addictive. I don't ever want her to stop. I was careless, I say.
It doesn't mean you deserved it.
Her voice is still a whisper, but it's also strong as she trails her fingers along the silvery scars. You're young and foolish, but that doesn't give anyone the right to take anything from you. Her eyes don't leave mine as she speaks her words with determination. No one has the right to make you feel unworthy. She continues to trail her fingertips over my face, and I close my eyes. Her touch goes deeper than the surface of my skin. I feel it all over, but nowhere more than the cold corners of my heart. Has there been anyone since Jennifer? She asks. My eyes open. I think of the 1,000 lonely nights I've spent since then, and a knot tightens in my chest. No. Her perfect brows pull together when she realizes what that must mean, and again her expression fills with empathy. Why would you do that to yourself? She asks softly. Why would you deny yourself the chance to be loved? It's a question I'm used to. Over the years, my brothers have asked me the same thing. Granted, when they ask, it's less eloquent and blunt. Why the fuck would you deny yourself pussy? But when Belle asks it, it feels like I'm being flayed open with the same knife used to destroy my face. I don't know why. Perhaps it's the gentleness in the way she asks that reminds me of what I've denied myself. Or the expression of sadness on her face telling me the soul-destroying loneliness I've put myself through hasn't been worth it. Beast, she says with a whisper, can I ask you something? I look into her beautiful face. Anything. She brushes her fingertips down my cheek. Do you believe you are worth loving? And just like that, another piece of me is flayed open and exposed. And suddenly I feel very vulnerable, as if I am lying here cut wide open, with my pain and fears spilling out from the wound in my chest for her to see, ready for judgment, ready for scorn. Love hurts, I whisper. Her smile is soft as her fingers graze my lips. Not when you love the right person. That sounds like a fantasy, I say. She runs her fingers across my lips. Can I ask you another question? Yes. Ever fucked anyone in this kitchen?
Chapter 42. Belle. After he shares his story with me, I feel a connection with him I've never felt with any man. I want to take his pain from him. I want to wrap my arms around him so he knows he is loved and his past cannot hurt him anymore. I want him to know that I will stand between him and any pain from his past, that I will push back on anything that tries to hurt him. I feel it with all my heart. And now, I'm going to show him with my body. I pull him closer and kiss him, wrapping my legs around him. He tastes like strawberries and ice cream and everything I've ever wanted. I reach between us and slide my hand inside his sweatpants and moan when I feel his delectable cock growing bigger in my hands. He shivers beneath my touch, his eyes growing heavy with lust and a blazing carnal heat. I think about a young beast and the woman who broke his heart, and I kiss him harder, as if I can take away the pain that lingers deep inside him. They can't hurt you anymore, I say, trailing my lips along his jaw to his ear. I'm here now. With a deep rasp, he grabs my face and kisses me so hard my lips will bruise. It makes me hungrier for him, needier. I'll hurt anyone who hurts you, I say between frantic kissing. He growls in appreciation and drives his mouth harder against mine. He shoves down his sweatpants and yanks me closer, spreading my thighs and thrusting himself inside me. The intrusion is both excruciating and pleasing and so damn hot it knocks the air out of me. You can't say things like that to me if you don't mean them, he says, thrusting deep and hard into my drenched pussy. I do mean them, I say, my voice shaky as he slams into me. I won't let anyone hurt you. He groans. He wants to believe me, but his wound runs deep. So does mine. Trusting Beast is as dangerous for me as it is for him to trust me, because even though I feel like I have known him my whole life, I haven't. He has secrets, and I'm smart enough to know they could shake the foundations of what we are building. But even so, I feel powerless to stop what I feel for him. I want to heal him. I want to drink all the poison from his body. I want to remove the past that continues to haunt him over and over and over again. And right now, as his muscular inked body possesses mine, I don't want to stop anything that is happening between us, because all I can see, think, and feel is him. I look down between us, to where his powerful cock slides in and out of me, cum lubricating his thick length as it disappears in and out of my soaked pussy.
Belle,
He rasps my name desperately.
I can't control myself around you. I'm going to come.
I don't want you to control yourself around me. Not anymore. Our eyes meet. Come inside me. He thrusts one more time, then catches my hips and holds me firmly against him as his thick cock pulses inside me, throb after throb of his cum unleashing into me.
Say you mean it,
he demands, sounding tortured as he comes.
Say it's true.
I run my hand through his hair. I mean it all, Beast. I promise. When his breathing comes back to him, he presses his forehead to mine. A moment passes before he gently catches my chin between his fingers and looks into my eyes.
You're mine now,
he says. I nod. Yes.
I won't let you leave me.
Was that ever an option? He runs his thumb across my damp lip, his eyes tracking the movement.
I mean it, Belle. Don't leave me.
It's my turn to take his face in my hands, so he's forced to see the emotion in my eyes. Don't lie to me, and I won't ever leave. I promise. His response is swift. He kisses me, and it's hard and fierce. Then he lifts me off the counter and carries me back to his bedroom where he fucks me all night long, right through to the dawn, making me come over and over again, before I finally fall into a deep, exhausted sleep in his arms. Chapter 43. Belle. He's gone when I wake up. On the pillow is a note. Rest. You'll need it. I smile and stretch. He's insatiable. Climbing out of bed, I can barely walk. My body aches in all the right places from the exquisite pounding of his massive cock, but I am fucked raw and sore, and I'm going to need more tongue action if he wants a repeat of last night.
I'm going to make you come, and then I'm going to make you come again, over and over until you're wet and soft and ready to take all of me.
Just the memory of his face buried between my thighs sends arousal straight to my clit. In the shower, I sit with my back to the wall on the floor and open my legs wide so the cool water can rain down between them and soothe the raw skin. I press my head against the wet tiles and think about my husband and the things he did to me last night, about the size of him, about how he stretched me, filled me completely, found pleasure points in my body not even I knew about. And despite feeling sore and sensitive, my body reacts to the memory and the rhythmic spray of water pounding against my clit. I widen my legs farther as my breathing quickens. I think about Beast's muscular body and how it feels when he is sliding in and out of me and my toes begin to curl. I think about his breath on my cheek and his growl against my ear as his orgasm builds and I feel my own gathering between my legs. I arch my neck and bite my lip, thinking about the beast growling above me, relentlessly thrusting inside me as I come on his cock. My fingers spread across the wet tiles, and my hips begin to stir. I groan and then cry out as the pleasure tears up from the very tip of my toes and spreads across every inch of me. I press my head harder against the tiles and let the full-body orgasm consume me. second after second, wave after wave, until I am a boneless heap on the shower floor. For a moment, I don't move, because I'm not sure my legs are going to support me. So I wait till my racing pulse eases and I come down from my high. Once I'm sure I can stand, I towel myself off and get dressed, resisting the urge to crawl back into bed and sleep because I feel hazy and lulled from a late night of orgasms. Instead, I make my way down to the kitchen, where Mrs. V is preparing breakfast. I slide onto a stool opposite her at the counter and watch her making coffee. "You look hungry. Those late nights can make for hungry work." She gives me a knowing wink, and my cheeks warm because I realize we probably left a mess in the kitchen last night, after Beast fed me strawberries and ice cream and then fucked me on the counter. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Mrs. V. Did we leave much of a mess?" She laughs warmly. "It was no bother. Only some melted ice cream and a few strawberries. Besides, it was reassuring to see." "What do you mean?" "That boy has waited a long time for you. It's nice to see you're finally here." "Are you saying you're happy he's married?" "I'm saying Beast is a complicated man, not indulgent with the ladies, always beating himself up over something that was out of his control. But I've seen that boy smile more times since you came along than I have in the 29 years I've worked here." She hands me a mug of coffee. "That's your doing, Belle. And if that means I've got to clean up some melted ice cream and spilled berries every now and again, then I'm happy to do that every day for the rest of my days. Now, how about I make you some waffles?" I bite my lip, warmed by her kind words. "Thank you." She gives me a kindly pat on my hand before moving off to prepare the waffles, and I can't help but smile as I watch her work her magic. It smells good, and I feel ready to eat my weight in waffles, which is good, because I think I'm going to need all my strength for when Beast comes home and fucks me into tomorrow.
Chapter 44. Beast. It's early when I pull into the parking lot of the county morgue. Inside, I find Sheriff Coulter and Dr. Beaver waiting for me. They're standing in the county morgue in front of a set of remains, a sheet covering them. The stench is foul, decomp and salt water. "Do you know who it is?" I asked the sheriff. "No, but I thought you might notice a distinguishing mark or an item of clothing." He thinks this might be Dodger. If the remains do belong to him, then it will pick at the slowly healing scab that has allowed the club to move forward since Dodger disappeared. It will bring a lot of questions, especially if there is enough left of the body to show his death was no accident. Beaver pulls back the sheet, and an odorous waft of decay and death hits me. The remains are black and bloated from decomposition, and some of the skin is sloughed away from being in the water. "Do you recognize him?" Beaver asks. "Yeah, I do," I say, my eyes roaming the remains and noting the familiar tattoos on his hands. It's Gunnar McIverson, the president of the Unhinged Psychos. "Jesus," Coulter mutters, looking at the remains. "Someone shot half his face off." "Yes, that's probably what killed him," Beaver says. "I would have thought that was obvious," Coulter says, turning gray as he looks away. "Don't you people use vapor rub or something when looking at these things?" Beaver hands him a small tub and Coulter scoops out a dollop to put under his nose. I say it's probably the cause of death only because I haven't done the autopsy yet. The facial wound could have been done after death to discourage identification. And who would want to do that to the club president? I say, thinking out loud. Sheriff Coulter turns to me. "Is there some new turf war going on that I should know about?" "It wasn't us," I tell him. "He could have gone in the water anywhere between here and Bracken's lot, which is the start of Psycho's territory. It's a long coastline." Sheriff Coulter runs a hand through his hair, still struggling with the smell. "I don't like it." "I'm sure he doesn't either," Beaver replies. I just found another bullet wound, and it's right in the heart. Do you know how long he's been in the water? I ask. I'll have a better idea after the autopsy, but my guess is he's been in there at least a week. Sheriff Coulter gives me a pointed look. You know, this is the second president of a motorcycle club to go missing in 4 months. If someone's making a point, you might want to keep your eyes and ears open. That's not what is at play here, I say. What does that mean? It means the unhinged psychos have a new president. In church, I bring the club up to speed. The sheriff could be right, Beast. Someone could have a thorn in their side about motorcycle club hierarchy and be trying to prove a point, Lars says. Boney? Bram suggests. I doubt it. His hard-on is for the knights and this land. No, this feels more like in-house cleaning to me, and I have an idea who did it. Viking straightens in his chair. You suggesting this was Gaston? The psychos would kill him, Gambit says. Not if they don't know, I say. Think about it. Dodger goes missing, and then Gaston challenges me for the position. Now he's wearing an unhinged psycho's cut, and their president washes up on the beach. God damn, Lars mutters. You really think he's gunning for the position of president? Bear asks. He always was an entitled asshole, Lars grumbles. He probably thought he could run the club better than Gunner, so he took the steps to make it happen. I'll speak to Roxy. See if any of her girls have heard anything. They might not discuss business while getting their dicks played with, but politics won't be off the table. There's another possibility that some of you will be thinking, but not game enough to say it, Axe says. Which is, I ask, they haven't found Dodger's body. Viking almost upends the table to get to Axe, but Lars and Bear hold him back. He sneers at Axe. Shut your goddamn mouth! It's a fair enough question, Axe says. If he's not dead, then where the fuck is he? Dodger would never turn his back on this club, Viking seethes. Why would he? I don't know, but Dodger disappears the same time this synthetic Fantasia appears on the street. Again, Viking goes for Axe. Enough, I bark. There's no point in killing each other over empty assumptions and what-ifs. I look at them both and give them a clear warning. This stops and doesn't continue out there. You got it? We need to stay strong as brothers, not weaken this club with in-house fighting. Do I make myself clear? Both men nod, and Lars and Bear release Viking. Fucking hallelujah! I snap as I bring the gavel down on Church. I'm sick of discussing Gaston and Dodger. And truth be told, I just want to get back to my room and fuck my wife.
Chapter 45. Belle. I'm waiting for him when he gets in from church. Naked. When he sees me, he starts removing his clothes as he walks toward me on the bed. His leather cut is the first to go, then his boots. Then he pulls his t-shirt over his head, revealing a torso thick with muscle. I watch him from the bed and lick my lips hungrily, because I know he likes it when I do that. Enjoying the tease, he pulls his belt slowly through the loops of his jeans, his gaze hot, his expression burning with dark promises of what is to come. His hand moves to his zipper. His jeans drop. I look at his hard cock straining against his underwear and lick my lips again, wanting a taste. Wanting him in my mouth, wanting him inside me. I rise up on my knees and rub my nipples until they're taut peaks. He pulls me to him and buries his face into my neck. You smell delicious, he growls softly in my ear. I want every inch of you. I soften against him with a sigh, throbbing at the thought. You have all of me. He gives me one of his rare smiles, and my insides melt. He's so fucking beautiful it hurts. He lifts me off my knees and lays me down on the bed. He remains standing, his towering body so broad and powerful I can barely stand it. He's so domineering and big, and the way he is looking at me has me thrumming with need. He is going to devour me, and I am so fucking here for it. I sink my teeth into my lip because I know he likes it when I do that, and I'm immediately rewarded with one of his deep, rumbling growls. 2 big hands curve around my thighs and yank me toward the edge of the bed, where he pushes them farther apart. He lowers himself between them, his long hair sprawling across my skin as he begins to fuck me with his tongue. Within mere seconds, I'm whimpering and writhing against the relentless strokes of his tongue and the exquisite suckle of his lips before a burst of ecstasy surges through me. I cry out and grab his hair, moaning his name over and over and over again, because damn, when this man uses his tongue to make me come, it's an orgasm like nothing else. When I stop moaning and sink deeper into the mattress, he lifts his head and his dark eyes are burning with raw lust. He stands, and again my focus goes to the ginormous outline of his cock and his underwear. I sit up and slide closer so I can lower them down his hips and free his cock. He shivers when my fingers curl around the thick girth, and my mouth waters when I see the full length of him and the wide, engorged head slick with pre-cum. I do this to him. The thought sends a blast of excitement through me. I'm the one he chose. I bend my head and graze the shiny head with my tongue, and his groan is like thunder vibrating through me. I slide my lips around him, and his hands twist through my hair with another deep, rumbling groan. He's so big I can barely fit him into my mouth, but the way he tightens his fingers through my hair tells me what I am doing with my tongue and lips is more than enough.
That's it, little one. You're so fucking good at sucking my cock.
I manage to secure my lips all the way over the wide head and draw him into my mouth. I slide both hands up and down the thick shaft as I suck and lick and tease. He begins to rock his hips, and I increase the pace of my hands, my body throbbing with every stroke along the thick length of him, and I start to wonder if I can come just from doing this. I whimper against his cock, licking and sucking, and I am so aroused my pussy begins to pulsate. I start to moan, and Beast appreciates it. His breath quickens, and his moans grow more desperate, more uninhibited. His fingers tighten in my hair, and my scalp stings deliciously. He's going to come.
Belle.
My name falls from his lips as he explodes on my tongue. Powerful, thick streams of cum shoot from his pulsating cock and jet onto my lips and chin and throat. And it's so fucking hot to watch him lose control because of what I'm doing to him. My body throbs with a need to come, and he can tell because I'm squirming.
You want to come again, little one?
He asks, taking his still hard cock in his hand and beginning to stroke it. I look up at him. Yes. Without warning, he lifts me off the bed and thrusts his cock inside my drenched pussy and drives orgasm number 2 into me. Then he lowers me onto the bed and fucks me relentlessly until we're both crying out with pleasure, and the sun disappears behind the horizon. Chapter 46. Belle. You look like a woman in love, Maya says happily as she twists plaits into my hair. She's going for the shield maiden look for tonight's Sunday dinner. And before you tell me that it is just an act, you need to know I am very good at calling bullshit. She's perched on her bed while I sit on the floor, staring dreamily out the window. Inside, I'm giddy, and I have been all day. I think I'm falling in love with Beast, which is a surprise, because of the whole forcing me to marry him business. But it's not just that. My ex-boyfriend did a real number on me. He lied to me for the entirety of our relationship, and because of it, I erected a wall around my heart, a wall I didn't think anyone could knock down. But that was before I met Beast. I can trust him, because it feels like I've known him my whole life. I don't know what to call it, I say, twisting my head to look at her. But I really like him, Maya. I think I'm falling for him. She squeals. I knew it! You two are so perfect for each other! She gives me a warm smile before making me turn back so she can keep weaving the gold through my hair. Now that he's not such a grump, I say, picking up the hairbrush and running my palm absent-mindedly across the bristles. Maya chuckles. He was definitely grumpy when you first came to the clubhouse, but I suppose that's to be expected since he'd just thrown his brother out of the club. I turn to look at her. Beast has a brother? Maya's brow crinkles with confusion. Yes, of course. Why did he throw his brother out of the club? She looks even more confused. Because he attacked you and your uncle. A cold dread trickles down my spine and I go very still. My voice shakes. What do you mean? Maya frowns. He threw Gaston out of the club for what he did to you. My brain flounders through the sudden onset of emotion and tries to process what she is saying. Gaston is Beast's brother? Maya looks confused. You didn't know? No, he never told me. Probably because he's a nameless man now. A what? A nameless man. It's how they refer to men who betray the club or have been thrown out for whatever reason. Their names are not to be mentioned in the clubhouse again. But he should have mentioned it to me, I say, my emotions rising. Because this is it. This is the secret he was keeping from me, the bomb to rock the foundations of what we were building. I try to rationalize him withholding this from me. He was trying to protect me from the truth. But he wasn't protecting me, he was protecting himself by keeping it from me. In essence, he lied. I will never lie to you, little one. Which was just a big fat lie in itself. I stand up so quick Maya has to lean back. Where is he? Gaston? No, Beast. It's lunchtime, so probably in church. But you won't want to disrupt them while they're in church, she calls out. But I'm already burning rubber along the corridor leading to the sweeping staircase. My entire body is tight with pain and anger and hurt. The man who almost killed my uncle and who was moments away from raping me is the brother of the man who forced me to marry him. Breathe, Belle, but I can't. My emotions tumble inside me like a tornado, churning up the fear I felt when Gaston dragged me into that kitchen, and I saw what he'd done to Uncle Maurice, and they keep churning and tumbling until I'm bent over the table again with Gaston's hands all over my body, and I know he's about to rape me. Blinded by the emotion, I storm outside of the clubhouse and across the garden. There are 2 prospects standing guard at the door when I get to the chapel. One tries to stop me from entering, but I'm a burning ball of fiery anger. Get out of my way, or so help me God, I will find a way into this building that is far more violent than walking in through the front door. My tone leaves no doubt that I mean it. And when they both step aside, I stomp up the steps and rip open the door. 14 faces all swing around to look in my direction, and a blast of leather and testosterone fills my senses. Beast is sitting at the end of a long wooden table but doesn't react. Until I throw the hairbrush that is still in my hand at him. It just misses his head and hits the wall behind him. You asshole! Darkness sweeps through his expression. I don't know for sure, but I'm probably breaking the sanctity of church by doing this. But I don't give a damn. Fuck this club and their rules, and fuck Beast to hell. Gaston is your brother? Beast is calm, but the look on his face tells me I have crossed a line, and there will be trouble. He rises slowly from his place at the head of the table, looking more like a demon rising from hell than a man. His expression darkens, and a shiver rolls down my spine, but I don't give a damn. I'm not afraid. He should be afraid. Because I have something to say and he's not going to like it. Everybody, out, he barks with a thunderclap. The men are slow to move, but obey their leader. While the room empties, Beast's gaze burns through the distance between us, and I feel the sting of his anger on my skin.
You. Sit the fuck down.
But I ignore him. He doesn't get to tell me what to do anymore. I'm going to leave and take my uncle with me. God damn him to hell for this. I'm married to a man who shares DNA with the very demon who tried raping me and almost killed my uncle, and he never told me. Stop ordering me about. In an explosive move, he upends the table to get my attention, then charges toward me. I back up until my legs hit the back of a chair.
I said, sit the fuck down.
I look at the overturned table. It must weigh a ton, and he just flipped it like it weighed nothing. But I'm too angry to care. I said no. His gaze is thunderous.
Why do you need to make it so fucking hard on me whenever I ask you to do something?
How could you force me to marry you? The brother of the man who broke into my home almost killed my uncle and bent me over the kitchen table. He was about to rape me. It was the most frightening thing that has ever happened to me. The vilest act. You saw what he did.
Yes. And I stopped him from doing it.
But then you forced me to marry you. The brother to him.
I'm nothing like my brother,
he growls. Why didn't you tell me you were related?
Because the moment he did those things to you, he was no longer a part of my family. I banished him, stripped him of his cut. That is the biggest and worst consequence to a knight. He lost his club. He lost his family. He lost everything for what he did to you.
My heart pounds against my breast and my pulse races through the vein in my neck. Beast takes a step toward me, but I take a step back. Don't you come near me. My words are like a brick wall, and he comes to a sudden stop. I'm shaking. You lied to me.
I never lied to you.
Omission is like lying. You should have told me.
Perhaps I should have. But he is gone and no longer a threat to you.
So why didn't you? I cry. He takes a step closer, blocking out the sun.
Because it should have been inconsequential. His name is not to be spoken by anyone in this clubhouse. He is a nameless man.
Not to me, I yell. To me, he will always be Gaston, the man who put his hands on me, the man who put my uncle in hospital. Images of that night rattle me even further, and I can barely contain the emotions coursing through me. They tumble through me violently. I take slow steps backward and point a finger at Beast. We're done. Do you hear me? I don't want any of this. Least of all you. The dark cloud on his face ripples with an emotion I can't put my finger on. But it's gone in seconds, replaced by a tight jaw, narrowed eyes, and flaring nostrils. He's gritting his teeth.
You don't have much choice about the matter,
he says in a low, dangerous voice that is full of menace and causes goosebumps to spread across my skin. But I'm done with being a scared little mouse. Stay away from me.
You're not going anywhere.
Just watch me.
You promised you wouldn't leave.
And you promised you wouldn't lie. Shaking, I flee the chapel. And once I'm inside the clubhouse, I tear up the staircase and along the hallway to our bedroom. There, I slam the door behind me and lock it. By now, the entire clubhouse will know what is happening, but I don't care anymore. I don't care about any of them or what they think. Blinded by my emotions, I hold on to one thought as I pack my belongings and shove them into a plastic bag. I need to pick up Uncle Maurice and get the hell away from these people. To my surprise, no one tries to stop me from leaving. In fact, one of the prospects is waiting for me at the base of the grand staircase when I leave.
Beast told me to take you wherever you want to go.
My stomach tightens. Beast is letting me go. It should be a relief. But it's not relief I feel in my chest. Good, I say, ignoring whatever the stupid emotion is. Outside, I follow the prospect to the truck parked on the driveway. "We're not taking your bike?" I ask. The prospect raises an eyebrow as he opens the driver's door.
"Darling, if I put you on the back of my bike, I'd need to look for a new club. Not that I'd be able to walk or breathe."
"You mean he'd hurt you for letting me ride on the back of your bike? That seems a bit over the top."
"You're our first lady, Belle. The only bike you belong on is our president's."
I frown, regret already churning in my stomach. I'm not anyone's first lady. Not really. He doesn't reply. Just gives me a look that tells me he doesn't believe me, then climbs inside the truck and closes the door. After I slide into the passenger side, we take off toward town. The prospect is nice. He's always been kind and friendly to me during my time at the clubhouse. Nowhere near as scary as his president. "I don't even know your name," I say as he pulls the truck to a stop out the front of the mansion where my uncle is recuperating.
"It's Colby, ma'am."
I force a smile, because inside my anger is slowly morphing into a deep, heavy sadness. "Thanks for the ride, Colby."
"Take care, Belle."
He gives me a two-finger salute before he drives away, leaving me standing outside the old mansion. My heart is heavy as I climb the stairs and knock on the door. When it opens, Annie greets me with the same warmth as the other times I have visited and takes me to my uncle. To my relief, he's awake. In fact, he's out of bed and looking so much better. He's outside on the wide stone patio, sitting in a wheelchair with a blanket over his lap and a bag of apple cherries in his hands. It's an overcast day and cold, and in the distance on the horizon storm clouds gather, bruising the sky in purple and gray. His face lights up when he sees me.
"Belle! What a lovely surprise!"
"Hi, Uncle Maurice. How are you feeling today?"
"Oh, I'm just peachy."
He has a big smile on his face. His bruising is faded, and he no longer needs bandages around his head wounds.
"What are you doing here?"
I sit opposite him on a garden bench and take his hand in mine. "I've missed you," I say, pleased that he looks so healthy and happy. "I just wanted to check on you, make sure you're happy."
"Oh, I am,"
he says with another big smile.
"What about you? You're happy, aren't you, Belle? Beast is a good man. He tells me how well you are doing whenever he visits."
I frown. "He visits?"
"All the time.
He holds up the bag of apple cherries.
Always brings me a bag."
Ah, that's why he picks apple cherries. My stomach twists. There is no need for Beast to visit my uncle, but he does.
"What is important to you is important to me."
A knot forms in my chest. I think I've made a terrible mistake. I spoke to the nurse. She says they're ready to move you from the hospital and into one of the studio rooms. Is that what you want to do? I ask, already knowing the answer. This place is special, and my uncle has never looked so well. Uncle Maurice looks at me, and for a moment it's like he is fully there. He hasn't looked at me that way in a long time, and my heart aches. It's like all of him has returned, and I realize how much I've missed him.
"You don't need to worry about me anymore, Belle. It's your time now. I'm happy here. You need to find your happy."
Gaston breaks into my thoughts and my stomach curls. But then I think about Beast, about the warmth of his embrace and the strength of his arms when he holds me. I think about the tenderness in his eyes and how he can be gruff and impatient with everyone around him, but then be tender and attentive to me in the next breath. I know what my happy looks like, and it's with a man with hair like a lion's mane and a body like a tank who drives me crazy with his grumpiness, but also drives me wild with his affection.
"Have you found your happy?"
Uncle Maurice asks. I nod. Yeah. I think I have. Uncle Maurice's smile is warm, his eyes focused, fully present in the moment, yet it's bittersweet, because I know it won't last.
And that makes me happy.
The look we share is warm and heartfelt. A tear slides down my cheek. Are you sure you don't want to go somewhere new? Just the two of us? I ask him.
You mean away from here?
Yeah, just the two of us. Like last time. Except last time was a disaster and it almost got him killed. I look around us, at the beautiful old mansion and the vast green fields. I can't offer him anything as good as this.
You know, Beast offered for me to come live at the castle,
he says. Again, something else I didn't know.
But I told him I like it here. You know they serve cinnamon buns for morning tea?
I didn't know that, I whisper.
Mrs. Bloomfield makes them herself. She's a cook. Best damn cook in my book. I think she also makes certain I get the ones with the most icing, too. She knows I like the icing. You remember how much I like the icing, don't you, Belle?
I do, I reply with a soft smile.
And Mrs. Bloomfield makes the best berry tea I've ever had. It's quite delicious.
Mrs. Bloomfield sounds quite remarkable.
Oh, yes. She's a fine woman,
he says, popping another apple cherry into his mouth. A sudden bluster of wind ripples past us, almost blowing his blanket off his knees. It stirs in the trees in the woods below, turning their branches into swaying arms. The storm has moved closer. Fat raindrops begin to fall, slow at first, warning us of the coming downpour. Come on, let me help you back inside, I say, releasing the brakes on his wheelchair. But Uncle Maurice stops me when he reaches for my wrist. Again, his eyes are focused and he is fully present.
I'm proud of you, Belle. You really are the sweetest.
Fighting off my tears, I wheel him back inside and out of the weather. Chapter 47. Belle. By the time I leave, the rain has stopped, but the wind picks up the moment I step outside onto the front steps. I look up, and there he is, waiting for me beside his bike. When I see him, a deep longing washes over me. I want to run to him. I want to wrap my arms around him and bury my face in his chest. I want to beg him to tell me Gaston isn't his brother. Instead, I'm cautious as I approach him. You came, I whisper.
You are my wife, little one. That might not mean anything to you, but it does to me.
I struggle to swallow the guilt. I remember the look on his face when I told him I didn't want him. It does, I say softly. I was angry. What Gaston did... He gently touches my face, his thumb grazing my bottom lip.
I don't share my brother's perversions or penchant for pain. You are safe with me.
This is why he let me go so easily. He knew I needed time to put things in perspective, and instead of fighting me and forcing me to do something I didn't want to do, he gave me the space I needed to figure it out. It hurt me, I say.
I know. And I should have told you. If I could go back in time, I would tell you earlier.
He draws me closer to him. I don't want to melt against his touch, but I do, because I need the comfort only his touch can bring.
What can I do to help you get through this?
He asks. Can you take me somewhere?
Where do you want to go?
I want to see the house. I swallow back the guilt and the sadness I feel deep in my chest. I want to see where Gaston did what he did. I slide onto his bike behind him, and it instantly feels like home. His warmth, the sheer size of him, the power emanating from him. He is a wall of protection in front of me. I slide my arms around his waist and settle in behind him. Here I am safe. Here I belong. We ride into the cold morning, leaving Uncle Maurice and the mansion behind us. There is an ache in my chest for leaving my uncle behind, but he is safe and happy in being cared for, because Beast ensured it from the very beginning. I tighten my arms around Beast and press my cheek into his broad back, and it's how I stay as he rides us through the wet cobblestone streets and past the familiar landscapes near the house on Prince Street. When he pulls up beside the slanting white picket fence with the peeling paint and weeds poking through the wooden pickets, he kills the engine and guides me off the back of his bike. I stand beside the letterbox and look at the crooked pathway leading through the tiny front yard and up to the front door, and a cold trickle works its way down my spine. With every step I take closer to the house, an unease blooms inside me, making my pulse race and my palms sweaty. Wakey, wakey, princess. I close my eyes. I can still smell him, still feel his disgusting breath on my skin as he bent me over, still smell my uncle's blood as Gaston reached for my panties. My eyes flick open. The kitchen window Beast crashed through is boarded up, and the shattered glass is gone. I don't know who did it. I'm assuming it was someone from the club. If he hadn't crashed through that window. Fear coils in my chest, and I rub between my breasts, trying to wipe it away, but it's buried so deeply inside I don't think it will ever leave. But Beast walks up behind me, and I know Gaston will never be able to finish what he started. Beast will make sure of it. You don't need to do this. His deep voice is gentle. I do, or it will always have some kind of power over me. The spare key is still under the garden gnome in the little garden beside the front door, and I use it to let us in. Immediately, the smell of bleach and Lysol rush at me, mingled with the familiar smells of the house that used to be my home. Inside is dark, and one flick of the light switch tells me the power is off. I look around. Everything has been straightened. Except for the board over the kitchen window, there is no hint of an assault taking place in this house. It's very tidy and clean. The prospects cleaned up. I will thank them, I whisper, still looking around at the little house. We never had much money. The furniture is threadbare and old, and the carpet has seen better days. Even the glass in the windows is warped by age. But it was home once. And despite our lack of money and the weight of my uncle's addictions and illness, these walls have seen a lot of happy times, too. Like when I came home from middle school to find my uncle had created a party for two to celebrate me winning a prize at the science fair. Or the many times he would put a J.J. Cole record on the old record player, and we would dance around the room, laughing and feeling free. When I was little, he would sit with me on the couch in front of the fire and read all the fairy tales to me, making funny voices for every one of the characters. There were happy times here. That's when I remember the secret hiding place. It's behind a loose brick in the hearth. Leaving the couch, I kneel in front of the fireplace, jimmy the brick free, and reach into the dark cavity. I pull out the small enamel box with a cluster of roses on the lid. Inside is the locket my mom gave me for my 4th birthday. I kept it hidden in the secret hiding place because I would die if someone broke in and stole it so they could pawn it for a couple of bucks. It's all I have left of my mom and dad. I pry it open with my fingernail, and inside is a photo of each of my parents. I don't remember anything about them, I say, when I feel Beast looking at me. I study the photos. My father was handsome, and my mom was very beautiful. It's like my life only started after their accident. I can't remember a moment with them in it. I tucked the locket into the back pocket of my jeans. They are the only photos I have of my parents. After they were killed, our house was burned down in the fire that almost destroyed St. Boniface, and everything we owned was lost. I look at Beast. My uncle is all I have left.
No,
He says in that rumbly voice.
he's not all you have.
He takes my hand.
You're not alone, Belle. You have a family waiting for you.
He's right, and warmth spreads through my chest when I think of the friends I have made in the last few weeks. Maya and the club girls, the old ladies, even Annika. They are my family now. And Beast, my husband. I turn to him and wrap my arms around his waist. I don't care who his brother is. To me, Beast isn't Gaston's brother. He's my husband, the man who saved me that night. Thank you, I whisper against his neck. He claims my mouth and kisses me, and it's sweet and gentle, and a reminder that this man is so much more than the beast people think he is. I pull away to look up at him. Let's go home, Beast. Let's go back to the clubhouse.
Chapter 48. Beast. There's no feeling like riding toward home with my wife's arms wrapped around my waist and her sweet ass perched on the leather seat behind me. She belongs on my bike and in my bed. And when we get back to the clubhouse, I am going to spend the rest of the afternoon showing her why. The weather's getting bad. Dark clouds bruise the sky, and there's a tension in the air that could snap any minute. The storm is going to hit, and it feels like it is going to hit hard. I love weather like this, when the sky brews with thunder and lightning and an approaching power that could explode at any minute. I push the Harley faster. When we get into my room, I'm going to light a fire, then slowly peel every piece of clothing from Belle's luscious body. Then I'm going to claim her in my bed and make her come with my name on her lips and in her heart. She is my wife. And from today onward, I'm going to show her exactly what that means to me. I steer the Harley one-handed and place the other over her hands resting on my stomach. The streets are empty, the stores have closed, and people are already taking shelter from the approaching storm. There's no one around, and as the narrow streets of the town give way to the wide roads winding through the green fields toward the clubhouse, it feels like we're the only people on earth. Until the car appears out of nowhere and rams us off the road. I don't see the approaching headlights until they are on us. The driver swerves in our direction, and I'm forced to pull to the left to avoid it, almost running us into a ditch. Luckily, I'm able to keep the bike upright and bring it to a stop without flipping us both off. The car roars off in a plume of smoke. "What the hell was that?" Belle asks. It has to be the psychos, but I don't have time to answer, because up the road, the car spins around and heads back our way. I place myself between it and Belle, knowing something is about to happen. When they come past, the window rolls down, and I see the familiar logo on their masked faces. At the same moment, one of them pulls out a gun and starts shooting.
Chapter 49. Belle. It all happened so fast. 1 second we're standing there, the next bullets are flying. It's crazy, but the first thing I think of is how much it sounds like firecrackers. The next thing I'm aware of is Beast clutching his shoulder. He's been shot. Panic explodes in my chest. I try to stop him from falling, but trying to support Beast's body is like a toy car trying to tow a real one. Impossible. I start to panic even more. I'm too small and he's too big. He collapses onto the wet road. It starts to rain as I drop to my knees beside him and pull the phone out of my jeans pocket. Who should I call?
No one. We can't hang around. We're too exposed out here. We've got to get out of here.
I look at the Harley. It's a beast of a machine and I'd never be able to hold it up. I've also never driven one before. I'd kill us both.
I'm okay,
he hisses in a rough breath.
I just need a minute.
You're badly wounded.
It's nothing more than a nick.
I should call someone.
Belle, I can get us home.
He hauls himself to his feet and manages to swing his leg over the body of the motorcycle and start the engine. With a rumble, the machine comes alive. I climb on behind him and we take off. 10 minutes later, relief hits me when I see the clubhouse in the distance through the fog. We're almost home. Beast steers the bike along the long driveway and pulls to a stop near the stairs leading up to the front porch. He pushes down the kickstand with his big boot and climbs off. I try to help him, but the moment he's free of the motorcycle, he collapses. Help us! Please! We need help! I cry out. His shirt is drenched with blood. He's lost a lot during the ride home. Please! Someone! Almost immediately, the big front doors groan open and Viking, a prospect, and Ryder appear.
What the hell happened?
Ryder asks as they descend the porch steps.
Go get Priest,
Viking tells the prospect, who hastily disappears back inside.
Do you need a hospital?
Viking asks.
I'm fine.
Beast growls.
Just get me inside.
Viking and Ryder sling his bulky arms around their shoulders and carry him into the clubhouse.
Why are the lights out?
He groans.
Blackout. They don't expect it to come back on for a few hours. What about the generator? Lightning strike. Sticky. Balls and Lars are trying to fix it now.
They drag him into the bar and ease him onto a chair.
Where the fuck is Priest?
Viking growls. Then, tipping his head back, he yells in a big baritone voice that rattles the walls.
Priest! Get in here! Now!
Only moments later, Priest appears carrying his medical kit. He takes one look at Beast on the chair, bleeding all over the floor, and blows out a breath.
Get his cut and shirt off,
he tells Viking and Ryder. I feel helpless as I watch. What can I do? Priest says.
Stay right where you are, sweetheart. He's going to need something nice to focus on if I've got to pluck out any bullets.
Once Viking and Ryder get him out of his shirt and cut, the damage to Beast's body is evident. A bullet wound to his left shoulder.
Looks like the bullet went through tissue, not bone, so this should be easy,
Priest says.
For fucking who?
Beast growls. Priest pulls morphine into a syringe.
You should buy a lottery ticket, my friend. 2 inches lower and it would have been lights out.
He jabs the needle into Beast's skin.
This should do the trick.
I wait for the opiate to take effect and for Beast to become relaxed and medicated, but Beast barely reacts. Ryder hands him the bottle of whiskey and Beast downs 2 large mouthfuls, his teeth gnashing together as the whiskey burns through his chest. His beautiful lips glisten in the flickering glow of the candle as Priest gets to work and removes the bullet from his shoulder. Can't you give him more pain relief? I plead to Priest as the pain registers on Beast's face.
Honey, I've given him enough to knock out a horse any more and it'd kill him. I'm fine.
Beast groans.
Just get the fuck on with it.
It takes a couple of minutes, but Priest finally gets the bullet out of Beast's shoulder and drops it into a jar.
You can put it with the others,
Priest says. I raise an eyebrow. Others?
He's the president. It comes with the job.
He hands me the jar.
Come on. We'll help get him up to your room.
Candlelight flickers against the shadows in the room. His bed is soft and warm. Settled into the pillows, he looks at me, and I feel a warm sensation bloom in my chest. His eyes are beautiful, his lashes long and dark, and I realize I could spend the night looking into them. Lust throbs between my legs. When I lick my lips, his eyes follow my tongue. I touch his arm, and his lips part, and I ache to kiss them. Desire flickers in his eyes, and his fists tighten on his thighs. I ache to feel his lips on mine. He grimaces as pain sweeps through his expression. I wish you'd let me take you to the hospital, I say softly.
I have everything I need right here,
he says as he takes my face in his giant hands and presses his warm mouth to mine. Instinctively, my lips part and I groan as his tongue sweeps in, tasting me. He moans, and the sound is like catnip to my arousal. I drink in his kiss, every glide of his lips, every velvety touch of his tongue drenching my panties. He pulls me onto him, and the front of my panties brush the hard form of his ginormous cock, and I almost cry out at the sensation against my aching clit. I whimper into his kiss.
Little one,
He groans desperately.
I want this more than you could know, but not like this.
He winces, and I brush my lips to his. I know, you need to rest, and I'm going to be right here next to you. If you need anything, tell me. Let me take care of you. He half growls, half groans, and the deep rumble sends lust blasting through me, but I slide off him and settle into the warmth beside him. I feel him relax, and before I realize, I slip into a warm and contented sleep. Sometime in the middle of the night, I awaken. Beast is asleep beside me. He's lying on his back, his naked body heavy with sleep. Light from the full moon floods his room. I sit up and allow my gaze to move over him. His naked body is magnificent, all golden and smooth and so damn masculine I can almost taste it. I drink him in, my eyes sliding down his broad shoulders and down the thick muscles of his chest, down lower to the diamond-cut abs that lift softly with every sleepy breath he takes. Down to the sexy V God gave men to tantalize both women and men. His cock rests thick and heavy against his powerful thighs. My eyes linger. I ache to touch it, to put it in my mouth, to feel it between my legs. I lick my lips and wonder how it would feel as it grows in my mouth. My body throbs because I know what it feels like when he's inside me and I need to touch him. I want to bend my head and take it in my mouth, suckle the broad head and glide my tongue down the thick length of him. I want to taste the salty cream of his pre-cum, then the warmth of his cum as he pumps it down my throat. But none of that will happen tonight. He needs his rest, his peace. I lie back down, so we're face to face. His eyes are closed, his beautiful full lips slightly parted, his mane of hair spread across the pillow. When I pull his heavy, muscular arm around me and snuggle into his warmth, he moans gently and pulls me in closer to his strong body, and I bury my face into his broad chest. I close my eyes, aware of a new sensation singing in my blood. Beast doesn't need me to fuck him. He needs to know I care. Chapter 50. Belle. I hold him throughout the night. As he sleeps, he has me tucked under one arm and curled against his big body. But whenever he groans with pain, I sit up on my knees and gently brush my fingers across his skin in little invisible trails across his tattoos. Something I know he loves and feels great pleasure from, and his breathing slows, and he disappears into a deep sleep again. I've never seen anyone have as much morphine as he did last night and not have it affect them. But then Beast is an anomaly. A big, beautiful anomaly. And he's mine. And because he's mine, my sleep is fractured and light, because I don't want to sleep through any moment he might need me. But sometime in the pale dawn light, I fall into a deep sleep, and when I wake up, he's awake and holding me tight to his chest. and in the early light he makes love to me. He pulls out of me, and a thick stream of cum slides down my thighs and trickles between my butt cheeks. I watch him from the bed, the giant naked man cut from slabs of thick muscle and strong bone. He walks across the room, his hair trailing down his broad back, his heavy cock swinging between his powerful thighs, slick with a mix of him and me. He disappears into the bathroom, and I hear running water. When he returns, he's carrying a damp towel. He stands at the foot of the bed, and I part my thighs wider so he can see my pussy gleaming with his cum. His cock dips and lifts with gratitude, liking the view. I don't want you to clean me, I say, knowing what the towel is for. I want your scent all over me, on me, in me. I reach down and use a finger to push a blob of his cum back inside my body. Lust flares in his expression. He drops the towel and crawls across the bed. He kneels between my thighs and, using the head of his cock, slides the dripping cum back toward my pussy, and with one powerful thrust pushes it and him inside me again. The intrusion is rough and hard, forceful enough to knock the wind out of me, but dear God, it feels so good. He thrusts in again, this time harder, and I arch my back and reach for the headboard behind me. It's like a violent storm hitting, and I'm here for all of it. I want the chaos and the stinging pain. I want his grunts and growls and the ferocious thump of the bed against the wall. He pulls out, and I feel the loss immediately. But like I'm made of nothing, he flips me onto my knees, presses my face into the pillows, and shoves his cock hard into me from behind. My pussy cries out with the rough intrusion. I grip the pillow, part my thighs further, and slick drops of cum drop to the sheets below. His hands are huge on my hips as he pounds into me, pulling me to meet his thrusts and to grind against my swelling clit. I come harder than I've ever come in my life, losing myself in his domination of my body, this beast of a man fucking me like I am a rag doll until he roars out his pleasure and slowly comes to a stop behind me, pumping his cum deeper and deeper into me. This time, I lie back on the bed and let him use the towel to clean my damp thighs. Each stroke of the towel is tender and purposeful. His dark brows pull in as he concentrates, his long, messy hair falling over his big muscles as he intensely focuses on the task. His long lashes fan his cheeks, his scatter of scars reminding me of the things he's endured and survived. He looks soft and gentle and beautiful. Feelings build in my chest of wanting more of him, of wanting to love him. I reach over and brush a lock of hair from his face. He looks up at me, and when our eyes meet, it's like the moon and stars collide in my chest. He feels it too, and time seems to stop. He puts the towel aside and moves up the bed. He gathers me in his arms and pulls me into his warmth and presses a kiss to the crown of my head. I sink into his warmth and feel every muscle in my body soften into a blissful relaxation. Content, I drift into a deep sleep. When I wake up several hours later, I am alone.
Chapter 51. Beast. There had better be a good reason for dragging me out of bed. I grumble to Bram when I walk into the security room. The morphine has worn off and the bullet hole in my shoulder is screaming for attention. When I see Lars sitting in one of the chairs, I frown. Bram must have called him first, which means I'm about to find out something bad. The kind of bad that will blow my last fuse, and Lars is here as a means to control me. What is it? My voice is sharp because I know something bad is coming. Something to kill the buzz of the 2 orgasms my insatiable wife gave me. Bram looks uncomfortable. The owner of the Emporium reached out to me. We play poker a few times a month, and he knew we'd want to see this. I glance at Lars, but his poker face gives me nothing. I turn back to Bram. What is it? The tension in the room is in the red zone. Everyone is on edge, which makes me fucking nervous. Don't make me ask twice, I growl. He taps a couple of buttons on his keypad, and the CCTV footage from the Emporium appears on one of the screens in front of him. Straight away, I recognize Belle and Annika on the screen. They're looking at something in the box Annika is holding when someone walks into frame. The hairs on my neck stand on end, because that someone is Gaston. My jaw tenses. Things are about to change. I can feel it. The world is about to shift on its axis, because I know what I'm about to see is going to change everything. The moment he punches Annika in the cheek sends a rush of rage across my body. Then it's an out-of-body experience, as I watch him press Belle against the counter with his body. The roar that leaves me is primal, vicious and frightening. I have never felt so maddened in my life, like the rage is going to take a life of its own. I vibrate with hate, and I see red, so much red. I watch with raging eyes, and the moment Gaston reaches for Belle and twirls her hair around his finger, I feel it in my core. A cold rage, the kind that's out of this world. Barely containing it, I watch as she smashes the bottle of wine against the counter to protect herself and jabs it into his neck. Shove it hard into his jugular. Bram and Lars are watching me, but it barely registers. I have to fix this. I have to make him pay. Think about this, Lars says, stepping between me and the door. I grit my teeth. Get out of my way. Gaston can wait. We need you on the right side of the jail walls, Lars pleads. Besides, do I need to remind you that you still have a bullet hole in your shoulder? I said, get out of my way. I storm through the clubhouse and down to the parking garage where my bike is. Damn the consequences. Gaston has to pay for touching my wife. I find him in a dive bar in Devil's Kitchen, the kind of place that leaves you needing a shower after you leave. Lars, Viking, and Bear hang back at the entrance to stop anyone from entering, while I enter the cesspit. Inside, the bar is empty, except for Gaston. He's at the bar drinking whiskey when I walk in and pick him up off his stool by his unhinged psycho's cut and throw him against the wall. My brother has always thought he was smarter than me. Because I was bigger, stronger, and better, he needed something to make himself feel better. So he convinced himself he was the smart one. Unfortunately for him, he proved he wasn't smart at all the moment he put his hands on Belle. A smart man would never put his hands on the very thing that gives me life. I should have put a bullet between his eyes that morning in the dungeon when I sliced his cut from his body. But I gave him a chance, because he is my brother. I won't make that same mistake twice. I reach for him and ram him into the wall, over and over and over again. The force of his skull against the brickwork should kill him, but it doesn't. The fucker is still breathing. When he falls to the floor, I straddle him and start slamming my fist into his face. The bullet wound in my shoulder hurts like a bitch, but I can barely feel it over the adrenaline coursing through me or the rage vibrating in every cell of my body. That's when the bar owner tries to intervene with a baseball bat, but I reach out and stop it mid-swing. I suggest you leave while you can, I say, yanking it from him and snapping the bat in two. I can't let you do this, he says. So I grab him by the throat and send him out the plate glass window and onto the street. He's safer out there, because in here, I mean business. I returned my focus to Gaston, the man who dared put his hands on my wife. You should have walked away when I told you to. I tell him as I smash my fist into his face again. He looks up at me from swollen eyes and laughs, because I'm the one wailing on him, but he's the psychopath. This is where it ends. I wrap my hand around his throat as the other one grabs a bottle of whiskey from the floor. Do it, he taunts, looking up at me and laughing. Fucking do it. He thinks I'm going to hit him with it, but I have a better plan, one more suited to his level of depravity. I throw the whiskey bottle, and it smashes into a million pieces against the wall, sending whiskey spraying across the floor and furniture like a geyser. Reaching inside my cut for my lighter, I lean down so I am eye level with my brother, and I flick the flint so the flame glows between us. His laughter stops when our eyes meet. You wouldn't, he says through his bloody and bruised lips. Watch me. I throw the lighter onto the spilled whiskey and it erupts. Flames roar into the air and spread across the floor and up the wall. I lean down so I can whisper into his ear. This isn't for all the evil shit you've done in your miserable life. This is because you touched her. There is a moment when the revenge you seek comes to you, and mine is in those few seconds when he looks up at me and I can see the fear in his eyes. He knows he is about to die. He knows he has lost. The bar catches a light like a tinderbox, and within seconds flames dance all around us. Liquor bottles catch a light and explode like fireworks, and I watch with a quickening in my chest as the flames grab onto everything. Somewhere in the deep recesses of my mind, I acknowledge the owner had this coming too. We all know where Seamus Doyle got the money to open this bar. He might have said it right in his mind, but selling arms to street thugs so they can kill each other, as well as the innocent people who get caught in the crossfire, is always going to bring you karma from a higher power. When he comes crying to the club about it, I'll remind him about the 7-year-old girl who was killed when she was caught in a shootout between the psychos and another gang, using the guns he put in their hands. Then I'll remind him about the girls of a questionable age he liked to ply with drinks before introducing them to his bedroom upstairs. That was until he did a short stint in prison for it. He's only been out a matter of weeks, but given time, there's no doubt he'll return to his old ways, because that type of poison runs deep. But right now he isn't my concern. I climb to my feet and look down at Gaston slumped on the floor. This is the last time I will see him, because in minutes, the fire will eat up this bar and everything in it, and he's too injured to escape outside. Our eyes connect for the last time. I will always choose her over everything and everyone, most of all you. And then turning away, I escape the burning bar and disappear into a night lit up by flames and sirens.
Chapter 52. Belle. I'm in the dreamy state, between sleep and wakefulness, when Beast walks in smelling like smoke and liquor. I sit up. He's angry and his knuckles are bleeding. What happened to you? I ask, climbing off the bed. He eats up the space between us and takes my face in his hands.
No one touches you. Do you hear me? No one.
Panic tingles in the pit of my stomach. He knows about Gaston. I was trying to be a good old lady, I say. He arches his eyebrow, but his face remains hard.
By not telling me that Gaston threatened you?
There was a lot happening at the time. I didn't want to add more to your plate.
Add more to my... Jesus, Belle, none of that matters to me as much as you do.
I swallow hard beneath his fiery gaze. I thought I was protecting you. Only now does his face soften.
I don't need you to protect me, little one. I need you to tell me if someone ever hurts you or makes you afraid, so I can protect you. You are my priority. Nothing else comes before you."
He claims my mouth in a kiss that is hard and hot, as if we're sealing a pact. When he pulls back to look at me again, a flicker of understanding passes through his expression.
"It was Annika, wasn't it?"
I'm not about to dump Annika in it or throw her under the bus, but clearly he knows she was involved. "We both thought it was a good idea," I say. "She didn't tell Ryder for the same reason."
"And about now, he's having this same conversation with her."
When I bite down on my lip, he senses my remorse and pushes a lock of hair behind my ear. He softens the stern edge in his voice.
"It's why you got so toasted that afternoon, wasn't it?"
We needed something to take the edge off. He shakes his head.
"You should have told me. And I'm going to say the same thing to my cousin."
"You will do no such thing. Her intentions were good. She tried to protect me from Gaston, stood between me and him so he couldn't touch me."
"I saw."
He scowls, obviously aware of what happened next, how Gaston slapped her to the ground. "So you know that she put herself in danger for me. She doesn't deserve your wrath, beast." Thinking, he rubs his jaw, and I see just how red raw his knuckles are.
"She should know better."
We made a mistake. We're human. He lifts my chin.
"Promise me you won't keep anything like this from me in the future."
"I promise." A smile tugs at his lips.
"Good. Now, I can kiss you."
"Then stop talking about it and do it." He claims my mouth and kisses me deeply, making my toes curl and my heart pound. This man knows how to kiss. Hell, this man knows how to set me on fire. Speaking of which, I break off the kiss and reach for his hand so I can inspect his bruised and bleeding knuckles. "What did you do?"
"I killed him."
I lift my gaze so quick I almost give my eyes whiplash. "You killed Gaston?"
"Yes,"
he says. I find it hard to keep the disappointment out of my voice. "How?"
"I broke his face a few times, then set the bar on fire and left him inside it."
"Did he suffer?" He holds up his hands.
"These don't tickle."
I nod, wishing I'd seen Gaston broken and bloody after Beast had finished with him.
"How do you feel?"
he asks. I let out a shaky breath. "Disappointed." His brow furrows.
"In me?"
"No." I take a step back and sit on the edge of the bed. Because I wanted to be the one to do it. Beast kneels before me.
"I did it for you."
I run my hand through his hair. "I know."
"He needed to pay for what he did. It was a lesson long coming."
I sigh. I can't believe it's over. He runs his palms up my thighs, and I'm not going to lie. It's a turn-on to know they're the very hands that broke Gaston's face not more than an hour ago. "Are you okay?" I ask. "He was your brother."
"He stopped being my brother the day he attacked you."
His fingers find the edge of my panties.
"Now can we stop talking about him? I'm hungry for my wife. I want to put tonight behind me by getting behind you."
I laugh at his cheesiness, but the laughing fades and the moaning starts when he rips off my panties and buries his face between my legs.
Chapter 53. Beast. The next morning, Gambit alerts me to a pair of black Escalades parked at the security gates. I know who they are. They're the mayor's investigators. On my instruction, Gambit lets them in, and I meet them out the front. Two men dressed in black suits climb out. They're young and have no idea who they are facing. "The mayor wants to see you," one of them says. "Tell the mayor if he wants to speak to me, then he can come to me, not send two little boys to summon me." I turn to walk away, but the baby-faced one, who doesn't look old enough to shave, holds up his cell. "You might want to hear what Mayor Boney has to say. I'm sure you heard about the fire in town last night. I should tell them to go to hell, but my gut tells me to take the call. Reluctantly, I take the phone from him and hold it up to my ear, but I say nothing. I don't need to. Boney is already screaming at me. If you don't want every law enforcement officer turning up on your doorstep for what you did in Devil's Kitchen last night, then I suggest you do as I fucking tell you. Without saying a word, I hang up on him and throw the phone back to Babyface. Tell your boss he really needs to learn some manners. The phone rings again. Babyface answers it. He says you either come to his office now, or he'll send the sheriff around to escort you. Hang up, I say, crossing my arms. Babyface looks unsure. What? I said hang up the goddamn phone. When he goes to speak into the phone, I snap. No, don't say anything. Just hang up the fucking phone. Surprisingly, he does. I calmly remove my phone from my cot and bring up the mayor's number. He answers on the first ring. Ask nicely, I say. The words make me think of Belle, and I smile when I think about her in the garden, making me ask her on a date. What the fuck? Boney explodes on the other end of the phone. I sigh, my grin obvious in my tone. We're not off to a very good start, Boney. You listen to me, you criminal biker fuck. People might be too scared to come forward and say what they saw last night, but I don't know what you're talking about. By the screaming that follows, Mayor Boney is about to give himself a heart attack. You get your ass down here now. It's time we talk face to face about this town and its future. Well, shit, B. That's all you needed to say. The black Escalades follow me to Mayor Boney's office. This is all just a little dramatic, I say, walking into his office and finding Boney behind his desk. There was no need for an escort. I wanted to make certain you would arrive in a timely manner. I look at the 2 suits and then back to Boney. I hate to break it to you, B, but 2 suits and a couple of Escalades ain't going to make me do what I don't want to do. I wink at Babyface and enjoy watching him bristle. I turn my attention back to Boney. I'm here because you said you want this settled once and for all. I hope for your sake that means you're giving up this hate campaign against the Knights in favor of working together. I wouldn't work with the Knights if you had a gun to my head, he says, his politician smile firmly in place. Okay, so we're not one step closer to a truce. That's fine by me. I have cards up my sleeve he wouldn't dare dream about. I don't want to play them, but if he backs me into a corner, I will pull the trigger on them real quick. He stands and rounds his desk. He hands me a document. What's this? It's a copy of the contract of sale between the original owners of the land your clubhouse sits on and the Knights of St. Boniface. And? It's a few pages long, so I will break it down for you. The sale wasn't signed by all the required parties back in 1918, making it null and void. Meaning if there were any surviving descendants of the original owners, the land would be theirs, not the Knights Motorcycle Club. And so far, we haven't been able to find any descendants, which means according to the law, in this grand state of ours, the land belongs to the county. He hands me another document. That's my offer to buy it from the county, and when they accept it, which they will, then I'm going to burn that goddamn clubhouse of yours to the fucking ground. I shake my head as I look at the documents in my hand. You can shake your head all you like, he says smugly, but it doesn't change the fact that it was an illegal sale, and that land isn't yours. I throw the documents onto the desk behind him and they hit with a slap. It's true. It was an illegal sale. You're not telling me anything I don't already know. Boney looks proud of himself. He folds his hands in front of him, and his smug grin gets bigger. The twinkle in his eye tells me he thinks he has me over a barrel, and it's giving him a hard-on. So, you'll agree the Knights have no claim to the land? Not so quick, B. You see, you're right. The land doesn't belong to us, but you're also wrong about there not being a descendant to the land, because there is a true living heir. The great-great-grandson of George Rose was a man named Harrison Rose. He was a club member, but he died 25 years ago in a car accident. Him and his wife Lucy. But their daughter survived the accident. I tilt my head and smile when our eyes meet, and I just married her.
Chapter 54. Belle. While Beast is gone, I decide to tidy up a little. My clothes are scattered across the floor after last night. The ripped panties, the tank top he yanked over my head in a hurry to get to my nipples, the jeans I couldn't get off him quick enough so I could taste his cock. I bend down to scoop them up, but when I do, his wallet falls out of one of his pockets. I look at it in my hands, remembering what is inside. The angel on my shoulder tells me to put it on the dresser and walk away. But the devil on my other shoulder tells me to go ahead and look through it again. The first time I went through his wallet, he was a stranger, forcing me into a situation I had no choice but to go along with. But things have changed since then. He's not a stranger anymore. He's the man I share a bed with, the man I am falling for. Yet, he has so many secrets. It takes me back to the moment when I found out about Gaston being his brother, and my hands begin to shake. What else is he hiding from me? How can we move forward when he keeps so many things from me? I need to see the photo again, so I remove it from his wallet. Unfolding it carefully, I study the two little kids on the crumpled paper. Who are they? Why does he keep it tucked away like a precious memory? That's when I notice the necklace the little girl is wearing. It's the letter B on a black leather choker. The same necklace I lost as a teenager while swimming at the beach. But how can that be? I squint and bring the photo closer. It's definitely the same necklace. Happy birthday, Bluebell. The long-lost memory hits me hard and I stumble backward. It's blurred and fractured, but I can see my mom and she's smiling at me as my dad helps me unwrap the birthday present because my little hands are struggling with the paper. He holds up the necklace, and the gold letter B glints in the early morning light before he secures it around my neck. Oh my God. The little girl in the photo is me. And I just know the little boy is Beast. It's an absolute knowing inside of me. Another memory hits me. Us as children playing outside, laughing and squealing as my dad sprays us with a garden hose on a hot summer's day. Emotion surges through me as more memories follow, each one getting stronger than the one before it. Little splintered moments of days long gone, of my mom and dad, of a childhood best friend. Something outside draws my attention out the window, and then to the west tower, where the forbidden room is. The answers are there, I just know it. In a split second, finding out what secrets lie beyond the thick wooden door and cast-iron lock of the tower is the most important thing in the world. But I'll need a key, because I know it's locked. Abandoning my domestic goddess duties, I start to look for it. But after half an hour of searching, I am a worked-up, sweaty mess and no closer to finding the key. Standing in the center of the room with my hands on my hips, I scan the room for any hiding place I could have missed. But I've gone through this room like a tornado, and there is no key. I swipe at the hair sticking to my sweaty brow. Fine. If I can't unlock the door, I will break the fucking thing down.
Chapter 55. Beast.
You evil son of a bitch!
Boney seethes.
You know about this?
Of course I did.
So you hunted down the only living heir and coerced her into marrying you.
And what's hers is now mine. The land rightfully belongs to the club now.
Not if she finds out the truth.
It won't change a thing. He scoffs.
You really expect me to believe she's so enamored by you, she won't bat an eyelid to find out you used her because of who she is? That she's nothing more than a pawn to keep your clubhouse?
My wife would be very upset to hear you talk about our marriage like that, Boney. Our love runs deep.
Boney has gone as red as a beet. I take a step forward and lean closer.
When are you gonna learn? No matter what you throw at the knights, we're always one step ahead. That land is ours, and you'll never get your hands on it.
Chapter 56. Belle. Shaking, because now I know Beast has kept so much from me and I'm not sure what it means. I tuck the photo into my jeans pocket. Determined to find out the truth, I rip open the bedroom door, but walk straight into my husband. Little one, I hold up the photo, and his expression changes. This is me, isn't it? He takes the photo and studies it. A second passes, then 2, then 3.
I've looked at this picture 1,000 times,
he says finally. He swallows, and I watch his Adam's apple bob in his throat. Is it me? I ask, watching his reaction and feeling the emotion I can see on his face.
And me.
I shake my head. How is that even possible? He lifts his gaze.
Belle,
tell me, I demand.
I can't.
Can't or won't?
It's not time.
I duck around him. It's one of the advantages of being tiny in comparison to my gigantic husband. I flee along the hallway and up the stairs toward the old turret. Unfortunately, he catches up to me outside the forbidden room.
Belle.
His deep voice rumbles my name, but I slay him with a glare. Open the door. He thinks for a moment. Our gazes locked. I notice the rapid pounding of his pulse in the thick vein of his neck. Without a word, he unlocks the door. I don't wait for him to stand aside. I shove past him and storm into the forbidden room. The room is vast, with stone walls and ceiling-to-floor arch windows. It's been set up like some kind of office or a den. I scan the walls in the dim light. Pieces of paper stuck to the brickwork grab my attention, and I charge over to them. They're photos. Of me. And there are a lot of them. I feel Beast come up behind me, but I don't turn around. You are following me?
Yes.
Since I returned to St. Bon. It's not a question, but he answers anyway.
Yes.
I stare at a photo of me in the doorway of Julian and Danny's home. Then another of me glancing over my shoulder as I walk down the street. And that's the moment it clicks. I turn around to face him so I can see his eyes if he is telling the truth. The night Gaston stopped us in the street, you were following us.
Yes.
Why?
Do you really not remember?
I frown. I'm so tired of feeling like I live in a riddle. Remember what?
This place. Us. Me.
What are you talking about?
You were born into the club, Belle. Until your mom and dad died, you used to live here. Your father was a knight. Your mom was an old lady. You were a club brat.
My heart begins to pound rapidly. No, I whisper. Out of nowhere, a fractured image flashes across my mind's eye. The flight of a car going over the edge of a cliff. The glitter of a shattered windscreen. The feeling of falling. The rush of the sea coming for me. No, that's just a nightmare. A stupid nightmare that's haunted me for years. Except this time, I see the moment before the shattering of the windscreen. A motorcycle swerves on the road in front of us, and my father yanks the steering wheel to avoid him, sending us over the edge of the cliff. How could I know that? I wasn't there. I say it more to myself than Beast, because it doesn't make sense. My whole life I was told I was at my uncle's house the night my parents died. It was date night, so Uncle Maurice was babysitting me.
You were in the car, Belle.
A cold dread trickles through me. No, I was with my uncle.
No. You were with your parents.
How do you know?
Because Dodger told me.
My eyes snapped to his. Dodger? How would he know?
Because he was there.
Dodger? Why? Another piece of the puzzle tumbles into my head, and I pause to watch it play out in front of me. A motorcycle swerved in front of the car. Beast swallows. He's very still.
Yes. It was Dodger.
He caused the accident.
Yes.
On purpose.
Yes.
My chest feels tight. He admitted it?
Yes.
Why? I'm struggling to make sense of everything while my head churns with all the information. What could possess someone to want to annihilate an entire family?
Because your father became a threat to the club.
Why? What was so bad about him? I ask, an edge to my voice.
Your father was a knight. His name was Hangman.
I shake my head. My father wasn't a biker.
He was, Belle. And you used to play on the clubhouse playground and come to cookouts. But then there was the car accident, and I never saw you again.
Frowning, I try to remember something from my early childhood. Anything. But it's no use. My earliest memory is a random day at school, when I was 5 or 6 years old, not playing at a clubhouse or hanging around men on motorcycles. I don't remember.
You were just a kid.
Oh, boy, I say shakily. My mind scrambles to make sense of what he's telling me, but there is no sense in it. If what you are saying is true, then explain it to me. From the beginning.
Hangman. That was your father's road name. He was our records keeper. He liked genealogy and tracing things back to their roots. He didn't realize it until he started to poke around, but he was a descendant of one of the landowners who sold the land to the club. He discovered it by accident, but dug deeper into it. It's how he discovered a flaw in the original contract between the knights and the landowners, back when the land was purchased in 1918. It was unsigned by his great-great-grandfather, meaning the rightful ownership was compromised. He spoke to a lawyer, found out he had a claim for ownership. He approached Dodger, said he wanted compensation from the club, or he was going to sell the land.
Dodger told you this?
Yes, he admitted everything.
About running us off the road?
Yes, Belle. It was a hit.
The shattering windscreen, the feeling of falling, the rush of the ocean toward me. A cold lump forms in my throat. Beast's father murdered my parents and tried to murder me as well. It's a lot to try and make sense of. Beast points to one of the many newspaper articles pinned to the wall next to the photographs. It's a news headline, and I lean in to read it. Family killed in tragic car accident. Search continues for missing 5-year-old daughter whose body the police believe was swept out to sea. That's me. I'm the 5-year-old daughter who they thought was lost at sea. How is this even possible? My stomach churns and my hands begin to shake. How am I still alive? I don't understand. Beast points to another, smaller article. Missing child found 2 days after fatal road wreck. The cynic in me acknowledges the size of the tragic headline when mentioning the accident and missing child. It was front-page news. But the article about finding me was much smaller and squished into the corner of page 6. That's when I noticed the dates. The accident happened on May 17th. The article announcing my survival appeared in the paper on May 19. The day in between was May 18, the day of the fire that almost burned St. Boniface to the ground. With all the local devastation to report on, news of finding me clinging to life on the cliff face was relegated deeper into the newspaper. It's probably the only thing that saved my life. Now I've gone very still. I'm afraid to move, frozen to the spot. Because if what Beast says is true, then my nightmare was never a nightmare. It was a memory of my parents' death. This can't be real, I whisper. It's the truth, Belle. I turn away from him. It's a lot to take in. Then it clicks. If what he is saying is true, then none of this was happenstance. This was all orchestrated. The meeting in the street, the size of my uncle's debt. Oh, God. Did Beast send Gaston after me so he could play the hero and save me? I can barely talk around the cold lump in my throat. This is why you insisted on marrying me. It wasn't about the money my uncle owed. It was about saving the clubhouse. I'm the rightful heir and you knew it. More and more pieces tumble into place. Oh my God, I feel used. No, I feel stupid. Belle. I cut him off. Did he find out? Did Dodger ever find out I survived? I noticed the slight change in Beast's demeanor. Yes. A chill runs through me. What did he do? He instructed me to murder you.
Chapter 57. Beast. Past. It's twilight and the streets are covered in deep shadow as Dodger and I ride our Harleys through Port Town. 20 minutes ago, I was having a beer with Sticky and Viking at the clubhouse when he texted me demanding I meet him somewhere, but to not tell anyone, emphasizing it was important no one knew. When I asked him what it was about, he told me to get my ass down to the location and stop fucking about. I don't have a fucking clue what this is about, why I am being dragged into town at supper time, but I know better than to question my old man. Everyone in the Knights of St. Boniface does, because Dodger is as unpredictable as they come. We pull into an alleyway near the old theater and park our bikes. We walk from here, he says. I follow him, and it doesn't take me long to realize the route we are taking is avoiding all the CCTV cameras in the area. An uneasy feeling churns in my gut. Dodger doesn't want anyone to know where we are going, which means whatever this is, it isn't sanctioned by the club. We slip through the dusky shadows and finally stop outside a little house across from the old theater. The lights are on inside and I can see someone inside. A beautiful woman, her long blonde hair pulled into a thick braid down her back. Something stirs in my chest. Do you recognize her, son? Dodger's deep voice cuts into the fading light. Should I? He chuckles, but it's cold and mocking. When you were small, you used to cry yourself to sleep at night over her because you thought she was dead. In my head, the years peel back like the pages of a book and land on the memory of the first person I ever loved. My gaze darts from the woman to my father. Are you telling me that's Bluebell? He chuckles, but it's cold and cruel. Yes, that's what I'm telling you. But she goes by Belle now. I turned my attention back to the beautiful blonde moving about inside her house, dishing up dinner at a small table set for two, and I know in my heart it is her, that little girl who vanished from my life 25 years ago. A long-healed wound cracks open in my chest. My childhood best friend, the little girl we all used to call Blue. The first person to show me the deep pain of loss when she died. I keep a photo of her and I in my wallet to remind me that nothing good ever lasts. What Guinevere and Jennifer did to me pales in comparison to the deep grief I felt growing up without Blue. I can't drag my eyes off her. Her luscious lips, her big blue eyes, the dimples in her cheeks. She's fucking beautiful. It's her. For the first time in a long time, I feel a surge of love spill into my chest. But she died. Apparently not. Dodger sounds inconvenienced by her survival. She was found 2 days after the accident, but by then our town was burning. I don't even know if it made the papers. Everyone was preoccupied by the fire. He's clearly agitated, and I don't understand why he's so pissed about this. She is club-born. She belongs with the Knights. Where has she been all this time? Right under our fucking noses. Apparently her uncle took her out of town immediately after the accident. He had some job with the government in Florida, but they returned a few years later when Belle was older. How long have you known all of this? Only a couple of days. They flew under the radar when they returned to St. Bon all those years ago. Lived a quiet life. Then she ran away with some boyfriend when she was 18. Came back recently to look after the old man. How do you know all of this? The old man approached the club for a loan. And you gave it to him? With interest. I can't describe the relief I feel. Bluebell is alive. When she died, I cried myself to sleep for months until my father smacked me across the mouth and told me to man up and get over it. People died, he snarled. She was better off dead. But I never believed she was better off dead. She was my best friend, and she belonged at the clubhouse with me. I always believed God got it wrong when she took Bluebell away. This is a good thing, I say. But Dodger snarls. Are you fucking dumb asshole? This isn't a good thing. It's the complete fucking opposite. Her very existence is a threat to this club. I frown. How is she a threat to the club? In the dim light, Dodger's eyes glow with menace. She's a loose end I thought I'd taken care of. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, and my gut twists because I don't like the slope we're sliding down. What are you talking about? When I ran her parents off the road. At first, I think I misheard him. You caused the accident that killed her parents? The brat was supposed to die too. I take a step back. I can't believe what I am hearing. Dodger killed Hangman and Lucy, and tried to kill Bluebell too. A darkness claws at my insides trying to get out. I grit my teeth. You'd better start explaining, old man. Was this a hit? He gives me a warning look, not appreciating my tone. Not sanctioned, but done to protect the club. That's what you have to do when you're the president's son. You have to make decisions to protect the club. They're not always pretty, but this wasn't the hardest. He was a direct threat to the club, and you can bet your life I'm always going to stop any threat to the club. You fucking killed them. Yes, and I'd do it again and again to anyone or anything that is a threat to the club. You psychopath. Calm down. Don't fucking tell me to calm down. You're telling me you killed a knight and his family. That breaks every fucking rule in the book. Not when it is to protect the club. You'd better tell me how the fuck annihilating a family, a child, protects the club. Hangman had a hobby, genealogy. He spent hours poring over old documents and researching his family history. It was just dumb luck he came across a document showing that he was the true descendant of the rightful owner of the clubhouse. How is that even possible? Turns out his family and another family owned the land, but sold it during the war, but with only one signature on it, so legally it still belongs to him. Asshole knew he had the club over a barrel. So the land was illegally sold to the Knights? Nice to see you're catching up. So you killed him. He got greedy, started talking about lawyers and rightful ownership, wanted money. Even got the land valued, knew it was worth more than what we had in the coffers to buy it back. We would have lost the land, the clubhouse. But why his own lady and kid? What would have happened when his old lady decided she wanted to take the land, or little Bluebell when she grew up? They were risks that needed to be annihilated. The Knights have fought to keep this land for 80 years. I wasn't about to lose it under my watch. I stare at him in disbelief. So you murdered an entire family? Not all of them. He turns his head to look at the beautiful woman inside the house. She's serving up soup for dinner. There's still one left. I can tell from the tone in his voice why we are here. He wants to finish what he started 25 years ago. He's going to murder Bluebell. You're not going to hurt her, I say through gritted teeth. You're right. I'm not. The relief hits me in the chest, but it's short-lived when Dodger looks me in the eye and I can see the malevolence there. I'm not going to kill her. You are. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't have a lot of time left in these bones. I need to know when you wear the president's badge it's sewn onto the correct cut. You're talking insane. He grabs me by the cut. Listen to me, you big fuck. If you're going to be president one day, then you're going to have to do things you don't want to do. And I want to know you're up to the task. I barely bite back my rage. Knights don't hurt women or children. Maybe. But presidents do what needs to be done. Not like this. You do this, or you don't wear the president's badge when I'm done. Fuck you and that badge. I'm not hurting her, and neither are you. He lets me go with a shove. I should have known you would let me down. You always had a soft spot for the girl. Cried like a fucking little baby when you heard she was dead. He looks at me with absolute disgust on his face. You're not president material. Born a fucking freak of nature and size, both the same soft heart as the whore you came out of. I should have left you to the rats in the tunnels when she brought you to me. I kept you only because my useless wife had failed to give me a son by then, and even when she finally did, it was a sickly child with a black heart. I had hopes for you, the prodigal son, but I can see you're not. You should be tough, strong, powerful, but you're soft. I thought I could harden you up. After all, you're half my blood. But I was wrong, and this proves it. He scoffs. Don't send a little boy to do a real man's job. He takes his gun from his waist. No, I growl. He's right. I loved Bluebell the moment I laid eyes on her. She was my best friend. No, she was more than that. Even from a young age, I knew what we had was special. And when I thought she was dead, I felt like one half of my heart was missing. You hurt a hair on her head, and I will break every bone in your body. I warn him. He laughs coldly. You try stopping me, and I will send Gaston to finish the job. You can't protect her every single day. You have to sleep sometime, my boy. You know your brother has a special kind of darkness about him. He doesn't do well in the light of day, but in the shadows he is the master. He will slip into this house one night, and the way he ends her life will be a lot less pleasant than how I'm about to. He's right. Gaston is a special kind of evil. I have no choice but to end this now. Too many people have already died for this lie. I am not a saint. I am capable of malevolent violence. I have taken lives to protect my club, and I've done things that weigh heavily on my conscience. But I won't let this happen. I won't let her die. Put your gun away, Dodger. If you don't have the heart for this, then you don't have the heart to be president of the club. I said put your gun away. There you go. Whining just like the weak little junkie whore. You're just like her, stupid bitch. You shut your goddamn mouth. His eyes narrow. He's enjoying this. Your biological mother was a club whore who thought I liked her more than I liked my wife. When she came to me with you in her arms and told me you were mine, she thought I would leave my old lady for her. But I only like to fuck and leave the junkie slut. She did give me an heir, though, and my gracious old lady agreed to take you in. At first your mother fought the idea of another woman raising you. Told me your place was on her tit, not with my barren old lady. I broke her teeth for that comment, but then she gave you up for the price of her next hit, which incidentally killed her. You gave her a hot shot? No, Adam. My old lady did. Caitlin killed my biological mother. Why? Dodger chuckles. To warn any of the other whores I was fucking that if they tried to do the same, then she wouldn't stand for it. She was a tough old lady. She did what had to be done. I should be shocked, but I'm not. I always knew I was raised by psychopaths. Caitlin was cold and unloving, right up to the moment she died giving birth to Gaston. Her real son, she told me one night as she rubbed her hand over her round belly. She wasn't one for hiding her cruelty. Maybe that was why I would sneak into Blue's room and crawl under the covers with her. I was 5 years old and my parents didn't care enough to know I wasn't even where I was meant to be. I remember the ache I felt when I knew Blue was gone, and I didn't have a place to escape to anymore. Over time, I had blocked it out because the pain was unbearable, but 5 minutes ago it all came rushing back when I saw those familiar blue eyes. For 25 years I've missed her. Every cell in my body explodes with rage. I feel the venom sink into every atom and neuron. I move so quick, I don't think he even sees me before my gun is pressed under his chin. You stay away from her. But he only laughs. You really think you can stop me? Any threat to the club, and I'm a fucking freight train barreling down the tracks to run down whatever the fuck is in my way. Don't think I won't hurt you, boy. I press the gun deeper. You are not hurting her. Maybe I'll fuck her sweet little pussy with my gun right before I put a bullet in her. I squeeze the trigger, and the bullet tears through Dodger's skull. In seconds, his face blows apart and splatters across my leather cut. He falls to the ground in a heap, missing half his head. I swing around to make sure Belle hasn't heard or seen anything, and am relieved when I see her laughing with the old man sitting at the table with her, undisturbed by the murder outside her window. I look at Dodger and back to her, and a plan begins to form in my head. Present day. The memory is a cold blade running along the length of my spine. I can still taste his blood on my lip and smell the ocean as I threw his body off the cliffs. I thought his death would weigh heavily on my conscience, but by taking Dodger's life, I ensured Belle's safety, and it's all I needed to accept what I'd done. I knew if the club found out, I'd be sent into the well, or out to sea alongside the man who I detested, and Belle would die. They would understand the threat and eliminate it somehow. So I devised the plan. I would marry her so I could protect her for the rest of her life. But the likelihood of her wanting to marry me was slim, and I didn't have time to try. Her uncle's death was the perfect opportunity to force Belle into marriage. I was going to approach them both, present the opportunity with a little more finesse than blackmailing her, but then Gaston did what he did and my plans were given a hard shove forward. It took everything in me not to kill him, but Daudra's disappearance had the club on edge. Me killing Gaston might turn their suspicion on me, so I banished him and focused on protecting Belle. Now she's looking at me like she wants to run far away, which is exactly why I haven't told her before now. Because I've already lost her once. Losing her again might damn near kill me.
Chapter 58. Belle. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Dodger killing my family over this land. Beast stalking me since I got back to town. An entire lifetime I can't remember. Why can't I remember it? Did the trauma of my parents' death cause some kind of dissociative amnesia? You kept all of this from me, I whisper, trying desperately to make sense of it all.
I didn't want you to leave.
His voice is a deep, tortured rumble.
I couldn't protect you if you left.
Protect me from who?
Gaston knew who you are. Now Boney does too.
His brows pull back.
I wanted you here with me where I knew you'd be safe.
Is that really why you didn't want me to leave? Or was it because being married to me was the only way the club got to keep this land?
Fuck the land. I married you because I've been in love with you for as long as I can fucking remember.
Don't.
It's true. I know you don't remember me, but I remember you.
But I do remember. This whole time I felt drawn to you, and I thought I was going crazy because I didn't even know you. I thought I was losing my mind. You could have told me, and it would have helped me understand what I was feeling, but instead, you chose to protect the secret so you could save the clubhouse.
You know how I feel about you. You can't think I'd do this just to save the clubhouse.
He takes a step forward, but I take a step back. The club comes first. Isn't that the club motto?
No, you come first. Always. And if you need proof, then take this. It's yours.
He removes his cut and holds it out to me.
I choose you, Belle, over everything, including this club.
You expect me to believe you'd give up the club for me? The club is in your veins. It's the reason you breathe. He throws the cut on the floor.
You're my reason for breathing, not the club.
I look at the cut, then back to him. You don't know me very well if you think I'd ask you to give up something you love.
But you are, because you're asking me to give up you, and you're what I love the most in this world. I'm yours. All of me. The truth is, I was the moment you took your first breath, even when I thought you were gone.
I don't want your cut.
And I don't want it if it means I lose you.
He comes toward me. I take a step back. You'd die without the club.
No, I'd die without you. And I'd die willingly, because I've already lived in a world without you in it, and it wasn't worth every painful moment I existed in it.
I look up at him. The man who has been the missing piece of the puzzle for my entire life. I didn't know it, but my broken heart was aching for him. The boy from my childhood. The boy I couldn't remember, but my heart did. You just walk away.
Yes.
He takes my face in his hands.
And that's the easiest answer of my life, little one. I choose you. And I will always choose you, because you are the only thing that matters.
I need a moment to process, but I don't get it. Because a commotion outside draws me to the window overlooking the front gates, where the mayor has arrived with a police escort. As if on cue, Beast's phone rings. It's Gambit.
Yeah, I know. I can see them. I'll come down.
I follow Beast out of the room and down the staircase to the foyer, where Mayor Boney is at the front door with 2 police officers and 2 men who look like bodyguards. Beast stands in front of the mayor in the doorway, his big arms folded.
What are you doing here, B? Can't get enough of me, huh?
Barely contained fury simmers on Boney's face at Beast's use of the nickname.
I didn't come to see you,
he snaps. He looks over Beast's shoulder and brings his attention to me.
It's been brought to my attention that you may be held here against your will, forced into a marriage you don't want.
And who told you that? I ask.
He did, just an hour ago, when he smugly told me he was married to the rightful owner to this land. When he admitted why he married you, and I think the words were, "What is yours is now his." Isn't that right, Beast?
In front of me, Beast bristles. I see the tension in his shoulders. If what Boney says is true, then it doesn't look very good. Is that true? Did you say that, or is he lying? I ask Beast, my voice shaky. Boney looks very pleased with himself.
Actually, I'm pretty sure that is word for word what he said.
I look at his smug face, and more than anything, I want to wipe that self-righteous grin off his face. How could you do this to me? I whisper to Beast.
Belle.
Beast reaches for me, but I shake him off. You used me. Across from us, the mayor can't hide his joy at watching his revelation obliterate my marriage to Beast.
That's not true,
Beast says desperately.
Don't believe a word he says.
I jerk my head and sharpen my eyes on my husband. But I'm expected to believe you, when everything you've told me up until now is nothing but a lie.
We're not a lie, Belle.
He reaches for me, but I shake him off and turn to face the mayor. Is your offer for assistance still available? He looks surprised and pleased, very pleased.
Yes, of course. You will be safe with me.
Good. Because I don't want to be here with him right now. I feel Beast stiffen beside me, but I don't look back as I walk off with the mayor and his men.
I'll organize a room at the hotel for you,
Mayor Boney says, as we sit in the back of his Escalade. He'll find me there, I tell him, not hiding the fear on my face.
I can arrange for a sheriff's patrol.
I fight my tears. He's smarter than them.
He's not smart,
he snarls, dropping his nice guy mask. He'll find a way to get to me.
You know him better than me, I suppose. You think he will outwit them?
The sheriff patrols, yes, but not your security detail, I say, wiping my eyes.
That's true.
He smiles, nice guy mask back in place, white teeth, perfect hair.
You'll stay with me at my home until you're safe.
I look up at him with large, appreciative eyes. Thank you, Mayor. You are so kind. I watch through the back window of the car as the clubhouse gets farther and farther away. He married me because I own the land, I murmur. He used me. Mayor Boney loosens his tie.
Those men are bad news, Belle. Believe me, this town will thrive without them. They are a blight, and I will do whatever it takes to get rid of them.
And how do you plan to do that?
Well, if you sell me the land the clubhouse is on, then they'll need to find somewhere else to live.
How much are you willing to pay?
$3 million.
I laugh. $3 million is more money than I could ever dream of having, but it's an insult. We're talking about 200 acres of prime real estate overlooking the town, with sweeping views of the ocean in one direction and the woods and valley in the other. I might not know a lot about these kinds of things, Mayor, but I know that land is worth more than $3 million. $5 million, he says. I look him in the eye. Stop pulling my dick. He laughs. I like you, Belle. $10 million. $10 million. What are the chances of me ever seeing $10 million in my bank account again? If I agree to sell it, what will you do with the land? He smiles, and it's victorious. Would you like to see? On the way to his home, we stop at his office, which is in the tallest building in town. It's a soaring eyesore of glass that is out of place in the quaint cobblestone streets and thatch roof stores. His office is on the top floor and is a lavish room with 360 views of the town, ocean, and surrounding woods. Everything screams wealth, the best of the best. Even his secretary is perfectly put together. High heels, tight skirt, makeup like she's about to pose for Vogue. During my last campaign, the townsfolk said they wanted more green space, more family-orientated areas to congregate. He walks us over to a massive model of the town set up near the window overlooking the ocean. He points to the hill where the clubhouse usually sits, but it's gone. In its place is a massive botanical garden and walkways. There is a barbecue area for families to grill on warm summer nights, a large playground for kids. There is even a public swimming pool. Being a campaign year, this has proved very popular with the people of St. Bon. They asked, and I am going to deliver. As we walk toward the elevator, I catch a glimpse of the clubhouse out the window, and the knot in my chest tightens. I falter, and Mayor Boney takes my arm. Are you okay? I nod. It's been a day. I just need to lie down. He smiles. Of course. Let me take you home. Mayor Boney lives in a sprawling estate near Sunset Cliffs, a massive white mansion with tall arched windows and immaculate green lawns. You have a beautiful home, I say, as we step inside the impressive mansion. Thank you. Please consider it your home away from home while you are here. I draw in a rough inhale. Home. I guess I'll need to look for a new one of those. He gives me an empathetic look, like a politician looks at one of his voters when they're supposed to be listening to their sad stories but aren't paying attention at all. It's phony. But that's Mayor Boney. Just think what $10 million will buy you, he says. I give him a non-committal smile as his maid joins us. He says to her, Millie, please show Belle to one of the guest rooms, the one with the eggshell blue walls. He looks at me. It's the one with the nicest views. Thank you. I think I'll take a nap. I feel like I could sleep for a week. Take all the time you need, Belle. We'll talk when you feel better. Dinner is at 7. I'll send Millie to fetch you when it's ready. I follow Millie up the staircase to the second floor and along a hallway to the guest bedroom. She opens the door for me. If you need anything, just pick up the phone and dial 1. I thank her and close the door behind me. The room is beautiful. Then I see the view. It is beautiful. And in the distance, the Knights of St. Bon clubhouse. Chapter 59. Belle. While the mayor thinks I am sleeping, I slip from the bedroom to do what I came here for. Somewhere in this over-the-top mansion is the proof the knights need to show the townspeople what Boney is really like. I creep through the hallway and down the stairs, keeping an eye out for Millie or any other staff, and start looking for where the greedy fucker has stashed the proof I need. As quietly as possible, I check closed doors, and luckily for me, I find his den on the third attempt. It's a massive room with a high ceiling and tall patio doors at the far end of the room behind the massive desk. I slip inside and quietly close the door behind me. The room shimmers with privilege and greed. On the right-hand side of the room is a small bar area where bottles of top-shelf liquor gleam on glass shelves. To the left is a large fireplace with a ginormous mirror sitting above the mantel. But it's what is sitting beside the desk that grabs my attention. A massive model of the town of St. Boniface, specifically the land where the Knights Clubhouse sits. Except on this model, the clubhouse is gone, and in its place are rows and rows of condominiums. There is no green space, no picnic areas for families to grill on summer nights or kids to play. There's no playground, no swimming pool, just a massive gated community for rich people. I stare at it, hating what I see. Mayor Boney is selling the green space idea to the townspeople for election votes, but in reality, he wants his greedy little hands on it so he can turn it into a real estate gold mine. Exactly what Beast said he was doing. It's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. I look at the name on plastic gates leading into the village of condominiums. Vista Paradise. I screw my nose up at the name. I reach for my phone in my jeans so I can take photos as proof of Boney's true plans for the clubhouse land, my land. But the sudden rumbling of an approaching motorcycle draws my attention outside before I can take any photos. I quickly move across the room to the patio doors and pull aside the curtains where I can see onto the driveway. A lone man on a motorcycle pulls up to the front door and climbs off. At first, I think it's Beast, and I hope it isn't because this could go wrong if it is. But when he gets closer, I can see it isn't him. He's nowhere near as big, nowhere near as intimidating. Wait, he's wearing an unhinged psycho's cut. My already hammering heartbeat skyrockets as I watch Boney walk outside to greet him. Although, greet is a generous word. He's not pleased with the biker showing up. My mind races, but I don't have time to process it because Boney ushers him into the house and every instinct inside me tells me to hide. I step back and let the curtain fall back into place and frantically scan the room for a place to hide, but there is none. And there are no doors leading off the room, only the one leading out into the hallway. Fuck. Hearing the biker and the mayor out in the hallway, I quickly hide under the bar just as the door to the den opens. My heart racing, I put my hand over my mouth so they can't hear me breathing. My heart racing, I pull out my phone and start recording. I don't know what this visit from an unhinged psycho is about, but my instincts tell me to record it.
I told you not to come here,
Boney says, as he and the biker walk into the den and the door closes behind him.
Yeah, well, things have changed. Gunnar is dead and Gaston was set on fire by that fucking Beast. I heard about Gaston. Is Beast responsible for Gunnar, too? No. That was Gaston. He decided he wanted to wear the president's patch. He challenged Gunnar. Told him he would be a better leader. He had some of my club brothers convinced too. Not me, though. That lunatic was a different kind of crazy.
What happened? Boney sounds irritated.
He killed Gunnar. Dumped him in the ocean. I should have known better than to go into business with the unhinged psychos.
Boney says, his voice growing closer as he walks toward the bar.
I must have had rocks in my fucking skull.
My heart leaps into my throat when his legs appear in front of me and he starts to fix himself a drink. I hold my breath, my pulse racing. I don't know what he'll do if he catches me here.
Things have worked out well,
the biker says.
You're fucking kidding me, aren't you?
Boney snaps, untwisting the top from a bottle and pouring alcohol into a glass.
I gave you the perfect plan. Sell inferior product using the Knight's logo and deal it in town. Even funded the entire operation. Thought we could all make a profit while destroying the Knight's reputation and running them out of town. But now, this in-house fighting is going to derail the whole thing.
Boney takes a long sip of his drink. He drains the glass, then pours another. Jesus, is he going to stand there the entire time?
The club is strong,
the biker declares.
You just had a goddamn coup, and you're telling me the club is strong? You don't even have a goddamn president anymore. One is fish food, and the other's burnt to a crisp. The damage is done to the Knights, just like you planned. Using their logo on the bad dope has made people wary of buying their product. Turn the town against them.
Boney thinks for a minute, then says,
I suppose since you're here, you're the new leader? I'm the acting president. I was vice president to Gunner. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about your resume. What I want is for you to listen to me, and listen to me good. I want you to dismantle operations. That will take at least a week. I don't give a flying fuck. Just do it. But what about the Knights? Like you said, the damage is already done. But enough to get them run out of town?
Boney chuckles, and it's cold and smug.
I don't need to run them out of town, because I have a new opportunity to explore.
I assume I'm the new opportunity.
Which is?
The biker sounds confused.
You don't need to know. You just need to do what I told you to do. Dismantle operations.
Boney moves away from the bar.
Now get the fuck out of my house.
Breathing a sigh of relief when they both leave the room, I take a moment to calm my racing heart. That was close. If Boney had looked down, he would have seen me. I run my hands down my face. I must be crazy doing this. Now that they've gone, and with the proof I need to bring down the mayor, I decide to escape through the patio doors. I crawl out from under the bar, my legs cramped and shaky as I make my way over to them. But when I try them, they're locked. Fuck. I'm trapped. I'm going to have to go out the front door. That means sneaking out of here and across the foyer to the front door while praying no one sees me. Quickly shoving my phone back into my jeans, I carefully open the door and step into the hallway, careful to close the door just as quietly. But the moment I turn around, I walk straight into Millie the maid. Double fuck. There you are, she says, an accusatory edge to her voice. I went looking for you in your room. What are you doing? I do my best to hide my panic and force a smile. This house is so big, I thought that was the dining room. Her eyes narrow with suspicion. That's Mr. Boney's private den. No one is allowed in there, not even staff. Well, I won't tell if you don't, I joke. But Millie doesn't smile. The dining room is down this way. Follow me. Dinner is ready, and the mayor is already waiting. Dinner is a nightmare. It's just the mayor and I sitting at a big table in the formal dining room. It's a large room, but sitting next to him at the end of the table feels too intimate, especially with a lit candle burning between us. To make matters worse, I know I didn't get any photos of the town model in his den. Not that I need them. The recording of him and the biker should be enough to take him down. Yet, what he wants to do with the land the clubhouse sits on feels more personal, and I want proof to show everyone how he lied about it. But going back in there now would be suicide. If he catches me, he'd probably take my phone off me and destroy the recording. I have to be sensible about this. Although it's hard when I am right in the thick of it, sitting with the devil at the table while trying not to look like I have something to hide. I sit up straighter. I can do this. For the club. His staff serve the main course and pour the wine, and Boney instructs them to leave us. This feels more like a date than just dinner. Is he really going to try and seduce me into selling him my land? Ugh, he's so gross, so greedy and smug. He starts with small talk, then makes his intentions clear when he starts to run a finger along my arm as it rests on the table.
You're a beautiful woman, Belle. I'd very much like to get to know you some more.
He takes a sip of his wine, but his eyes remain on me, and I feel the bile rise in my throat, because I know what that glint in his eye means. I know why his voice is thick. I want to yell at him to stop touching me, and the words tingle on the edge of my tongue, so I take a gulp of wine to push them down. I have to go along with this, for the meantime, until I can get out of here. His finger stops on the top of my hand and draws circles over the skin while he looks at me with suggestive eyes I'm sure he thinks are sexy. Let's be clear. It's not. Clearing my throat, I reach for the wine bottle to pour another glass, but knock it over, sending a pool of red wine spreading across the pristine tablecloth, which ends the hand touching. Damn, I'm so sorry, I say, grabbing the napkin and dabbing at the red stain. Oh, look, it's all over me, too. Boney does his best not to look annoyed.
I'll have Millie fetch you some soda water.
There's no need to disturb her. I'll race to the bathroom and run it under the faucet.
No, let me call her. It's her job.
I ignore him and stand so quickly I knock the table and the glasses shake. I won't be a moment. Not waiting for a response, I get the fuck out of here. Despite wanting to get away from Boney while I can, I don't turn left to run out the front door. Instead, I turn right and slip undetected into his den again. Because like I said, that vile plastic model of the condos on the clubhouse land is a personal insult to me and the club, and I want the world to know what a lying asshole Boney is, not to mention a cold-hearted drug lord. Once inside the den, I pull out my phone and start taking photos, including photos of the room, so there's no doubt the model was hidden inside the mayor's house. Because when these photos are leaked to the press and appear in Monday's paper and destroy Boney's political campaign, I don't doubt he'll try to weasel his way out of it and claim he knows nothing about it. But as I take pictures of it, I grow angrier and angrier about it, about the lies, about him trying to destroy the club I love, about him trying to take my goddamn home from me. And let's not get started with his wandering hands at the dinner table. My inner old lady wakes up, and I grab a golf club from the golf bag sitting beside the patio door and start smashing into the model, pulverizing it until it is nothing but a pile of broken plastic. But it's not enough. I need to completely destroy it. I shift my gaze to the fireplace. There's a bottle of lighter fluid and a set of matches on the mantel. It's stone-cold rage I feel when I splash the lighter fluid onto the model, and it's my inner old lady coming to life when I empty the bottle. But before I can set fire to it, the door bursts open, and Mayor Boney appears in the doorway, red-faced and furious when he sees what I have done to his precious model. "You fucking bitch," he roars. I strike the match. "And you're a fucking liar." Before he can move, I drop the match onto the plastic model, marinating in lighter fluid, and with a whoosh, it lights up like a bonfire. "No!" Mayor Boney yells from across the room. He yells for his bodyguard and screams for a fire extinguisher. "Get her!" he yells when his security men come running. But I'm already attacking the patio door with a golf club, and when it shatters, I flee across his immaculate lawn and disappear into the night. I get a mile down the road when I hear the sound of approaching sirens, but coming toward me in the opposite direction is the deep rumbling of a black and chrome Harley Davidson. It swerves off the road and pulls to a stop in front of me. "What the fucking hell happened?" Beast asks, climbing off his bike and stalking toward me. "Are you okay? What the fuck did that asshole do to you?" With 2 fingers, he tilts my chin so he can inspect my face, looking for signs I've been harmed. "I'm okay. He didn't hurt me." "Are you sure?" I put my hand on his chest and feel the rapid pounding of his heart through his cut. "Beast, I'm fine." "You smell like lighter fluid and smoke." His gaze sweeps over me, all warm and protective. "What did you do?" I look into my husband's eyes. I told him to stop messing with my club.
Chapter 60. Beast. I hear the rumble of approaching motorcycles and turn to see my club brothers riding toward us. After leaving the clubhouse with Lars, Viking Bear, and Axe, I saw the orange glow of a fire in the distance and doubled my speed, tearing through the night ahead of them, my gut telling me Belle needed me. Now my brothers pulling behind us, the heavy thump of their Harleys vibrating across the ground. I walk over to Lars and point to the black smoke drifting across the sky. The sheriff will be there by now. Keep an eye on the situation and report back to me. Lars's bright blue gaze slides to Belle and then back to me. Do we know what we're walking into? My old lady showed Boney what she thought about him trying to take our land. Amusement tugs at Lars's mouth. Have I mentioned how much I like your old lady? In the distance, the bellow of a fire truck cuts into the twilight. I take a step closer to Lars. If Boney starts making noises about filing charges, tell him we'll counter them by filing a complaint with law enforcement for unlawful imprisonment. My old lady tried to leave, and Boney wouldn't let her. She felt threatened, something like that. Then tell the sheriff I will call him later. Lars nods, and dust swirls around Belle and I as the 4 Harleys take off into the darkness. I turn back to glance at my wife. In the moonlight, she looks tiny and angelic, and I ache to put my arms around her, to kiss her. But there are unsaid things hanging between us. Are you ready to go home, little one? When she nods, I help her onto the back of my bike, feeling the kind of relief only love knows when the reason for you breathing is sitting on the back of your bike with her arms wrapped around your waist. Once we're back at the clubhouse, I can finally breathe knowing Belle is safe. In the quiet of our room, I take her in my arms, feeling relieved when she lets me. Are you still angry with me? You bet your life I am. Keeping all of that from me? I didn't want you to run. She pushes her fingers into my chest. I understand that, but what you did was still wrong. I deserve to know. I was always going to tell you. I know. Her face softens. Tell me you didn't marry me for the land. Fuck. The fact she thinks that kills me. I fucking love you, Belle. That's why I married you, not because of some debt or claim over land. I married you because the moment I learned you were still alive, you're all I've wanted. You are the other half of me, Belle. It's you and me. She looks up at me. Yeah, I know.
I just wanted to hear you say it.
Her reaction surprises me. Okay, what's going on here, little one? You're going to have to spell it out for me because I don't know what's happening. She smiles and pushes me into a sitting position on the bed and slides onto my lap, straddling my hips.
I know you love me. You're not very good at hiding your feelings, by gangster. It's written all over your face how much you do.
I reach up to cup her jaw in my palm. Why did you leave?
You needed proof of the mayor's plans, and I just got it for you.
She pulls out her phone from the back pocket of her jeans and holds it up.
You were right. Mayor Boney turned the town against the club because he wants to build 1,000 ugly condos on the clubhouse land.
She shows me the photos on her phone while I try to process what the fuck she's telling me. She went with Boney to do what we hadn't been able to do, get beyond the walls of his mansion to find the proof. I don't know if I'm angry she put herself in so much danger or fucking proud of her for getting the proof the club needs to expose his corruption.
But that's not the worst of it. He's the one behind the synthetic Fantasia.
She brings up the recording on her phone and hits play, and I hear Boney admit to it all. Well, fuck, I say. Belle didn't just expose Boney as a liar. She's revealed his true identity. A fucking drug kingpin. Boney is done. Not only will he lose his mayorship, he's going to jail. Thanks to my wife. I run my hand up and down her back. We'll talk about the danger you put yourself in later, I say. She gives me a devious smile.
You know it's going to fall on deaf ears.
I grip her chin gently. I'm serious, Belle. You can't take risks like this. I'll lose my mind if anything happens to you.
Believe me, my risk-taking days are done.
She brushes her fingertips down my cheek. I love you, I say, never meaning anything more in my life.
I know you love me. I've always known. You've been tattooed on my heart since I was taken away. I just never realized it. But I remember, Beast. I know this is home. That's why I needed to save this. Save us.
I have no words. So I pull her to my chest and plant a kiss in her hair. My little badass. No, my old lady. What am I going to do with you? She pulls back and gives me a mischievous look.
I suggest you tell me again how much you love me.
She starts to slide off her jacket and raises her eyebrow.
Or even better, how about you show me?
Chapter 61. Beast. Later, after I've spent the night worshipping my old lady's luscious curves, I leave her soft and exhausted in bed to get us some food. I pull on a pair of gray sweatpants and head downstairs to the kitchen, where I fill my arms with containers of leftover potato salad, cold chicken, and strawberries. I look at the whipped cream and figure it might be fun to play with later, so I tuck it under my arm and head back to our bedroom, already thinking about what I'm going to do to Belle's sweet body after we've eaten. We could live 1,000,000 years, and I'd never get enough of her. But my heart stops when I walk into the room and find Gaston inside, with a knife to Belle's throat. "Hello, brother." His voice is rough, his face red, swollen and still bloodied from the beating I gave him at the bar. Half of his hair is missing, burned away by the fire. His skin is tight and shiny from his burns. "Nice of you to join us." I drop the food in my arms and it crashes to the floor. Let her go. Despite the pain he must be in, he grins. "Now, where would the fun be in that?" He presses the blade harder against Belle's neck, and the whimper that escapes her trembling lips carves a path right through to my soul. My voice is low and dark. "She's done nothing to you." He chuckles. "Oh, see, that's where you're wrong, brother. She's done a lot to me. every night in my dreams, with these delectable lips, with this juicy body. His free hand reaches around and grabs her between the legs. She cries out and it sends fire into my veins. With this sweet pussy. He licks the side of her face, groaning. Of course, they've been fantasy, but after tonight, he snakes a wet tongue into her ear, but keeps his eyes trained on me. After I've killed you, I'm going to do everything I've dreamed about doing to her. Every instinct in me screams at me to charge him, but his blade is dangerously close to her jugular, and I can't risk him nicking it. I need to get him away from her. I hold my arms up at my side. And what are you waiting for, Gaston? You want to kill me first? Then come get me. In good time, beast. He runs his hand up Belle's t-shirt, groaning in her ear. God, she feels so soft, doesn't she? Flames of pure rage whip through me. I grit my teeth so tight they feel like they might shatter. I'm going to enjoy killing him every fucking second. I'm waiting, brother. Gaston chuckles, but his smile quickly vanishes, and I see the evil replace it. You know, I've been watching you both tonight after I snuck in through one of the secret hallways and crawled out onto the window ledge. You both gave me quite the show. He presses his lips to Bella's ear. It made me fucking hard watching you suck my brother's cock. You even made me consider fucking my own hand while I watched him eating your pussy, and your moaning was the sweetest lullaby. It made me hard. So fucking hard. But I said to myself, Gaston, you have to save yourself for her. Don't spill a drop. Save it all for Belle. And I did. You know why? Belle clenches her teeth.
Because you're insane?
He chuckles and presses his mouth closer. Because I'm gonna make you swallow every single drop I give you. Out of nowhere, Belle slams her elbow into his gut, and he loosens his grip on her, allowing her to scramble away. Knowing she is free from his blade, I charge at him, hitting him like a tsunami wave and knocking him to the ground. The knife slips from his hand and spins across the floor and out of reach. We fight, wrestle. Then somehow we both get to our feet and start to circle each other. Gaston snarls and Belle leaps onto his back, but he flings her off, and she hits her head and falls in a heap on the floor. With a roar, I knock him down again and grapple him until he's under me. That's when I feel the sharp sting of a second blade. Gaston slams it into my gut again and again and again. It feels like I'm being punched in the gut with a sledgehammer. The pain is searing and violent, and I fall back on my ass, scooting across the floor on my heels to get away. I grab my stomach, and blood spills through my fingers. Fuck. Gaston walks slowly toward me, a cruel smirk on his face. He chuckles coldly, his gaze like stone, cold and unfeeling, void of anything good. I feel my life draining from me. I look up at him. They'll kill you for this. He grins evilly. They'll never know it was me. You're dying, beast. Those wounds are going to kill you, so you won't be around to tell them. Then I'm going to kill her. You forget I know this clubhouse inside and out. I know the secret passageways and where the cameras are. When you're both dead, I will vanish undetected, and it will be like I was never even here. He leans down and stabs me again, but not before I have fun with your sweet wife. The image of him putting his hands on Belle gives me strength to fling him off, and he stumbles and tumbles across the floor. But it's only a small reprieve from his attack. Shaking it off, he rises to his feet again, his knife blade dripping with my blood. My eyes get heavy. Blood pours out of me. I can barely keep my eyes open. I'm dying. And I don't know if I can fight off Gaston for much longer. But I need to get to Belle. If my time is up, then I'm going to spend my last moments protecting her. I force myself to my feet, but I start to see stars. Belle. I take 2 steps forward, but my knees buckle and I fall to the floor again. Across the room, I hear Gaston laugh evilly as he begins to approach me one last time.
Chapter 62. Belle. Take one more step, and I'm going to blow your goddamn head off your shoulders. I don't recognize my voice as I raise the gun and aim it at Gaston. My vision is fuzzy, and the relentless hammering inside my head is making it hard to focus, but I'm full of adrenaline, and it's what keeps me upright. With his back to me, Gaston turns around, his eyes flaring when he sees I'm armed. I narrow my eyes on him. That's right, asshole, I've got a gun. After waking up on the floor, I remembered the gun Beast keeps in the nightstand. While Beast and Gaston were fighting, I crawled over to get it. Gaston laughs, his eyes gleaming with excitement as if this just got more interesting for him. That's a pretty big gun for such a little girl. Step away from Beast. But he doesn't. He fixes his gaze to me and wipes the beads of sweat from his mouth, smearing blood across his upper lip. Beast's blood. I look at my husband, collapsed on the ground. He's losing consciousness, dying. Seeing the blood pooling around him, I know he'll be dead in minutes. Precious time is ticking by. I start screaming for help, hoping someone in the clubhouse will hear me. In response, Gaston starts screaming too, mocking me. Then he's laughing, because he is a psychopath and clearly getting off on this. Then all of a sudden he stops laughing, and his face becomes eerily vacant of any expression. Those eyes tell me all I need to know. They are black and cold and full of evil. A dark smile curls on his lips. I do like it when they scream. I keep the gun trained on him despite the heaviness. You sick fuck. He laughs, and it's cruel and empty of anything good. Don't worry, Belle. I'll make sure you scream louder. I grip the gun tighter. I don't think so. Gaston lunges at me, and without hesitating, I shoot him. 3 times. Bam, bam, bam. He stumbles on his feet, and in those few seconds after the gunshots fade away, I see the realization register on his face. His eyes widen. He can't believe I shot him. He can't believe it's over. And he can't believe I was the one to do it. Clutching his stomach, he staggers backward, then falls to the ground, eyes open, lips parted, his blood quickly pooling beneath him. Dead. On shaky legs, I stand up and walk over to him, but I don't see him. Instead, I see my uncle lying bloody and bruised in a hospital bed fighting for his life. I see the cheap table pressed against my cheek as Gaston lowers his zipper behind me. Lifting my hand, I put another bullet in his face, then another, right through his heart. Shock washes over me like cold water, and I drop the gun. But I can't let the shock get its claws into me because Beast needs me. He's unconscious now, his chest barely moving with every shallow breath he takes. Screaming for help again, I run over to him and take him in my arms. I can hear people out in the hallway, and no help is on its way. At the end of the day, nothing screams through this clubhouse as loud as gunfire. "Don't you die on me," I beg him, trying to shake him awake. There is so much blood, and it keeps gathering in a puddle beneath him. "Don't you leave me." But he can't hear me. His big body is splayed across the cobblestones, limp and lifeless, his beautiful lashes lowered to his cheek. Moonlight streams into the room from the window, and he looks almost angelic in the silvery light. "Please," I beg him, "please, don't you die on me. I love you. Do you hear me? I fucking love you." But Beast doesn't respond. Because he stopped breathing. Chapter 63. Belle. For 2 weeks, Beast lingers between life and death in a hospital bed. He's in an induced coma, and the doctors keep telling me it is a waiting game now. I lie beside him, willing him to live, my heart aching for him to open his eyes. I don't leave his side. I can't leave his side. I stay and talk to him about our future together, about all the things we have left to do, of all the places he's going to take me when he wakes up. I tell him about the sunny days we'll spend loving each other and the long nights of hot sex we'll have because, damn, I'm married to the sexiest man alive. I tell him about the babies we'll have, many versions of him, beautiful and strong just like their daddy. I keep talking to him, even when I start to cry because he feels so far away. I tell him how loved he is, and how we are going to do all of those things and more. I tell him that I don't want to do it without him, that I know a world with him in it, and a world without him, and I know which one is not worth existing in. Every day I bring him up to speed on what's happening with the club, how I'm not facing any charges over Gaston's death because the sheriff declared it self-defense and the DA agreed. I tell him how Gaston was sent to the morgue where his body remains unclaimed and how in a few days he'll be cremated and his ashes will be disposed of without acknowledgement. There will be nothing left of him, just an ugly scar in our memories. But still, Beast doesn't respond or move or improve enough for the doctors to bring him out of his coma. Some days, I feel like he's already gone, that I've lost him for good, and it's only a matter of time before the doctors tell me there is nothing else they can do for him. On those days, I have to run to the bathroom and vomit and heave violently until there's nothing left to bring up. On the better days, I feel certain he is going to live and no one can convince me otherwise. Today, like every day, I take his hand in mine and kiss it 1,000 times, willing him to live, begging him to come back to me.
"You need to go home and get some rest,"
Lars says, walking into the room and standing behind me. Since Beast has been in here, Lars has been a constant presence, always nearby but never encroaching on my time with his president. The rest of the nights visit too, so do the club girls and the old ladies. Some days Maya sits with me and gently holds my hand and strokes my fingers, comforting me in any way she can. And Annika, she's never far away, always ready to stand beside me with her hand on my shoulder. But it all goes by in a blur as I sit here, physically aching for Beast to open his eyes and smile up at me. "I'm fine right here," I say to Lars, knowing what's coming next. It's a thing that's developed between Lars and me over the last couple of weeks. He'll ask when I slept last, and I'll lie to him. He takes a step closer.
When was the last time you got some sleep?
Bingo. Yesterday, I reply, avoiding eye contact.
No. It was the day before.
If you knew, then why did you ask? He crouches down so we're eye level.
They're not bringing Beast out of his coma today. You know that. So I'm going to need you to go home and get some sleep.
He subtly sniffs the air.
And maybe take a shower.
I shoot daggers at him from my eyes. Why do you care so much if I sleep or not?
Because you're our first lady and I'm going to protect you whether you like it or not. That goes for me too,
Viking says, appearing in the doorway. Lars brings my attention back to him.
Besides, when your old man wakes up and hears how you spent all these days and nights in here, he'll bust my balls for not making you go home and rest.
Exhausted, I nod. I suppose you're right. I'll go home and freshen up. But I don't move to leave right away, because leaving Beast requires me to give myself an internal pep talk, just so I can walk away. Standing, I lean down to press a kiss to his cheek, feeling physically sick about leaving.
I'll keep an eye on him,
Lars says with a wink. With a nod, I reluctantly leave the room, but don't get far before I see Beast's doctor. I take the chance to ask him for an update. He looks grim.
I had hoped he would be well enough to bring him out of his coma by now. But your husband's condition hasn't improved. He lost a lot of blood, and his internal organs paid heavily.
I'm only vaguely aware of Lars and Viking joining us, then Bear and Axe and Ryder, who seem to materialize out of nowhere. I try to swallow back the lump in my throat. But he's going to come out of this, right?
The longer he's in a coma, the more chance he has of developing complications. We'll continue to monitor him, but I won't be bringing him out of his induced state just yet.
He looks me in the eyes, and I see the fearful reality in them.
Your husband might not wake up, Mrs. Vale. You still need to be prepared for that.
He leaves, and a stunned silence lingers in his wake. My blood roars in my ears, and my heart pounds violently against my ribs. Beast has to live. I can't bear the thought of him dying.
If what he says is true.
Axe starts to talk, but I stop him with a blazing glare. Shaken by what I've just heard, I walk over to Axe and look up at him. That is your president in there, and he is not going to die. Do you hear me? I look to each of the bikers standing around me. And I won't hear any talk about him not waking up. Not here. Not with Beast on the other side of that wall. Have more faith in your president, or I swear to God I will punch you in the dick. Shaking, I leave the gobsmacked bikers and return to Beast's room, where I take my husband's hand and quietly sit with him again. 2 days later, Beast finally opens his eyes. Chapter 64. Belle. You heard what the doctor said. You have to take it easy, I remind Beast as he helps me onto the back of his bike.
I've been taking it easy for weeks, little one. 2 of them unconscious, another 2 under your watchful eye, doing exactly what you tell me to do. But if you think I'm missing this, then you're crazy.
I could protest, but this is happening whether I like it or not. And if he's going, then I'm going. Fine, but ride safely. He chuckles.
Baby, ain't nothing going to happen to me when I've got you behind me.
We ride to the outskirts of town. It's near dusk when we make it to the street where Mayor Boney lives. We park a little ways up the road and wait. The sheriff and his deputies are already there. As we wait, I wrap my arms around my husband and feel so happy he's strong again. I rest my head against his shoulders and smile. A month ago, I almost lost him, and even just thinking about it now makes my heart ache. But since coming home from the hospital, he's grown strong and healthy again. I tighten my arms around his waist, breathing in his scent and his warmth, and feel my heart bloom with love. When I feel him tense, I look up to see the sheriff leading Mayor Boney down his driveway toward one of the patrol cars. Boney is cuffed and beet red, screaming to everyone how he'll have their jobs. Not that anyone is listening, which makes him scream louder and froth with rage. And when the sheriff places his hand on his head to ease him into the patrol car, Boney tries to bite him, like a rabid dog. Once he's inside the patrol car, Sheriff Coulter walks down the road to where we are watching.
Thanks for letting us know this was happening,
Beast says. Sheriff Coulter removes his hat.
Well, I thought you earned a front row seat after everything he's done to you and the club. What's he being charged with? The DA is putting a list of charges together ranging from drug trafficking to manufacturing. He's going to do some serious time. And the unhinged psychos?
Beast asks.
SWAT hit him this morning. They're facing serious time. There won't be a club left after we're finished with them.
Beast nods. I know he would have preferred to destroy the unhinged psychos the MC way, but considering the lives they're saving doing it this way, he's okay involving the authorities this time.
There's something else you should know,
the sheriff says.
A human femur washed up on the beach and was found by a dog walker while you were in the hospital. The DNA has just come back. It's Dodger. Your father is dead, Beast. I know.
He flicks the ignition, and his Harley rumbles to life.
At least now we can all move on.
Not hanging around any longer, Beast kicks the Harley into gear, and we ride off into the night.
Chapter 65. Beast. A few days later. Because life is short and very rarely makes any sense, we decide to create a moment that makes all the sense in the world to us. We retake our marriage vows. But this time it's an intimate affair, just the two of us and priest who is officiating. It's a stark difference to our original wedding, when everyone in the club was present, and I was forcing Belle to marry me. Moonlight streams in from the open windows and pools on the floor as I take Belle's hand, and she steps up to the altar to stand beside me. And when I finally slide my wedding band along her finger, this time it feels real. It feels right. I now pronounce you man and wife, priest says, and I take my wife's face in my hands, and I kiss her deeply.
Are you going to leave me on my wedding night again?
She asks. I smile down at her. Baby, wild horses couldn't drag me away from you tonight. I brush my lips over the tip of her nose. Ever again. She smiles, and when I look down into it, I know it is my home. You're my forever, I say. Standing on her tiptoes, she takes my face in her hands and presses a small kiss to my lips.
Good, because you're kind of stuck with us.
The word us echoes through me. Us? She smiles.
That's right, bike gangster. I'm going to have your baby.
Emotion wells in my chest. A baby. She smiles, and I fall even more in love with her.
More specifically, a daughter.
An atomic bomb detonates in my chest. I had long ago abandoned the idea of being a father, and now this wild beauty has changed all that. I place my hands on her belly, only now noticing the slight curve beneath my palm. A daughter. My daughter. Growing inside the woman I could never live without. For the first time in my adult life, tears well in my eyes. Since when? Seems our first night together was a little more magical than we thought. I got her pregnant that first night. All this time, she's been carrying my baby inside her. A rush of protectiveness sweeps over me, and I pull her into my arms and kiss her long and deep, knowing I just got my fairy tale ending.
Chapter 66. Belle. Party lights glow in the sapphire twilight as Beast and I walk hand in hand through the throngs of people. It's our second attempt at the twilight barbecue, and the park is bustling with activity. There's a line up to get Mrs. V's chili and the array of food the old ladies and the club girls are having fun dishing up. The delicious aroma of barbecue is heavy in the air, and the band plays to a happy crowd. Tonight is a success. You can feel it in the warm breeze. People are happy. Beast is happy. I am happy. I tighten my fingers through his. I feel so goddamn in love with this man. We stop under a string of party lights, and he kisses me, cupping my face in his hands. He is gentle and loving, and it makes me wonder how on earth we managed to leave our bed this evening. Since renewing our vows last night and Beast finding out about the baby, we've barely come up for air. I don't know if it's the pregnancy hormones or what, but I can't get enough of him, and the feeling is very mutual.
How long before we can leave?
He asks over my lips. Anyone would think you have somewhere better to be.
I do.
He brushes his lips over mine.
In bed, making my wife scream my name.
Don't let Demiri hear you say that.
She'll understand. I'm on my honeymoon.
He kisses me, but it doesn't last, because Annika taps him on the shoulder. Sorry to break this up, lovebirds, but there are some eager young fans waiting for selfies with the club president, she says, gesturing toward a group of kids from the local hospital waiting for him by the popcorn stand. You'd better not keep them waiting, I say. He smiles.
You're right. But after I'm done...
He leans down and brushes his lips to my ear.
I'm taking you home and doing bad things to you.
I give him a wink. Ditto, Mr. President. Annika pulls a face, like she'd rather pull her teeth out than watch us being all loved up. Thanks, perverts. I think my eyes and ears are bleeding. I laugh. Sorry, honey, but what can I say? I'm on my honeymoon. She gives me a wink as she drags her cousin away. Watching them walk over to the waiting kids, I draw in a deep breath and feel giddy. That's my man, the hot giant wearing the president's patch. Smiling, I cast an eye around the busy eating area for Uncle Maurice. He's doing well, completely recovered from Gaston's attack, and receiving the help he needs with his gambling addiction. Warmth spreads through me when I spy him walking with Mrs. Bloomfield toward the chili tent. They're holding hands. Hearing someone call my name, I look around and see Danny and Aurora walking toward us. "Belle!" Aurora cries, her little arms wide open as she flies toward me. I quickly scoop her up in my arms. "Princess Aurora!" I glance at Danny to make sure she isn't shooting bullets from her eyes at me or about to start yelling at me or call me a slut. The last time I saw her, she was pretty hostile. But she's smiling. In fact, she looks cautious as she approaches. "I miss you, Belle," Aurora says, her big eyes twinkling up at me. "I have so much to tell you. Where have you been? Mommy said you left and I cried because you didn't even say goodbye."
I
told her it was my fault, Danny says, giving me an apologetic look when she reaches us. That sometimes adults make mistakes. Aurora pouts. Daddy said you left because Mama was mean. I give her big wide eyes. He did? Well, I think he misunderstood. Danny looks sheepish. I owe you an apology, Belle. That night, I said some terrible things to you. Things that weren't true. Things that were wildly uncalled for. I was in shock, I guess, and it brought out a nasty side of me. I hope you can forgive me. I tried to find you sooner, but thought you had left town because your house was boarded up and looked vacant. I wanted to apologize. I would have kept looking, but divorcing a pathetic man-baby is very time-consuming. Cotton candy! Aurora cries out when she sees Maya and Isla walk past with sticks of it. Can I have cotton candy, please? Mommy, please? Maybe later, darling. Mommy is talking with Belle. Maya stops. I can take her over to get some if you like. It's just over there by the chili tent. She gives Aurora a wink and wins Aurora over immediately. Mommy, please? Danny laughs and nods. Just this once. Aurora wiggles in my arms until I put her on her feet. Then she takes Maya's hand. She misses you, Danny says, as we watch Maya and Aurora walk over to the cotton candy stand. She sighs. I'm sorry, Belle. I feel like a Class A bitch. You deserved to be treated so much better than how I treated you. I take her hand and give her a warm smile. I accept your apology. She blows out a relieved breath. During the time I worked for her, I never saw a moment of uncertainty on her face. She was always so confident, so self-assured. And I hate that it's gone. There is something wounded in her eyes. The last year's taken its toll on her. But she looks good, still very well put together. Prada handbag, diamond earrings, $1,000 haircut, stilettos. She navigates with ease on the grass. I threw Julian out, she explains. Things hadn't been working for a while, and I guess I tried to pretend they were fine. Then I saw the two of you together, and I was just so angry. I can't tell you how much I regretted my words to you, Belle. I treated you like a villain. But I know it was him. I did try to explain. You did. But when I walked in and saw my lecherous husband all over you, well, there's no excuse. Call it a momentary lapse of reason or insanity, whatever it was. I'm sorry. I've done a lot of work on myself to be a better person since booting that weasel out the front door. You don't need to keep apologizing. It's lovely to see you. She looks like she's about to cry and pulls me in for a big hug. Thank you. When she takes a step back, she dabs tears from under her eyes. I don't suppose you'd be interested in a job as a nanny, she asks. I think about the secret growing in my belly and feel a surge of warmth spread through me. I place my hand on my slightly curved belly, excited for when I really start to show. I think I'm going to be a bit busy in the next few months. She glances at my hand. You mean you're... Oh, Belle! She hugs me again. And I get the feeling I'm going to get a lot of these in the future, which is a nice feeling. I've missed having little Aurora in my life, and I think Danny and I might actually become friends. Well, hot damn, Danny says, releasing me. Who the hell is that? I follow her line of sight to where Beast is talking with Sticky. The tall one is my husband. I figured. But I was talking about the hot piece of eye candy he's talking to. Really? I have to clear my throat to hide my surprise. I mean, that's Sticky. My goodness, Danny says, fixing her hair as she eyes Sticky like he's a tall glass of water. I think you'd better Introduce me. Epilogue. Belle. 7 months later. Beast slides his giant cock into me and I cry out and clutch the headboard. He dominates me with his massive body and I melt beneath him, loving it, loving him. I'm never going to get tired of his size or the way he blankets me with his protective body. I'm 9 months pregnant, and his baby is due to arrive any minute. I've loved being pregnant with his daughter, loved knowing he made love to me and filled me with his baby. He's loved it too, and to say he's been protective of me is an understatement. He's made certain I've been well cared for, attended all doctor's appointments, run me baths, and gently carried me into the bathroom and eased me into the bubbles when the baby got so big I couldn't get comfortable. And when he saw our daughter on the sonogram and heard her strong heartbeat for the first time, I saw his tears through my own. During the day, he attends to club business, but he is never far from me. And at night, we retire to our room and his time is mine. He's gentle, caring, and tender, and very much in love with me. The feeling is mutual. I can't imagine a life without him. Beast rocks against my clit and it detonates my orgasm, sending raw pleasure streaming out to every limb. I grip the bedhead tighter and hold on as I ride the undulating waves of pleasure while Beast drives harder and faster into me. His cock slick as he strokes in and out with a relentless pace until his own release finally crashes into him. His knuckles press into the mattress and his powerful arms hold him above me as he slowly comes down from his high. He slides out of me and settles into the pillows, then secures me in his arms.
God damn. I'm never going to get enough of you.
He presses a kiss into my hair. Minutes tick by in a post-sex bliss until I have to use the bathroom to pee. In the bathroom, I take care of business and study my reflection in the mirrored wall. I'm all baby. My stomach is huge and heavy. I run my palm over the curve and feel my blood warm with contentment. Walking back to the bed, I stop when I feel a wave of warmth leave my body and coat my thighs. With wide eyes, I look at Beast lying on the bed. My water just broke.
Beast. I've seen a lot of things in my 32 years on this earth. A lot of good and a lot of bad. I've had moments of extreme bliss, but also moments of gut-wrenching grief. I've seen extraordinary things, felt so high and so damn invincible. But nothing comes close to the birth of my daughter. Thankfully, Belle doesn't have a long labor, and our daughter arrives not long after we arrive at the hospital. I hold my beautiful wife's hand as she delivers our daughter into the world. I'm so proud of her, and so damn grateful for all the beauty she's brought into my life. My daughter starts to holler, announcing her arrival to the world, and I can't keep the smile off my face. When they place her on her mother's chest, she stops crying and looks at me with deep blue eyes. I'm so proud of you, I say, pressing a kiss to Belle's forehead. She's perfect, isn't she? More perfect than anything in the world. Belle smiles up at me. Do you want to hold her? I've never held anything so small. Then today's your lucky day, bike gangster. The nurse scoops my daughter up and wraps her tiny body in a blanket before placing her in my arms. Tears make my vision blurry as I look down at her. There are so many things I want to say, but I am too choked to say them. She's fucking perfect. I can't stop looking at her. She is so tiny in my arms, sweet and pure. I bend my neck to kiss her delicate skin, and I feel a love so pure and true. A love I know I'm going to fiercely protect for the rest of my life.
This has been a Podium Audio production. If this audiobook fulfilled your fantasy, we would love for you to rate and review it. The audiobook might be over, but the heat isn't. Check us out at podiumentertainment.com and join our newsletter for your next love story. Also, don't forget to stalk us on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. We hate to see you go, but love to watch you leave. Until next time. You have been listening to Beast, Book 1 of the MC Fables. Produced by Anna Erickson. Written by Penny D. Performed by Ada Sinclair and Walker Williams. Text copyright 2025 by Penny D. Production copyright 2025 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.